Orangetown, the residence of the Buggy pirates. A man with blue hair and a rather common appearance was sitting on a chair with his head propped up, watching treasure chests being carried up by his subordinates. His name is Buggy, also called Qiwuhai, was once a good young man in the 21st century, a senior graduate. Because I was about to graduate, a few good friends discussed going to have a supper together. Who knew there were little girls running around on the road in the middle of the night, and he stepped forward to push her out, but he died under the wheel. Then he crossed over and got into the body of this pirate named Buggy. But it's not exactly Buggy's body, because Buggy's appearance is quite different from the original. The original red nose disappeared and turned into a normal nose with a slightly raised nose bridge. The eyes are a little smaller, but they have double eyelids, and they become more airy. The water chestnut on the face is even worse, not as funny and round as before. On the contrary, he has a quarter-like appearance with G. Captain Buggy, here's our treasure, said Mochi, the tamer, riding a lion. How much? Buggy asked. Bailey has more than 6 million yuan, and the valuation of various treasures is more than 13 million yuan, Mochi said. That's more than 20 million. Buggy murmured, and with a wave of his hand, Bailey and the treasure disappeared. Everyone else was surprised by Buggy's methods, but they didn't say much. After all, they already knew about Buggy's demon fruit power. Maybe it's Buggy's new ability? Ding. The recharge is successful, and the current balance is 20 million. Whether you use the life simulator or not, use it once and consume 1 million Baileys. Buggy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this reminder. Make sure your cheat works. Yes, Buggy said silently in his heart. At the age of 37, you disbanded most of your subordinates to save money, and the Buggy pirates began to take the elite route. 1 month later, you were beaten by Luffy, your body was scattered all over the place, and you started looking for body parts. After another week, you accidentally fell into the water and drowned. After the simulation is over, you can keep one of the following items. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 37. 2. Physical skills at the age of 37. 3. The spirit at the age of 37. Silent. He actually died. Only lived for more than a month. After crossing into Buggy, I actually lost his lucky color hockey ability? Sighing, he chose 3. The body has not been strengthened much for more than a month, and the fruit may not be developed at all. Simply increase the spiritual power of the unknown. The next moment, Buggy felt himself refreshed. He felt that his brain seemed to be more comfortable. The spirit is also better. Spirit, conquerors involved, Buggy guessed. Looking at the balance, there are still 19 million, which can be simulated 19 times. Without continuing the simulation, he looked at his subordinates and said, except for Mochi, Kabaji, Navigator, and Chef, everyone else will take 10,000 Baileys. What does that mean, Captain? Dozens of subordinates looked at Buggy, a little puzzled. You guys have been expelled. From now on, the Buggy pirates will not raise trash, so don't join my pirates if you have no skills, Buggy said with a look of disgust. Dozens of people, each eating hundreds of Baileys a day, also spend tens of thousands of Baileys a day. Buggy can't bear it. The crew members looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. They have resentment, but they are afraid of Buggy's powerful strength. But Buggy has already called Mochi and the others to leave. Coming to the boat, Buggy drives the others off the boat, and then orders the navigator to sail. Kabaji, you go to the helm. Kabaji, who was riding a unicycle, was accepted as the helmsman. Captain, where are we going? The navigator asked suddenly. Buggy thought for a while, but didn't answer, but turned on his own system. Whether you use the life simulator or not, it consumes 1 million Baileys once. Yes. At the age of 37, you disbanded the Buggy pirates and left Orangetown with a few subordinates. A week later, you arrive in the town of Rog, encounter an ambush by Smoker at the port, and are caught in an underwater prison. 3 months later, you died in Crimson Hell, the basement floor of the submarine prison, and you were scratched by a sharp knife and bled to death. After the simulation is over, you can keep one of the following items. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 37. 2. Physical skills at the age of 37. 3. The spirit at the age of 37. I choose 3. Died again, but lived for more than a month. In the original book, Buggy was caught and impelled down because he did not have the ability to expose the fruit, so he escaped the sharp blade of Crimson Hell. Being arrested by Smoker this time must have exposed the fruit's ability, and he was put in Seastone handcuffs. That's why he didn't wait for Luffy's rescue. Hey, let's improve our strength first. Only after the strength is improved can one live for a long time, thought Buggy. A week later, you asked Mochi to put you on an uninhabited island, and then started to practice alone. After another 3 months, your navigator and cook were captured by Marine, and they betrayed you in order to make meritorious deeds. You have been hunted by Marine. You kill all the Marines, snatch the warships and flee. But because he didn't know how to sail, he was hit by a tsunami and drowned in the bottom of the sea. Silent. This system is not called Buggy Life Simulator, but Buggy's thousands of ways to die, right? Buggy greeted the 18 generations of the system's ancestors in his heart. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. Buggy chose 2, which slightly improved his physical fitness. Clenching his fist, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Although not earth-shattering, it is also obviously enhanced. From this point of view, Buggy's physical talent is actually good, but he doesn't like to exercise, so his strength has been stagnant. Looking inside the cabin, Buggy turned on the simulation again. 1 week later, you will kill all your subordinates, sink the pirate ship, and hide on the uninhabited island to practice. 1 year later, your strength improved by leaps and bounds, and you left the uninhabited island on the merchant ship you entered. 1 month later, you reorganized the pirate ship and headed to the Grand Line. The pirate ship was hit and sunk by the whale Abu, and you fell into the sea and died. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 38. 2. Physical skills at the age of 38. 3. The spirit of 38 hours, I choose 2. Buggy's whole body has been greatly strengthened after a year of practicing gymnastics. Buggy's body became thicker to the extent visible to the naked eye, and his muscles became lean and explosive. B. Captain Buggy, your body. Mochi and the others on the side were scared out of their wits. Their captain instantly had explosive muscles in front of them. It's scary. Buggy looked at Mochi and the others, thinking about changing his name. After all, Buggy looks upside down. It's okay. Buggy responded and started the next simulation. 1 week later, you will kill all your subordinates, sink the pirate ship, and hide on the uninhabited island to practice. 1 year later, you awakened armament hockey, and you began to exercise your armament hockey with all your strength. Half a year later, the uninhabited island was submerged by a tsunami, and you fell into the deep sea and drowned. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 38. 2. Armament hockey at the age of 38. 3. The spiritual strength at the age of 38. I choose 2. Originally, Buggy planned to spend his whole life on the uninhabited island, and then broke through the 2-color hockey and developed the fruit ability in one fell swoop. But it seems the system doesn't allow. Killed by the system, alas, Buggy felt helpless. But after having the armed color, you shouldn't be afraid of Smoker, right? It's better to simulate once to be safe. At the age of 37, you disbanded the Buggy Pirates and left Orange Town with a few subordinates. A week later, you arrive in the town of Rog, where you briefly fight Smoker and then leave, only to be captured by Marine. You broke into the Marine base to save your men, and after killing most of the Marines, you collapsed from exhaustion and were captured and sent to Impel Down. Half a year later, you fled Impel Down with Luffy and were poisoned by Magellan. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. The degree of fruit development at the age of 37. 2. 37-year-old physique. 3. The spirit of 37 years old. 3. Sighing, Buggy looked at Mochi and the others beside him. How could first break into Marine base to save these idiots? Well, maybe it will. Before crossing, he had fantasized about being the captain of the ship. Elite route, don't abandon your companions. Well done, Captain Luffy. But he will save Mochi and Kabaji, the 2 guys who sold themselves in a certain simulation will not save. At the age of 37, you disbanded the Buggy Pirates and left Orange Town with a few subordinates. A week later, you arrived at Wudao to dispose of the pirate ship, disguised as a merchant ship, and entered Rog Town. You met Alvida in the town of Rog, and in order to make money, you started to change careers and become a bounty hunter. 1 month later, you became a well-known bounty hunter in the town of Rog, known as the Blue Demon. Another month, when you were sending a pirate to naval headquarters to collect a bounty, you were identified by Smoker, and you fought to retreat. The Marine in Rogtown is looking for you everywhere. You know that you can't get along in Rogtown, so you escape Rogtown with the crew and go to the Grand Line. 3 days later, your ship was crashed by the whale Abu through the upside-down mountain, and all your crew members died. You escaped to Gemini Cape and were rescued by Kurokas. Because there are no boats, you can only wait for passing boats at Twin Point. 2 weeks later, you met the Straw Hat Pirates and temporarily boarded the ship at the expense of Bailey. Another half week, you were swallowed by a huge goldfish on the way to Little Garden. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. The ability of the 37-year-old Devil Fruit. 2nd, 37-year-old physique. 3. The spirit of 37 years old. Buggy forehead. I didn't expect that with me, even the protagonist group would be unsafe. Tell that someone. Go to Wudao. Buggy didn't know his navigator's name, so he could only call him that. Although the result of this simulation is still death, at least he can safely spend his life in Rog Town. So he plans to go to Wudao to deal with the pirate ship according to the simulated life. After all, the pirate ship is too dazzling, which is not conducive to him making money secretly as a pirate hunter. The fastest way to make money in this world is to be a pirate hunter. Just catching a pirate with hundreds of millions is enough for Buggy to simulate 100 times. It takes a week from Orange Town to Wudao, and Buggy doesn't intend to let his men waste this week. He does not abandon his companions, nor does he wish to be abandoned by his companions. The strength of Mochi and Kabaji is really too bad. Buggy doesn't want them to drag him back in the future. In the next 2 years, Buggy doesn't expect them to have the strength of cadres, at least not even cannon fodder. Kabaji, Mochi, you two come here. Buggy called the two over. What's the matter, Captain? Kabaji stepped on a unicycle, and Mochi jumped over on a big lion. Buggy. Silent. Looking at the appearance of these two people, Buggy sometimes really doubts whether his pirate group is running a circus. Kabaji, you are not allowed to fight on a unicycle in the future, Buggy said. Ah. Why, Captain? Kabaji asked puzzled. A real swordsman will not fight with such a toy-like method. From now on, I will guide you in swordsmanship for an hour every day, and forget the previous fighting skills. Captain, do you know swordsmanship? Kabaji and the others have never seen Buggy use swordsmanship, so they are a little suspicious. Buggy is a little depressed. If you have never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? Anyway, I also grew up around many great swordsmen. He may not know the superb swordsmanship, but he must know the basic swordsmanship. It's like he doesn't know observation hockey or armament hockey, but he knows how to practice. Don't talk nonsense. Let the horse come here, and don't be accidentally beaten to death by me later. I won't show mercy. Buggy pointed at Kabaji with a black long knife in his hand and smiled. Kabaji was ashamed, and pulled out the knife in his hand. He glanced at the unicycle under his feet, then kicked it away with some reluctance. Come on, Captain. Buggy pointed at Kabaji, you attack and try. Kabaji hesitated again, but still rushed forward. The clumsy sprinting posture and clumsy swordsmanship left Buggy speechless. When Kabaji approached, the knife in Buggy's hand flicked lightly, and his knife bounced off, and the knife touched Kabaji's neck. Fencing, the two will decide the outcome with one move. Kabaji, why don't you change your career to play with guns? Buggy suggested speechlessly. You don't know how to play with a knife at all. Kabaji scratched his head, a little embarrassed. With his unicycle skills, he can move quickly and slash. But without his unicycle, he was not much faster than the others. Without speed, there is no advantage in combat. Captain, I just don't know how to play with guns, so I use knives. Kabaji blushed. Buggy rolled his eyes. Okay, let's move on then. In this way, Buggy practiced swordsmanship with Kabaji for an hour. There was no obvious improvement, and Kabaji couldn't get 3 moves from Buggy every time he played against Kabaji. Of course, this also reflects that Buggy's swordsmanship is not very good. To deal with a weak chicken like Kabaji, he still has to use 3 knives? Mochi. After training Kabaji, Buggy looked at Mochi, who was playing with Lion Lakey. Mochi wears a bear sweater, showing off his abs, and blue trousers wrapped around a yellow belt. Although the two of his subordinates are weak, they have to admit that they are in good shape. At least the muscles are there. Captain, I don't know swordsmanship. Mochi laughed, and his lion waved his hands humanly and shook his head in agreement. Who told you to learn swordsmanship? You too. Well, now I exercise lousy every day, do 10,000 push-ups every day, and lift 200 Jhin dumbbells 10,000 times. Captain, you mean us? Too? Mochi and Leiki asked with some uncertainty. Mochi feels that he is a beast trainer, and he only needs to assign these training tasks to his pet beasts. Leiki thinks he's just a lion. Serious about push-ups and dumbbells? One person and one beast feel that it is the other party who should do these tasks at the same time. Stop talking nonsense, you are not allowed to eat until you finish the training mission. Ah? One person and one lion have exaggerated expressions. It's not over yet, you guys have to fight every day, whoever wins will get half of the other's food. This lion niche was very satisfied and did not comment. Mochi was not happy. Captain, you want me to fight the lion? Yeah. Buggy said without a doubt. Mochi wanted to question again, but seeing Buggy's terrifying gaze, he was afraid. Well, it's just a fight with a lion, no wonder. Being a pirate is scary, and you have to fight a lion. Woo woo woo. Ignoring Mochi's grief, Buggy turned and entered the cabin. With 1 week left, he plans to simulate a few more times. Although the current strength is not afraid of Smoker, but he still can't beat him, it would be better to improve it. A week later, you go to Wudao to sell the pirate ship for 3 million, and then arrive at Rog Town on a merchant ship. You met Bartolomeo in Rog Town. At this time he didn't eat devil fruit, you were not interested in it. You and your subordinates practiced hard in Rog Town. 2 months later, Straw Hat Luffy landed on the island of Rog Town. You watched him make a fuss about Roger's execution platform, but you didn't show up. 2 months later, Garp came to East Blue to clean up the pirates, recognized you by chance, defeated you and sent you to Impel Down. You were imprisoned in the starvation hell on the 3rd floor underground. You were guarded by the beasts you lured into, and with their flesh and blood, you persisted until Luffy came to rescue you. It's just that Luffy doesn't know you, and no one wants to save you. You are forgotten in the 3rd prison of Impel Down. You were starving and still working out, and 3 years later, you starved to death in Impel Down. Buggy expressed that he wants to be 4 emperors and has the lucky color hockey. Really convinced the old 6th of the system, the original Buggy mixed up as 4 emperors. I worked so hard and got killed in various ways. After choosing 3, Buggy felt that his spirit had been greatly enhanced. This is an obvious improvement. If the previous Buggy can persist in Impel Down for 3 years, then the current Buggy feels that he can persist in Impel Down for about 4 years. To put it simply, Impel Down is actually a place where you can brush your spiritual power. Feeling the benefits, Buggy began to keep brushing Impel Down copies. The 10th time, 5 years later, your unreconciled emotions broke out, and the Conqueror's hockey filled the entire underground 3-story prison. The deputy warden, Magellan, felt your threat. After asking his superiors, he found out your true identity, so he secretly executed you. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. The fruit ability of 42 years old. 2. 40-year-old physique. 3. Conqueror's hockey just awakened. I choose 3. Buggy suddenly felt his brain tremble, and a burst of power burst out. Kabaji, Li Chi and others on the boat were attacked by the unscrupulous Conqueror's hockey and fainted on the spot. The ship lost control of the navigator and began to slowly lose direction. At this time, Buggy didn't know that the ship was gradually drifting off course, and he was still immersed in the joy of awakening conquerors with 10 million Baileys. He's already fantasizing about kicking Whitebeard and punching the redhead. There are still 3 million Baileys, and 3 more simulations can be made. Anyway, this ship can still sell for 3 million Baileys, let's simulate it 3 more times. With that in mind, Buggy started another simulation. 37. You awakened Conqueror's hockey stunned the crew. 1 day later, the boat was overturned by the waves, and you died on the bottom of the sea with nowhere to escape. Simulation ends. Silent. Lousy is going to die in a day? Buggy rushed out of the captain's cabin, frantically looking for the navigator. If I don't change course, I'm going to die. On the deck, the navigator who had been surveying the sea conditions was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Buggy picked it up and slapped it awake with a few slaps. Captain. What's the matter? The navigator who woke up didn't have time to feel the pain on his face, only to see Buggy staring at him. Go and adjust the course, Buggy yelled. The navigator came to his senses. He remembered that he had seen something bad just now. Could it be that the ship was in danger? He hurried to check the surrounding situation. Phew, it's okay. The navigator breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, there is nothing wrong, but a huge dark cloud is forming ahead, which is likely to form a heavy rain on the ocean. We just need to avoid it. Saying that, the navigator himself steered the ship and turned the ship back in the right direction. Buggy saw this and simulated it again. A week later, you arrived at Qiwuhai. This time the simulated Buggy survived well, and it also proved that it was the crisis brought about by his conqueror's awakening. No, it should be said that every substantial improvement in his strength will bring him this kind of crisis. This world is really dangerous. With the trouble out of the way, Buggy is left with just one last chance to simulate. Buggy is going to be kept for emergency use. A week later, Buggy's pirate ship arrives at Dock Island. 15 million big pirates entered Qiwuhai, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That's the big pirate clown Buggy. He even came to Qiwuhai. Is it to strengthen his pirate ship? At this time, is the pirate ship that strengthens itself ready to go to the Grand Line? Let's stay away. After all, this is a vicious big pirate. If we accidentally provoke him, our deaths will be in vain. After a while, the pirate ship docked. Buggy took Kabaji to the shipbuilding company, and Mochi was left to watch the ship. After the previous simulation, Buggy really has no trust in the chef and navigator. Is that Buggy? Why is it a little different from the one on the reward order? Yes, the appearance is a bit similar, but why is the symbolic red nose missing? As soon as the man finished speaking, a person beside him hurriedly covered his mouth. You don't want to live anymore. Pirate Buggy hates what people say about his nose the most. Hearing this, he was in a cold sweat. Glancing at Buggy, who was drifting away, he seemed relieved that he didn't hear it. Thanks. HMPH, we were almost killed by you. What they don't know is that Buggy isn't Buggy at all, and he doesn't care if he has a red nose or something. Did you find out one thing? Why are there so few people in the Buggy Pirates? Indeed, with the few on board, the Buggy Pirates seem to have 5 people in total. Could it be that there has been a major change in the Buggy Pirates recently? It wasn't just some merchants who came to buy ships who discovered this, but also some pirates. Looking at the pirate ship with only 3 people guarding it, they couldn't control their greed. They rushed up, stunned the 3 of them in an instant, and then drove away the boat. Doesn't this Buggy's treasure belong to them? The more these pirates thought about it, the more excited they became, but just thinking of Buggy's bounty, these were short-lived Annie's inner impulse. Wait and see, the gun hits the head. Let those lifeless idiots test the waters first. At this time, Buggy has stepped into the Waterstone Company. Mr. Buggy, is there anything I can do for you? It was the boss of the company who came to greet him in person, which was enough to see how much he valued him. I want to sell the boat, Buggy said, looking his boss in the eyes. Aren't you joking? The boss panicked. A big pirate with a reward of 15 million came to his dock and said he wanted to sell the ship. Is he not a pirate anymore? Is Mr. Buggy going to sell the boat and buy a new one? Well, I can get you the best East Blue stuff. Buggy cut him off with his hand. I'm not kidding, I'm here to sell boats. After confirming that Buggy was not joking, the boss of Waterstone Company said, then I will go with you to see your boat and give you a satisfactory price. Buggy nodded and led the boss to the shore. Mr. Buggy, we generally don't recycle pirate ships. While speaking, the boss kept observing Buggy's expression, for fear that he would get angry. Most pirate ships are manufactured in a very crude way, and they are cheap ships. Some of them simply abandon some important designs in order to have more space to accommodate more people. Plus, your pirate ship may have been used for a long time, so your ship may not be very valuable. Buggy didn't say anything, he only had one thought now. Worth the money, you have to give the money. Not worth the money, you have to pay. He's a pirate, not a businessman. When he arrived at the port, there were hundreds of people gathered in front of his boat. And Mochi and Lakey were standing in the only way. Buggy is back. Someone yelled, and the group turned around to look at Buggy. Kabaji and the boss of Waterstone Company, who were following Buggy, broke out in a cold sweat. These are more than 100 guys with weapons. Among this group of people, 3 people walked out slowly and stood at the front. Nula the tongue licker, Krulo the sea butcher, Hughes the spectacled sailor. These 3 are all pirates with a bounty of nearly 10 million, the boss said worriedly. He saw the bad behavior of these 3 groups, and if one of them didn't handle well, they might directly merge in Wudao. The boss doesn't know that the Buggy pirates now only have 5 people and 1 lion, otherwise he must have gone so far. Buggy, we want your treasure. As long as you hand over the money, we will consider letting you live, Krulo the butcher said with a ferocious expression while holding a machete. Niula stuck out his inhuman tongue, licked his cheek lightly, and said with a sinister smile, yes, you, the pirate group plus you, have a total of 5 people, and you don't need so many treasures. Come on, why don't you use it for us? Eh? Hughes wore a weird sailor suit, pushed his glasses, and said with a chuckle, if you are willing to join my pirate group, I can save your life. Hughes, what do you mean? Niula stared at Hughes with gloomy eyes. They had agreed to get rid of Buggy, saying only his treasure is to make Buggy careless. Let a pirate who is worth more than you be your younger brother, Hughes, aren't you afraid of being killed? Krulo sneered. Hughes spread his hands indifferently, I have always felt that 9 million is a miscalculation of my strength. I think I am worth at least 20 million Bailey's reward. Niula and Krulo sneered, and stopped talking to Hughes. If Hughes wants to recruit Buggy, kill him together. Niula and crew had more than 100 people together, and Hughes had about 40 men. More than 100 people beat more than 40 people, isn't it random? What's your choice? Buggy the clown. Krulo teased, looking at Buggy. Choose? I choose to let you die. After that, Buggy's eyes became terrifying, and a terrifying aura surged from him. Then the rows of people fell like dominoes. Of course, because of his poor control over Conqueror's hockey, the entire port fell. Buggy brought Kabaji back to the boat, and then splashed water to wake them up. Kill the group of guys below, bring back the bodies of those who have a bounty, and bring back the valuable things from their shipwreck. Several people have just woken up, and their minds are still a little unclear. But when he heard what Buggy said, he became sober in an instant, watching those guys who were still threatening his captain all fall to the ground. They are all a little unbelievable. What happened? Buggy had already returned to the cabin and handed everything over to his subordinates. These men of his are vicious and have killed people. There's nothing wrong with letting them kill these idiots. As for himself, he is actually not quite Jibei, he accepts Buggy's memory. Whether it's taking risks or killing people, he doesn't reject them. It's just that he is still worse than G, and he still doesn't want to do it himself. Several hours later, the whole Wudao is like a mountain of corpses in a sea of AA blood. Blood engulfed the entire port, and a considerable amount of treasure was brought to Buggy's captain. Captain, Bailey has about $5 million. We don't know how much the treasure is worth, but it's all here. Take a look. After knowing Buggy's terrifying strength, Kabaji and others felt more fear in their hearts. They used to be terrified of Buggy, but now they are terrified. Hundreds of people, more than 100 pirates were all knocked down by the captain. When did our captain become so fierce? Buggy nodded and recharged Bailey and treasure into the system. The top-up was successful, and the current balance is 7 million Baileys. The treasure is only worth about 1 million Baileys, and Buggy is a little disappointed. The rest of Bailey is used for daily expenses and to buy some supplies, Buggy said. Kabaji was a little surprised and said, Captain, are we not selling the boat anymore? Not for sale. Buggy changed his mind. Originally, he thought that being a pirate hunter would make money, so he planned to lead a group of people to catch those pirates. But he suddenly realized that there is no conflict between being a pirate and catching pirates above board. There is only one difference between pirates and pirate hunters, that is, one can exchange pirates for money, and the other cannot. In the future, if he catches pirates, it will be fine if someone pretends to be a bounty hunter to exchange them. Or simply get yourself a trumpet. Wear a mask or something. I am not afraid that Marine will not give money. Buggy didn't leave according to the original schedule. He took some time and exchanged the pirate ships of the 3 pirates for more than 1 million yuan. A fraction of hundreds of thousands was reserved for expenses, and more than 1 million was charged into the system. Now his balance has reached 8 million, and he can simulate 8 times. Your current balance is 8 million, and the simulation consumes 1 million Baileys at a time. Do you want to simulate? Yes. 37 years old, the story of you defeating 3 pirate groups on Wudao by yourself spread throughout East Blue, and you became famous for a while. A reward of 20 million Baileys was offered by Marine. A week later, you arrive at the sea restaurant to wait for the retreating Krieg gang. Another week later, you meet Luffy's group passing by. After Luffy knew about your buggy, he wanted to avenge the villagers of Orange Town and beat you up, but you easily suppressed him. Not long after, you finally waited for the Creek pirates. After you wait for Luffy to defeat them, defeat Jhin in a grand manner, and escort them to the town of Rog in exchange for bounties. After receiving the bounty, you choose to develop the fruit ability in Rog Town. 6 months later, Garp passed the town of Rog and captured you in Impel Down. 43 years old, you died in Impel Down. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 37. 2nd. Taijutsu Haki at the age of 38. 3. The spiritual power at the age of 43, can enhance conquerors. 4th. Swordsmanship at the age of 43. This time there was one more option, and Buggy hesitated. 5 years of swordsmanship training is naturally the most cost-effective item, but 5 years of swordsmanship is also the most difficult item to achieve. Can you break through Jianao? Judging by the memories of the Buggy he inherited, not necessarily. It's not that Buggy has no talent for swordsmanship, but he hasn't practiced swords for nearly 10 years. Can he break through to the level of a swordsman after 5 years of practice? If there is no great improvement in swordsmanship, Buggy wants to improve his fruit ability first. Chop Chop fruit is sure to be a mighty fruit. After years of development of Buggy, he has basically been developed to the ultimate before awakening. The difference is only the comprehension of 0.5. As long as he realizes that Buggy's fruit ability can be awakened, and even half awakened can greatly improve his strength. But what bothered him was that the time was too short. For only 6 months, the rest of the time he was handcuffed in Seastone and unable to use his powers at all. Not to mention the ability to exercise Chop Chop fruit. After thinking for a long time, Buggy still chose one. The power of fruit ability is what he needs most at present, and it is also the power that can enhance his strength to the greatest extent. A surge of genetic memory flooded Buggy's body. Buggy felt he had a better understanding of Chop Chop fruit. But there is still a long way to go before awakening. The Buggy ran 5 more simulations. For these 5 simulations, Buggy changed his mind and chose an uninhabited island. But no matter which uninhabited island you choose, as long as Buggy puts his head into training hard, he will encounter various disasters, and the longest life will not be more than a year. Buggy is really powerless to complain about this. The system made me die in the 3rd watch, who dares to let me live until the 5th watch in Buggy? 1 year later, your island was hit by a tsunami. When you were dying, you had a new understanding of Chop Chop fruit, which split part of the sea and was swallowed by the sea. Simulation ends. I choose one. Another warm current flowed in Buggy's body. At this time, he felt that some gene in his body was turned on, but half turned on and then stopped suddenly. Buggy rested his hand on the table beside him. Bark. The shattering force sounded, and the wooden table actually split apart. Then the power of Buggy surged again, and the wooden table was spliced together again. Part of Buggy's semi-awakened power is similar to a feature of Trafalgar's Op fruit. It can be used for surgery. Buggy chuckled, and then put his hand on the wooden table again. Bark. It was another sound of shattering power. The wooden table shattered again, but this time it was shattered into slag, turning into countless sawdust. It's not enough. Buggy frowned, gathered the power of Chop Chop fruit in his hand to form a brown energy ball and threw it towards the sawdust. The energy ball exploded, and the sawdust instantly split into nothingness and disappeared. The destruction system is falling apart. Irreversible properties. It even split into nothingness. I don't know if I can hurt Red Dog with this move. Buggy thought to himself. This is still a semi-awakened state, and I can initially use the power of Chop Chop fruit. The real awakened state should be able to tear the space directly. If you tear the space, I don't know if you can achieve the level of Whitebeard. If it can reach that level, Buggy's strength is at least half a foot into the Imperial level. But this is just imagination. To achieve that level does not know how much the body will be consumed. With Buggy's current body, it is definitely impossible. There are 2 million Baileys left, which can be simulated twice. Buggy thought about it and decided to use it all up. In the next period of time, he will act in East Blue, and if he keeps it, it is better to turn it into his own strength. At the age of 37, the story of you defeating the 3 big pirate groups by yourself has spread throughout East Blue, and you have become famous. Marine has offered you a reward of 20 million Baileys. 3 days later, you arrived at Sakura Peach Town, where you exchanged the heads of 3 pirates for bounties, but your identity was discovered by Marine when you left. You will easily suppress Marine to leave. 5 days later, you arrived at the sea restaurant and waited for the Creek pirates to return from the Grand Line. They ran into a conflict with the Straw Hat crew. Shortly after, the retreating Crick and his gang arrived at the restaurant on the sea. You were planning to reap the benefits of being a fisherman, but you were discovered by Hawkeye. He challenges you for fun. You refuse to no avail. Hawkeye decides to kill you. You are not Hawkeye's opponent. You were seriously injured by 2 knives, and when you were dying, you carried Shanks out. For Shanks' sake, Hawkeye let you go. But your identity as One Piece Chuanyuan was exposed, and you were seriously injured. You were hunted down by the Marine Vice Admiral, and ended up dying on a wandering voyage. Simulation ends. It's coming again. Every time my strength increases greatly, I won't live for long. And shoot. This eagle eye must have missed me with a knife, and then used the knight to shoot himself. It almost killed me when I slapped it once. I thought I wasn't a mosquito either. Buggy wants to cry but has no tears. I don't know how many days I lived before and after, and I don't know if there is a month. It's hard to live. One more chance. I have to resolve this crisis, or I will have to give up Crick's bounty. Buggy gritted his teeth unwillingly, thinking about countermeasures. The last time I simulated Hawkeye, I didn't notice my existence, or I was too weak at that time, and the other party didn't even bother to talk to me. But now that I have half awakened the fruit ability, the strong can sense each other. Perhaps it was for this reason that Hawkeye was interested. Hawkeye solved him with 2 strikes. The opponent's strength is less than the Emperor's level and he is half the Emperor's level. I have only one chance to solve this crisis with my strength. Buggy thought to himself. Strength is not enough. Feelings come together. At the age of 37, the story of you defeating the 3 big pirate groups by yourself has spread throughout East Blue, and you have become famous. Marine has offered you a reward of 20 million Baileys. 3 days later, you arrived at Sakura Peach Town, where you exchanged the heads of 3 pirates for bounties, but your identity was discovered by Marine when you left. You will easily suppress Marine to leave. 5 days later, you arrived at the sea restaurant and waited for the Creek pirates to return from the Grand Line. They ran into a conflict with the Straw Hat crew. Shortly after, the Creek pirates showed up. After Zoro challenged Hawkeye, take the initiative to talk to Hawkeye and invite him to board the ship. You use Shanks' relationship to talk to Hawkeye, and finally Hawkeye challenges you. After a dozen rounds, you lose, but it doesn't hurt you. A week later, news of you being a crew member of One Piece spread to Marine, and you were offered a reward of 100 million Baileys. Smoker attempted to capture you, but was defeated by you. 3 days later, you go to the Upside Down Mountain, and you encounter the whale Abu crashing into the Red Line. You use Conqueror's Haki to stun him to attract Crocus's attention. 1 month later, you encountered an incomprehensible marine disaster and died in a shipwreck. Simulation ends. The ending was still miserable, but at least it solved Hawkeye's problem. There are 2 things about this simulation that Buggy cares about. One point is that he and Hawkeye were talking on his own ship. It stands to reason that only his crew members should know his true identity. How could he reveal his identity a week later? Buggy believes that Hawkeye is not a big mouth, so it is only possible that his subordinates betrayed him. Thinking about it a week later, the distance from Sea Restaurant to the town of Rog is about the same. At that time, it should have been a day in the town of Rog. If his crew betrayed him, the timing would be just right. The other point is to come to the Grand Line, where he died in an incomprehensible ocean disaster. This means that his current navigator is not enough to support him sailing on the Grand Line, he needs a better navigator. Sakura Peach Town, Buggy walks into the Marine branch base wearing a clown mask and cloak. In exchange for a bounty, Buggy threw the 3 corpses in front of the dozing sailor. The sailor suddenly woke up, and the snot burst in the air. He glanced at Buggy wearing a clown mask, but didn't show any expression. Bounty hunters target pirates, and they are people who live in the shadows for fear of revenge from other pirates. In general, in order not to expose themselves, they will use various disguises. Hai Bing calmly took out the reward list and compared the faces of the 3 corpses one by one. Nura the pirate tongue licker with a bounty of 7.66 million, Krulo the pirate butcher with a bounty of 9 million, and Hughes, the spectacled sailor with a bounty of 9 million. The sea soldier finally took a serious look at the man in front of him. Not familiar with any of the pirate hunters, but so scary coming to claim a bounty for the first time. Whether it was one person or multiple people dealing with the 3 pirate groups, the sailors all valued this person in front of them. Please wait a moment, because the amount is a bit large, so we need to prepare. Buggy nodded, but didn't speak. For a marine branch in a small town like East Blue, it is not bad to have a deposit of 30 million Baileys. After waiting for a while, Haibing came over with a bag of Baileys on his back. He also came with a group of sailors and the colonel of this branch. Hello. My name is Leon, and I am the colonel of the Sakura Peach Town branch. Looking at the other's outstretched hand, Buggy didn't seem to shake hands. He looked at Bailey in Haibing's hand and said, "Give me the money." Seeing that Buggy ignored his good intentions, Leon was not angry, and turned to the sea soldier and said, "Give Bailey to him." The soldier put a bag of Baileys in front of Buggy, and Buggy opened the bag and recharged the Baileys inside. Recharge is successful, the current balance is 27 million. Leon was frightened by Buggy's method, and Bailey disappeared out of thin air in front of his face, which was a bit weird. Demon fruit power? Leon asked. Buggy didn't answer him, just turned and left. Sakura Momashima, this is probably his last trip here. Wait a minute. Leon stopped Buggy, aren't you interested in being a marine? Buggy ignored it, and the man had disappeared from their sight. It's a pity. Leon shook his head, for some excellent pirate hunters, marine will try their best to recruit them. If they cannot be recruited, a reward will be offered. Anyone with great strength wandering around in the sea and doing whatever they want are potentially dangerous. Investigate him. Distribute his information to other Marine East Blue branches, and if you really can't recruit him, offer him a reward, Leon said to his adjutant. Yes, Colonel Leon. The adjutant agreed. Colonel Leon, there are some important documents in your office and East Blue's latest pirate reward order that I need you to check. Come back to the office. Leon opened the file shared by the East Blue Marine branch. The first page of the file is the latest reward order for the pirate Buggy. Huh. Why did the cover change? I remember that the previous Buggy didn't look like this. Leon was a bit weird, but didn't explore it, just because he had plastic surgery to make his red nose into a normal one. Or the original red nose itself is an ornament. Buggy the Clown, because he killed the tongue-licking pirates, sailor pirates, and axe pirates on East Blue Island alone, is listed as an extremely dangerous person, and a reward of 20 million Baileys is offered. After reading this passage from the document, Leon was stunned. Tongue-lickers, sailors, axes. Didn't the captains of these 3 pirate groups just exchange the bounty from themselves? I remember that person seemed to be wearing a clown mask. Buggy the Clown. Isn't it? Not good. Come and block the port immediately. Everyone go to the port to catch the Buggy pirates. Pirates kill pirates, and come here to cheat money. Why is this unreasonable? An angry Leon took his saber and ran towards the port angrily. If Buggy is allowed to leave with 27 million Baileys, where is his righteous dignity? Where is the dignity of the Sakura Peach Town branch Marine? You must know that Marine's turnover expenses must be reported. What do you want him to say about the 27 million? The pirate who was killed by the pirate Buggy was led away with the corpse by the pirate Buggy? It is impossible for him to make up for the 27 million vacancy. If he can't make up, then he will be ridiculed by all Marines for being cheated of 27 million Baileys by a pirate. Buggy, who knew ahead of time that he would be exposed, didn't panic at all. Walking at his normal pace, he was approaching the port. Stop. Buggy the Clown. Buggy stopped when he heard shouts from behind. He turned around and stared at the group of Marines with discoloration. You are the clowns. The conquerors broke out unscrupulously, and all the Marines who caught up were suppressed, including the Colonel Marine, who only resisted for a second before passing out. There must be a chance for Marine to change her name. After I take off my makeup, I don't look like this now. After cursing a few words, Buggy left Sakura Peach Island. System, simulation. The current balance is 27 million, and the simulation consumes 2 million at a time. Do you want to simulate? 2 million. Buggy was stunned. Why did the price increase? Then a newsbird with a hat flew to his boat. It pointed to its bag humanely, and seemed to ask if it wanted to buy a copy. Buggy is speechless. This is the first time I have seen such a human bird. And this guy will choose himself. 80% will recognize himself. Have your own bounty list this time? The previous simulation said that his bounty would grow to 20 million Baileys. 20 million Baileys. 2 million. Is there any relationship between the sudden price increase of the system and the bounty? Buggy was lost in thought. Gee. The news bird yelled disapprovingly, as if he had a problem with Buggy ignoring him. Buggy waved his hand impatiently and said, "It's so noisy, I don't have money, I don't want to buy newspapers." Gurgur. The news bird taunted a few times and flew away, leaving Buggy speechless. Even news birds will buy and sell by force these days? If I don't buy it, you still mock me. Buggy glanced suspiciously at the news bird that had already flown away, and a throwing knife appeared in his hand. After hesitating for a while, I gave up the idea of typing it down to satisfy my greed. Maybe you need to buy news in the future, so it's better not to offend this stupid bird to death. Bring your mind back to the system. Is the system fee really related to the bounty offered? If so, I have to control my bounty well. According to this trend, wouldn't it take 10 million to simulate once if I offered a reward of 100 million? A reward of 1 billion would require 100 million Baileys to simulate once. If that's the case, then I shouldn't have used Conqueror's Hockey when I was in Sakura Momoshima, Buggy regretted. Before there was no marine in Wudao, those people had low knowledge, and they didn't even see me make a move. It was only later that I found out that these people were all dead, and I left alive. That's why I spread the news that I killed the 3 big pirate groups. I didn't use Conquerors to destroy the 3 big pirate groups. These Marines in Sakura Peach Island are different. Even if they don't know Conqueror's Hockey, they will report the information here. There is always a Marine who knows. Buggy now suspects that he exposed his identity not because he was betrayed by his subordinates, but because he exposed Conqueror's Hockey and was investigated deeply by Marine. Thinking of this, he glanced at the navigator who was doing his best to explore the ocean situation. Maybe I really misunderstood him. I shouldn't be biased against him just because he betrayed himself once in the simulation. Being caught by Marine, it's not a big deal to betray a captain who treats him badly. As long as that captain isn't me, well, there are still some concerns. By the way, what's the name of my navigator? Forget it, I'll ask again when I have time, I'll use the simulation for now. When the time comes, the price will increase again. At the same time, Redhead Shanks in New World, who has been keeping an eye on the East Blue bounty, sees a new bounty belonging to Buggy. Buggy the Clown, is there a reward of 20 million Baileys? Buggy's bounty has not been moved for so many years, and now the sudden increase is finally unbearable? The redhead squeezed his chin, playfully guessing what Buggy was thinking. The guy he fought with, Shanks, never thought of Buggy as an underdog. The bounty offered is less than 100 million, the other party must be hiding something. It's just the picture of Marine. Buggy got plastic surgery. After all, he always cared about his red nose. Shanks thought again. Captain, what are you looking at? A reward list. Is there any interesting newcomer from New World? Lackey Lu, who was drunk and eating meat, came over and asked. No, it's East Blue's bounty list. Shanks laughed. East Blue's reward list. Lackey Lu was stunned for a moment, then he took a big bite of the meat and laughed. Is that kid Luffy going to sea? I remember he is 17 years old this year. The other crew members also became interested after hearing it. Usopp. Did Luffy go to sea? Let's see what his bounty is. Other crew. Yeah, Captain, haven't seen Luffy in years. Show us the bounties. The redhead smiled lightly and said, it's not Luffy's, it's a friend's reward list. This year is the day when Luffy goes to sea. I believe you will see Luffy's reward list soon. Friend. Does the captain have any pirate friends in East Blue? Who is it? A crew member asked curiously. Yeah, a fun guy. Shanks thought of when he and Buggy were trainees on Roger's boat. At that time, Buggy was really interesting, but it was a pity that I didn't get on the boat with myself. 37 years old, you left after defeating the branch Marine in Sakura Peach Island. 1 week later, you defeated Luffy in the restaurant on the sea, killed the Creek pirates, and lost to Hawkeye and was recognized by him. 38 years old, your pirate group is wandering all over the world, recruiting suitable subordinates, because there is no plan to go to the Grand Line. Marine has been chasing you leisurely. You have become the overlord of the world. 39 years old, you finally recruited powerful subordinates and started to advance to the Grand Line. You became the super rookie of that year. Silent. You have experienced all kinds of dangerous adventures on the Grand Line, but you can always survive danger with great strength. Half a year later, you were hunted down by Marine Admiral in Sabodi Archipelago. You lost to Marine Admiral, and all your subordinates were captured by Marine. He was also sent to the 6th floor of Impel Down. 10 years later, you will die in depression. The simulation is over. You can keep one of the following options. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 39. 2nd, the physical skill Haki at the age of 39, you have awakened observation Haki. 3rd, the spiritual power at the age of 39, can enhance Conqueror's Chi. 4. Swordsmanship at the age of 39. Buggy is a little strange. He obviously lived for more than 10 years this time. Why the peak of his strength stayed after 2 years? Buggy thought about it carefully, and felt that the key word was to die in depression. The pirate group that he worked so hard to build has not yet realized his ambition but fell to Sabodi Archipelago. All his subordinates were arrested or died, and he was defeated and lost his fighting spirit. And judging from the results, the gap between myself and Admiral after 2 years is also huge. Don't worry too much about this result. This is just a simulation, just focus on the enhanced options. If Chop Chop Fruit wants to exert greater strength, it needs strong knowledge and physical fitness. Like Hawkeye's slap, if Buggy can separate every part of his body into molecules and reassemble it, it will be no different from Logia. Whether Hawkeye slashes or shoots, it is impossible to hurt himself. Unless the opponent's knowledge and color are stronger than their own, they can attack themselves before splitting themselves. Or maybe the opponent's physical strength is good enough to consume himself to death. But because he has no knowledge of sex, he can only split himself into various small pieces. He can split things like tables into pieces, but he can't put them back together. In other words, he couldn't go back to his original form. The split that cannot be recombined is the split ability that destroys the characteristic. With this in mind, Buggy chose 2. The second option is currently the option that improves him the most. Enhance both your own physicality and your two-tone Haki, as well as your mastery over the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is the power that cannot be strengthened through training. This power comes from within, from the spirit. With Buggy's talents, even if Conqueror's is awakened, he will not be better than Shanks. Even because of his size, Buggy might not even be as good as Luffy. But his Conqueror's psychic powers stack. The spirit can be continuously strengthened. A year or 2 may not be much stronger, but what about 10 or 100 years? Conqueror's superimposed with the strongest spiritual power of Buggy in a century, Shanks will be stunned by my Uncle Buggy. After choosing the second, Buggy felt his strength become stronger. The body also changes accordingly. It's not the wanton swelling of the muscles, but the general strength of concentration. He's taller and has some changes in his bones and then more rational muscularity. The muscles are not more explosive than before, but they are more powerful than before. Buggy clenched his fists, feeling that he had endless strength all over his body. Kabaji, Mochi and Leaky, who were forced to exercise on the deck, noticed the sudden change in Buggy's body. Kabaji, do you think the captain has grown taller? Mochi asked. Kabaji and Li Chi, the lion, nodded cutely. The previous captain was not as tall as me, but now he is a head taller than me. Kabaji swallowed. If it's normal to grow a little taller, Kabaji and the others wouldn't be so surprised. But Buggy grew a lot taller all of a sudden. This is too scary. Do you think the captain has been hiding part of his body? After all, the captain will split his body. Kabaji guessed. Mochi and Leaky imagined that Buggy hides part of his body in order to hide his strength. Now the sudden growth may just be the body that was hidden before splicing back together. Is the captain hiding his strength for the sake of evil people? Just like the 3 lifeless pirates? Mochi guessed. I think it might be. I heard that the captain is not from East Blue. The captain probably hides his strength and takes revenge step by step to avoid his enemies. Kabaji took the initiative to make up for Buggy's very tragic life experience in the escape to East Blue. Tragic experience. A captain with such a magnanimity will definitely become a world-renowned great pirate in the future. We must not hold back the captain. Yes. The captain abandoned so many crew members, but he didn't abandon us, and taught us how to become stronger. We must not let the captain down. Work hard for the captain's revenge. Fight for the captain's revenge. Today I will swing my knife 20,000 times. I'm going to do 20,000 push-ups today. Buggy watched two people in one beast training there like chicken blood, feeling inexplicable. I always feel like they made up something bad. Buggy shook his head. Forget it, it's always good to have motivation training. He doesn't want to go down the Grand Line with two weaklings. 37 years old, you left after defeating the Branch Marine in Sakura Peach Island. 1 week later, you competed with Hawkeye Mihawk at the restaurant on the sea. The two sides reached a point. Everyone thought you were tied with Hawkeye, and your reputation resounded throughout the Grand Line. Your identity of the crew of One Piece was exposed, and Marine offered a reward of 180 million Baileys. You heard that West Blue has a very powerful navigator, so you went to West Blue through the upside-down mountain. On the way, you encountered a forced sea current. Your ship was brought to the Grand Line by the sea current, and encountered a strike sea ice. Your ship was pierced by sea ice and fell into the deep sea. The simulation is over. You can keep one of the following options. 1. Sure enough, he died inexplicably again. Buggy was speechless. West Blue's famous navigator. Is there no navigator in East Blue? I have to travel so far to recruit people? Buggy thought about it, and thought that it might be because he felt that traveling all over the world was fine in the last simulation, so this time he went to West Blue to recruit people without hesitation. But with this lesson learned, Buggy will never go to West Blue again. Unless the simulation goes well. It's always troublesome to find a good navigator. Why don't you grab Luffy's navigator? Buggy thinks it's feasible, and Nami has good abilities and looks good. He needs such a capable and good-looking female navigator on his ship. If I had known this, I wouldn't have left Orange Town so soon. I remember that Nami would make a special trip to Orange Town. Is it for my Grand Line chart or treasure? Buggy pinched his chin and thought about how to poach people. According to the plot, Luffy and Nami may have known each other. But since he is no longer in Orange Town, it is not certain whether the two will still meet. It doesn't matter, let's simulate it. Buggy thought about starting a new simulation. At the age of 37, you arrived at Kokoja village and defeated Arlong's group. You invited Nami to board the boat on the grounds that you saved Kokoja village. Despite Nami's reluctance, you agreed to board the ship in return. This simulation proved Buggy's guess, because he left Orange Town, so Nami, Luffy and others have not met yet. Despite Nami's reluctance, she boards her own pirate ship. In addition, this time I lived for about half a year, and finally died in the hands of Marine Admiral. Who is that? Turn around and go to Kokoja village. Aren't we going to the restaurant on the sea? Not going. Going to a restaurant on the sea made 17 million, and then I was offered a reward of 180 million. Whoever likes to do this loss-making business, anyway, Mr. Buggy won't suffer from it. After the bounty has increased, 17 million is enough for him to simulate once. Crick's doghead should be given to Luffy to beat them up. Sakura Peach Island. Colonel Leone woke up with a dazed mind. Looking at the fallen marine, he felt incredible. What happened? He doesn't know, but he thinks the pirate named Buggy must have done it. Half an hour later, all the Marines woke up. The legendary of the Buggy pirate is being circulated throughout Marine. At this time Colonel Leone called Naval Headquarters. Mesh, this is Naval Headquarters, and I'm Captain Ketazel AA of Naval Headquarters. I'm Colonel Leone of the East Blue Sakura Peach Island branch, and I have an important intelligence report. Marshal Sengoku, this is important information from a certain pirate in East Blue. Garp, who was eating senbei, took a peek at the information when he heard it was important information from a pirate in East Blue. It can't be that brat, can it? He is 17 years old this year, he won't really go out to sea to become a pirate, right? Thought Garp. Sengoku discovered Garp's peeping, so he asked suspiciously, this can't be information about your grandson? Ha 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 ha. How is it possible? How is it possible for my Garp's grandson to become a pirate? Garp laughed loudly. I will pick up my grandson in a few days and come back to be a marine, adding a pillar to the marine. Sengoku thought of Drago, and Garp had the same expression when he talked about Drago. So he was suspicious. Turning his eyes to the information, he frowned instantly. Garp was stunned. It can't really be that brat Luffy, can it? Garp. Do you have any impression of this guy? Sengoku handed Garp a bounty slip. Garp was still worried that it was Luffy, so he accepted the reward list a little nervously. It's not that Luffy Kita, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. The man on the bounty list has blue curly long hair, common facial features but a bit evil and handsome. Who is this? Garp muttered, and suddenly saw the name. Clown Buggy. Buggy. There seemed to be something in the back of his mind, but Garp couldn't remember it. Sengoku suddenly said, "This guy used a method in East Blue to stun all the marines of Sakura's Momishima branch. Judging from the intelligence, it seems to be Conqueror's Haki. A pirate with a reward of 20 million will Conquerors." Garp was a little unconvinced. Could it be the fruit ability? Sengoku shook his head. Information shows that his fruit ability is Chop Chop Fruit, because he doesn't have the ability to stun hundreds of people. I think you often go back to East Blue, so you should have an impression of this man. Sengoku said again, since you don't know, I'll ask the Marine Intelligence Department to check him. A guy who hides in East Blue but knows Conquerors always feel uneasy. Garp is also a little worried. Is such a vicious pirate really good in East Blue? Sengoku, I'll go back. Garp requested. Sengoku glanced at Garp and agreed, okay. Sengoku thought whether it was true or not, it would be a good thing that the pirate Buggy could be dealt with early. The only good news about Buggy right now is that he didn't kill Marine. A Kokoja village. This village, which was included in the territory of the Dragon Pirates, has never been patronized by pirates. Today it ushered in an unexpected guest. A pirate ship with a clown flag approached quietly. In fact, Buggy has considered changing the pirate flag, but the characteristics of the pirate flag are generally combined with its own characteristics. Apart from this blue hair, Buggy can't think of suitable characteristics. In addition, none of the captains was good at painting, so they simply shelved it. On the coast of Kokoja village, several Murlocs were playing in the shallow sea. Azan, there are pirates coming. The Murloc named Azan turned around and saw the pirate ship with the clown flag. HMPH, there will be pirates who don't know how to live or die will come to our territory, go and sink their ship. The sea area near Kokoja village has long been listed as a devil sea area by the people nearby, and legendary is also occasionally seen in the pirate world. It is said that ships passing here will be scuttled by evil Murloc monsters. As long as you have heard of this legendary, ships will basically not pass here. Even if legendary is ridiculous, the incidents of destroying one ship after another are iron lessons. At the same time, after 10 simulations, Buggy is getting used to the power of his own explosion, punch after punch into the air. Its two-color Haki at this time has reached the top. The armed color is purple-black, which can be attached to the weapon and can destroy and injure the enemy from the inside. The color of knowledge can cover most of the island, has a predictive sense of danger, and can feel the existence of objects in detail. Buggy feels that he can also roll dice with his eyes closed. Feeling the vibration produced by every punch of Buggy, Kabaji, Mochi and Liji were a little afraid to train. No, they dare not even move. The power of Buggy's every move is too terrifying, as if a prehistoric beast is walking. What do you say is Captain Buggy's ability to fall to the ground? Split? Make Bailey disappear in an instant? Make the body black? And the ability to walk around on the boat at will without eyes? The two of them whispered to each other. Suddenly Buggy looked at them, startling them. Kabaji, you two go down and catch some Murlocs. Fish. Murloc? Captain, did we hear wrong? It's a fish, not a Murloc, right? It's a Murloc, you'll know when you go down. After all, Buggy no longer cares about 2 people and 1 lion. He spotted them when they were approaching the ship, and when they got closer, he stunned them with Conqueror's fixed point sweep. Now a few little Murlocs are spitting bubbles in the sea. Kabaji and Moki looked at each other, a little suspicious, but they jumped into the sea with a splash. Hearing the sound, Buggy glanced at them in their direction, and suddenly felt that it was necessary to keep a few more powerful non-capable people on board in the future. Otherwise, no one can save me if I fall into the sea. Several Murlocs were picked up one after another by Kabaji and the others. Captain, there really are Murlocs. A chef and navigator who didn't have a high sense of presence also came out to join in the fun, pointing around a few Murlocs. Ponte, Look at that Murloc, he can also wear clothes, amazing. Billy. Every Murloc is wearing clothes. Don't make a fuss. I think it's their skin color that matters. Some are white, some are yellow, and some are actually red. Che. Red's humans are not absent. What's the fuss? Look at that Murloc, his hair is curly. That Murloc's head is still divided in the middle. Look at the fins, they grow on their heads. The appearance of the Murloc opened up the conversation between the chef and navigator of the Buggy pirates. The two of them had no sense of presence on the ship and no fighting power, but now they suddenly attracted Buggy's attention. The chef's name is Punt. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes and a beard, but he is short and fat with a big belly and dark complexion. The navigator's name is Billy. He is tall and thin, with a mustache, wearing very rustic. He thinks it is very fashionable clothes, and wearing a pair of goggles. I don't know if he thought he was flying a plane. So, my navigator's name is Billy. Buggy squeezed his chin in thought, then shook his head. No, my navigator's name is Nami. In any case, Billy's ability is not enough, which can be seen from countless simulations. Half of his dozens of simulations were shipwrecked. You said you died in the Grand Line shipwreck, but Buggy understands a thing or two, you're not talented enough. But he also died several times in various shipwrecks in West Blue, East Blue, South Blue and North Blue. It is undeniable that he was contested by the system, but is this really inevitable? Buggy doesn't believe it. If he has an excellent navigator, he can definitely avoid these disasters, so that the system can't kill him. Speaking of which, I should learn a moonwalk. Buggy thought of another point. If he could fly, at least he wouldn't die easily in a shipwreck in the simulation, and some shipwrecks could have been avoided. Captain, what do you do with these Murlocs? Punt suddenly asked Buggy. Buggy eyed his bearded chef suspiciously. You want to eat them? Punt scratched his head and said with a silly smile. I just want to see if I can make them into food, whether I can eat them or not. Buggy chills. For the first time he found himself a little pervert in the cook. However, pervert seems to be an advantage that a pirate needs very much. Only a pirate that is pervert enough is worthy of Buggy's admiration. But will his chef suddenly want to eat people one day? Or had he already eaten it secretly by himself? Buggy was chilling again. His subordinates are so terrifying. Murlocs are also human beings. Although their genes and flesh are different, they still have brains and feelings, so don't eat them. Buggy doesn't want to have the smell of charcoal grilled Murlocs on his boat. Okay. Punt was a little disappointed. Looking at the Murloc's body, his eyes were full of longing. Buggy added, if you are interested in cherishing ingredients, I can take you to various places that you have never heard of or seen to catch those guys. Are those guys as special as Murlocs? Punt became interested. Buggy glanced at the Murlocs and said, I think it might be more special than them. That's really great. If you catch that special ingredient, you must hand it over to me, and I will make you the most delicious food in the world. Punt said happily. Punt's culinary skills are really good. Except that his strength is almost zero and he has no dreams, he can be regarded as a good crew member. In other words, is it a dream to make all kinds of creatures into delicious food? Thinking of this, Buggy felt chills again. Ponte, Billy, if you want to stay on my boat forever, I think you need to do some simple exercises with Kabaji and the others. Buggy suggested. Punt and Billy looked at each other, and then thought of Kabaji and Mochi who were as tired as dead dogs every day, and couldn't help trembling. Captain, we think it's good for us to do this, the two laughed. Really, I can explain that I don't need incompetent people on board. Buggy's face became serious. Ponte, your cooking skills are good, but not irreplaceable. In addition, if you can't protect yourself, you will die easily when we fight in the future. I don't want my crew to die, at least I don't want him to die so easy. Not only would it embarrass me, it would drag other people down. And Billy, your navigator might be good in East Blue, but it's not enough to go to the Grand Line. The purpose of our visit to Kokoja village this time is to find a more excellent navigator. If you don't want to exercise, if you don't have the ability to protect yourself in the future, I will ask you to disembark. I don't want you to die easily on my boat. Such heavy words made Billy and Punt a little confused, and they were speechless. I will give you time to consider. Before I go to the Grand Line, you decide whether you want to work hard to become stronger. Let me tell you first, there are countless strong people in the Grand Line, and the strength of Kabaji and Moki is not even cannon fodder there. Superior. The sea suddenly rolled over, the waves beat the boat one after another. The pirate ship was wobbly, as if it was about to capsize at any time. Bis. What happened? Kabaji and others looked at the navigator Bis and asked. I don't know either. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be such a strange current in the sea near Kokocha village. Bis looked at the clear blue sky, a little puzzled. Buggy said faintly. It's not the influence of the current, it should be that there are sea beasts near the sea. A sea beast near the sea? Is it the king of the sea? Punt asked excitedly. Buggy glanced at Ponte in surprise, he didn't expect him to know this kind of creature. Should it be said that he is a chef who is particularly obsessed with ingredients? No, it should be a fish with horns, Buggy said. Could it be a longhorn bullfish? No, that kind of fish can't stir up the seawater. It's a new species of fish. Captain, catch this fish, and I'll make a feast. As soon as Punt finished speaking, a horned fish bigger than the pirate ship jumped out of the sea. Moo moo. This big fish seems to want us to let his companion go. Punt seemed to understand what the other party meant. How do you know? Asked Kabaji and others who were frightened. Guess. Punt said lightly. Silent. This fish is so big, what should I do? Lee K. Why don't you kill it? Mochi urged his pet lion to bite Momo. Leiki rolled his eyes and huddled around the corner. I won't go. I'm afraid. It's useless. Mochi frowned and squeezed in. At this time, Buggy flew up and punched Momo. Boom. The sound of terrifying punches was deafening. Momo uttered a cry of pain and turned over and fell on the sea. Looking at the bloody Momo, Buggy pouted, it's really useless, I've already shown mercy. With stronger power, Buggy also has some intentions to fight against stronger ones. There is strength but nowhere to go, but it is a bit uncomfortable. I'll leave this silly fish to you, Punt. Leave it to me, Captain. Punt walked towards Momo excitedly. Kabaji, Moki, you bring these murlocs and me into the village. Anami's house, no, Nami, Nuoqigao. Uncle Jhin. Nami is not at home. What happened? Arlong and the others are going to kill again. Nuoqigao gritted his teeth. Jhin shook his head, it's a group of pirates. A group of pirates are pushing a few murlocs and walking around the town, as if they are going to trouble Arlong and the others. Isn't this a good thing? Pirates fight pirates, let them eat dogs. Nuoqigao sneered. It's not such a simple matter. If this group of new pirates wins, it's okay. If they lose, Arlong and their companions will be injured. In the end, they may blame us for these troubles. Jhin worried. Nuoqigao frowned. What Jhin said made sense. The murlocs would definitely do that. So what if you know? They have no strength to stop. Do you know who the pirate who came to trouble Arlong is? Nuoqigao asked. Jhin shook his head, I don't know, but there are only 3 of them plus a lion, so they can't beat Arlong and the others. Nuoqigao, who was still expecting a little bit, felt a chill in her heart. There are only 3 people and 1 lion, how can this win? I'll ask Nami to spend some money to appease Arlong's gang, Nuoqigao said. Jhin nodded, thank you sisters, if it weren't for you two, I don't know how many people would have died in the village. No thanks, Nami and I were brought up by you. After finishing speaking, Nuoqigao went back and took out a bag of Baileys. Let's go. Uncle Jhin, Arlong and the others will find a chance to kill one step ahead. Nuoqigao felt that Buggy and the others would be killed within a few minutes. Instead of waiting for Arlong and the others to trouble the villagers before paying the money, it is better to pay the money in advance to please them. At this time, Buggy and the others are already close to the Dragon Castle. Knowledge covered the small Kokoja village, and Buggy wanted to make sure that none of the murlocs escaped. Fixed point lock, then Conqueror's map cannon. This is the advantage of strong knowledge, Buggy can clean up all the weak ones in advance without seeing people. Inside the dragon's castle, a murloc rushed in a panic to report something to Arlong. But suddenly a terrifying will hit him, and he instantly fell unconscious. Not only him, the murlocs in the dragon castle fell one by one, except Arlong. The bad-natured Buggy didn't use conquerors on Arlong, he wanted Arlong to see his subordinates fall to the ground in fear. Now Arlong is really scared, his heart is terrified. He doesn't believe in divine punishment, it can only be that an unknown strongman came. Run. Without further ado, Arlong rushed towards the back door of the dragon castle, but in the next moment a man with blue hair stood in front of him and punched him flying. Sorry, this way is blocked. Arlong was punched into the dragon's castle by Buggy, smashing the castle into pieces. After a while, a bloodied Arlong crawled out of the rubble. He held his bent nose from the beating, stared at Buggy and said viciously, "Who are you? Why do you come to trouble me?" "I'm a pirate. Why do you think I'm here to trouble you?" Buggy appeared in front of Arlong, looked down at him and sneered. "Damn human, I will kill you." Taunted by Buggy like this, Arlong bit Buggy angrily. "Captain beware." Kabaji, who came from behind, reminded Buggy loudly. Arlong's sharp teeth made Kabaji very worried whether Buggy would be bitten to pieces. However, it turned out that Buggy was indeed torn apart, but it was not bitten by Arlong, but he split himself to avoid Arlong's mouth. Buggy grabbed Arlong's mouth, flipped his hand, and Arlong's brain was buzzing. "Still want to bite, lousy? Are you a dog?" Snapped. "A big pussy pocket." "It's a dog. Why can't you bark?" Snapped. "Another big pussy." "Dog bark? Let me hear the dog bark." Clap clap. "Captain, he seems to have been knocked unconscious by you." Kabaji reminded cautiously, for fear that the captain would be a big coward if he grabbed himself. "I know, I just wanted to see if he would bark when he passed out," Buggy said, throwing Arlong on the ground like trash. Silent. "Kabaji, Moki, you two catch all the murlocs here together. You don't need to tie them with ropes. With their strength, ropes can't tie them up. Just throw them in a pile." "Okay, Captain. By the way," Buggy called to stop the two, "don't forget to collect the treasures of the Dragon Gang." "Yes, Captain. Why did you give up Creek's Head and come to Kokoja village?" "For Nami. This is of course one reason, and the more important reason is that Arlong will make money. Nami alone earned him 100 million, not to mention so many other villages that he ruled over the years. How many billions must this add up? Simulate 2 million Baileys at a time. How many times can several hundred million be simulated?" Buggy was already drooling. Outside the dragon's castle, Nuoqigao and a Jhin are cautiously approaching the dragon castle. "Why is there no movement?" Nuoqigao frowned, a little puzzled. Could it be that the pirates were too weak, so they were killed all at once, so there was no movement? Jhin guessed. "Do you still want to send the money?" Jhin looked at Bailey in Nuochi's hands, feeling a little distressed. "Let alone 1 million Baileys here, how many villagers' lives can be exchanged?" Nuoqigao was also a little bit reluctant. These were all stolen by her sister from the vicious pirates outside. "These years, my sister didn't know how many times she had to go through life and death to get back these Baileys. This time it will take 1 million Baileys. Wait a little longer. If Arlong and the others come out of the castle angrily, we'll stop them." Nuoqigao and Jhin were mainly afraid that Arlong would anger the villagers of Kokocha village. During the years of being ruled, this kind of thing happened a lot. Nuoqigao and Jhin are also proficient in preventing this from happening again. "Uncle Jhin, do you think the two murlocs at the gate are drunk?" Nuoqigao had good eyesight, and from a distance, he saw the two murlocs guarding the gate lying motionless on the ground. "Are those two murlocs too drunk? Why are they foaming at the mouth?" Jhin frowned. At this time, a person walked out of the dragon castle and dragged the two murlocs into it. "That person. What's the matter, Uncle Jhin, do you know that person?" "I don't know him, but that is one of the pirates who just pushed the murlocs to the dragon castle." "Could it be?" "Impossible." Nuoqigao couldn't believe his guess. 3 people and 1 lion solved dozens of murlocs? The most common murlocs are 10 times stronger than humans, how could they win? Was it poisoned? Nuoqigao felt that poisoning was possible. After all, the fish at the door looked like they had been poisoned by foaming at their mouths. "Nuoqigao, have you noticed that the dragon castle is a little different?" "What's different? Is there an attic before that location?" Jhin asked, pointing in a direction. Nuoqigao stared at it, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. "Why is that building gone? When was it demolished?" Nuoqigao, "I don't think it was demolished. Do you remember that there was a loud noise when we were not close to here? I didn't think it would be the attic of the dragon castle collapsed. We thought it was someone's house in the village. It's collapsed. Now it seems that the dragon's castle has really collapsed." Those 3 pirates took Arlong's gang away. Are we still there? Jhin asked. Nuoqigao thought for a while and said, wait a little longer. It's not sure what the final result will be, and if the 3 pirates win, they should also come to the town to plunder. In order to prevent innocent villagers from being killed, we can negotiate terms with them. Jhin thought it made sense, so he stayed and waited together. Not long after, a man and a lion came out of the dragon castle and walked towards the town. Nuoqigao, it seems that you guessed it right. I'll go and stop him. I will go with you. No, there is still 1 million Baileys here. You stay here and watch the money. I'll go ask and see what's going on. Jhin couldn't help but leave Nuoqigao behind, and ran towards Mochi by himself. Seeing someone running, Mochi waved the animal taming whip to let Li Chi scare Jhin. Are you from a small town? Mochi asked. Jhin took a few steps back, looked at Li Kai with some fear, and then stammered, replied. Yes. I am a village policeman in a small town, you can call me Jhin. Kin? Do you know Nami and Nuoqigao? Mochi asked. This pirate knows Nami and Nuoqigao? Was it the pirate Nami provoked? Isn't it here to seek revenge? Jhin wondered whether the situation in the dragon castle was the same as he thought. My lord, do you have anything to do with them? Jhin concealed his worry indiscriminately. Our captain wants to make a deal with them and let them come to Dragon Castle, Mochi said. Trade? Could it be that this pirate has taken a fancy to Nami and Sister Nuoqigao? Jhin was even more worried. Who is your captain? Jhin asked. Buggy. The big pirate Buggy with a reward of 20 million Baileys, Mochi said proudly. Buggy. A reward of 20 million. Jhin was stunned for a moment, and then took out the latest reward list from this morning from the internal test of his clothes. I rummaged around and found a blue-haired pirate. Thousands of tales of Buggy, a reward of 100 million Baileys, no matter life or death. What's a reward of 100 million Baileys? Mochi frowned, and grabbed the reward list from Jhin's hand. Sure enough, it said 100 million Baileys. Count carefully, there are 8 zeros, that's right. It's the picture of the captain. That's right. The reward of 100 million Baileys is also right. Seeing this reward list, Mochi excitedly directed Li Chi to fly towards the castle. As for finding Nami and Nuoqigao, he forgot about it. Uncle Jhin. What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly run back like crazy? Seeing that Mochi had run away, Nuoqigao ran over from a distance. Jhin murmured in despair, Nuoqigao, let's run. Captain. 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 Good thing, big good thing. Buggy looked dissatisfied at the frizzy Mochi, raised his eyebrows and said, what a good thing. You found Nami in Nuoqigao. No, Captain, your bounty. Your bounty has risen to 100 million berries, Mochi said excitedly. Really? Captain Buggy was offered a reward of 100 million Baileys by Marine. There is no big pirate of this level in the entire East Blue. Kabaji also looked excited, and snatched the reward list from Mochi. Sure enough, it said 100 million Baileys. Captain, we have become big pirates. The entire East Blue is offering the highest reward for the pirate. The pirate with the highest bounty? Buggy thought of some old guy hiding in Windmill Village. Not sure. You don't seem very happy, Captain? Kabaji asked puzzled. The reward list issued by Marine is often compared among pirates. Your bounty is higher, that's awesome. Your bounty is lower, that's garbage. Although they are enemies with Marine, the degree of danger that Marine defines for them is their glory. This is also quite ironic. Happy. Why should I be happy? Buggy sulked. In fact, in the next few simulations, he knew that his reward would exceed 100 million. It's just that he didn't know it was today. Too fast, he can't take it. Just ready to accept hundreds of millions of assets. Are you telling me that 100 million is worthless? Mochi and Kabaji looked at each other, admiring Buggy even more in their hearts. Captain Buggy is the only pirate they've ever seen who isn't proud of the bounty. Thinking of the fact that his captain is obviously powerful, but he hasn't shown his true colors all these years. The captain really has some big secret. The sudden skyrocketing bounty may have something to do with Captain Buggy's secret, which means the captain has been exposed. Captain Buggy will have some inconveniences, such as revenge. Mochi and Kabaji have already determined that Buggy has an enemy that must be revenged, and this enemy is extremely powerful. As powerful as a captain, you need to hide and disguise yourself. What kind of enemy has our captain offended? Kabaji and Mochi thought to themselves. Buggy doesn't know what weird things his two subordinates have imagined, he just wants to top up all of Arlong's property as soon as possible. He is poor. Very poor. Nuoqigao's family. At this time, Jhin was helping Nuoqigao to pack his luggage. What's the matter, Uncle Jhin? Nuoqigao asked. That pirate Buggy is a big pirate with a reward of 100 million, he is more terrifying than a dragon, Jhin said while tidying up. So what, I didn't provoke him. Why should I avoid him? Nuoqigao said indifferently. You know what that Buggy's guy just said? Say what? He's here for you and Nami. Looking for me and Nami. Could it be that Nami caused trouble outside? It's not right, so why are you looking for me? Nuoqigao doesn't think that other than the people in this town and the dragon pirates, there are other outsiders who know that she is Nami's sister. Unless the other party came to this village to inquire about him at some point. But it's impossible, since the dragon pirates occupied Kokoja village, no other pirates have entered the village. He said he came to make a deal with you, Jhin said. Deal. Nuoqigao thought a lot at this moment. Nami has the ability to sail, Nuoqigao has no talent. What can that pirate trade with himself? There is only beauty. The luggage is packed and the boat is ready, you can go quickly. I will notify Nami to come to you when she comes back. Speaking of which, Jhin was about to pull Nuoqigao away, but Nuoqigao remained motionless. No, I can't leave. Nuoqigao said stubbornly, if I leave, I will implicate Kakexia village. It's okay, everyone will run away. There are no murlocs blocking the coast right now. When you leave, I will immediately notify everyone to evacuate. Nuoqigao shook off Jhin's hand. No, I still can't leave. It's too late. If I leave, how many people can survive in the whole village? And I don't want to leave here. There are orange trees left by Belle Mel. I want to protect them. Nuoqigao looked at the orange grove, as if thinking of himself and Nami when they were young. At that time, Belle Mel was still there. Although his life was not rich, he was very happy. Nuoqigao. Jhin looked at Nuoqigao, not knowing what to say. He promised Belle Mel to take good care of Nami and Nuoqigao, but he hasn't done well until now. I'm going to see him, Nuoqigao said and walked towards the dragon castle. Jhin hesitated for a moment, put down his luggage, and followed. I'll go with you, I promised Belle to take good care of you. Nuoqigao glanced at Jhin gratefully, and then walked towards the dragon castle together. On the distant sea, a small boat is heading towards Kokoja. An orange-haired woman on deck lit Bailey like a money fanatic, over and over. 2,600,000 Baileys. 2,061,000 Baileys. 2,062,000 Baileys. 2,660,000 Baileys. 2,066,000 Baileys. If you put this money in, it will be close to 100 million Baileys. At that time, you can exchange Kokoja village from Arlong. Nami's eyes are full of hope, imagining the life of guarding the orange grove with Nuoqigao after redeeming Kokoja village. Put the money carefully into the sack, open the dark board on the deck, and hide the money in it. Wait for me to come back, Nuoqigao. Dragon Castle, Nuoqigao and Jhin approached cautiously again. Looking at the once daunting castle, the two had mixed feelings. Finally the murloc who oppressed them was defeated, but for some reason they couldn't be happy. Go in, Nuoqigao. Jhin seemed to be cheering for Nuoqigao, but in fact he was also cheering for himself. A bounty of 100 million pirates is offered. This guy is much more vicious than Arlong. The two calmed down and walked into the dragon castle. There was a ruin in the castle, and dozens of murlocs were piled up like garbage. A man is commanding two people and a lion to pile up the treasures in one house into another hill. Buggy saw the two of Nuoqigao, but after confirming that there was no Nami, he ignored them. The reason why I called Nuoqigao before was just to make Nami more scruples. Buggy wants to let her know that she has no choice but to join her own pirate group. Of course, Buggy can also invite Nuoqigao on board. She can't refuse, but what's the use of Nuoqigao? Buggy didn't want to take a risk with a piece of shit that didn't have any talent. At this time, Nuoqigao and a Jhin stood there at a loss. It stands to reason that Buggy should be looking for Nuoqigao, but Nuoqigao is standing in front of him. Why is he indifferent? Is it because they don't know each other? Nuoqigao took a few steps forward. Well, I heard that you were looking for Nuoqigao? Yeah, just stand there. Buggy nodded, then ignored her. Silent. That bearded man. What's your name? Buggy looked at Jhin and asked. While Buggy is speculating about his identity, it's better to ask. My name is Jhin. Jhin said without fear. Isn't Nami back yet? Buggy asked again. Jhin looked at Nuoqigao. He didn't know whether to answer. Nuoqigao replied. Yes, Nami hasn't come back yet. Then you go back and wait for Nami to come back and ask her to come to me. Until she comes, Nuoqigao stays here. Buggy ordered. Jhin looked at Nuoqigao, a little worried that she was here alone. It's okay, Uncle Jhin, you can go back. Nuoqigao Cheng said with a smile. Jhin still couldn't let go and didn't want to leave. Uncle Jhin, if you don't go, you might make him angry, and I'll be in trouble when I think about it. Nuoqigao persuaded again. When Jhin thought of the dragon being angry, he was a little scared. After telling Nuoqigao to be careful, he chose to leave. At this time, Buggy finally collected Arlong's treasure together. Not as much as Buggy imagined, and only 80 million Baileys are charged. Buggy didn't expect that the dragon pirates were not as rich as Nami. He stepped in front of the unconscious Arlong and stomped on him again, sending him into the pothole. You know how to spend money indiscriminately, don't you know how to save some for me? Just this little money for robbing everywhere? Is it all used to build this ruined castle? By the way, there is also that Colonel Mouse from the 16th branch, and I don't know how much money he gave to that bastard. Buggy gritted his teeth. If he wasn't worried that his bounty would increase because he brought a marine base, he would have wanted to snatch Colonel Mouse. It seems that Shichibukai's position needs to be carefully planned. His pirate status will be improved by killing pirates and killing marines. In order to keep his bounty, Buggy wants to plan a Shichibukai position for himself. As long as you become a Shichibukai, your bounty will not change in the next 2 years. At the age of 37, you defeated the dragon pirates in Kokoja village and invited Nami to become a navigator. 3 months later, you defeated K-Lock, and your application to Marine to become a Shichibukai was rejected. Rejected? Buggy didn't understand. I'm stronger than Clock Doll, can't I overthrow him? Buggy thought about it carefully, and thought that he might have slapped the world government in the face. Although Shichibukai are also pirates, they are also the establishment of Marine after all. If it is the first to kill Shichibukai, then I am afraid that countless pirates will follow suit in the future. The face of the world government might be swollen. Of course, Shichibukai isn't that easy to kill either. But there are always a few weak ones like a Gecko Moria. After figuring it out, Buggy is planning to simulate it again. Nuoqigao came over. May I ask Nami for anything? If she stole your money, we will pay you back. It's not money, it's just that I want her to be my navigator, Buggy said. But Nami doesn't like being a pirate. Nuoqigao sighed. Buggy teased. But she still joined the dragon pirates? Nuoqigao was stunned, she finally knew her role. Threatening Nami's chips. It's funny that I thought the other party was interested in me and Nami. I knew that Buggy was trying to threaten Nami, and she wouldn't come no matter what. Oh. Nuoqigao sighed, and obediently stood aside. She didn't want to run away, she knew very well that she couldn't. Even if Buggy doesn't look so vicious, but a man who can easily subdue the entire dragon pirates is definitely more terrifying than his appearance. This time the simulation Buggy lived for 2 years and died at the hands of the 4 emperors Kaido. After thinking about it, Buggy chose one to enhance his fruit ability. His strength and haki have reached the standard, the difference is the comprehension of devil fruit. 10 simulations, if he can live for 2 years each time, his fruit ability should be awakened, right? But thinking of Doflamingo's improvement in strength, Buggy is not sure. It seems that only Luffy is the one who can directly grow from a little pirate to the 4 emperors level in 2 or 3 years. I have simulated it no less than 30 times before and after, and I have lived for nearly 100 years, right? Although each time it is just a superposition of some kind of power, this can also show the difficulty of power awakening. Not everyone can awaken two-color Haki in 2 years, achieve top Haki in 1 year, and awaken the fruit ability to defeat the 4 emperors. After a warm current, Buggy only felt that his understanding of Chop Chop fruit had improved a bit, but there was still a long way to go before fully awakening. He clenched his hands tightly in the void, and a force gushed out from his hands in an attempt to split the space. Bark. The power of Chop Chop fruit is spreading, but it only affects the air, and the air around Vice Admiral is torn. This is a development direction, which can suffocate people, Buggy chuckled. Nuoqigao on the side watched Buggy suddenly clenched his fists, and then a terrifying force surged out, and the strong wind blowing his hair fluttered. It's just clenching a fist, so it's so scary. Nuoqigao became even more terrified of Buggy. Buggy started the next simulation. At the age of 37, you defeated the dragon pirates in Kokoja village and threatened Nami to board the ship. Half a year later, Udaike Lock Dar was defeated by Straw Hat Crew and successfully applied to become the new Shicibukai. Sure enough, for this reason, I can't be the one to defeat Clock Dar. Knowing how to become a Shicibukai, Buggy simulated 5 more times at once, leaving 1 contingency. And these 5 times Buggy lived for 2 years. Because of the existence of Nami, he never suffered a sea disaster and died in the first half of the Grand Line. However, in the second half of the New World, even Nami seems to be a bit tricky. I remember that in the original book, Nami studied meteorology on a certain sky island. Buggy was thinking about how to find the sky island and let Nami study for a year and a half. Or should I grab someone else's navigator in the second half of the Grand Line? Buggy has never heard of any powerful navigators on board Luo and Kid. Could it be that they just ran through the entire Grand Line with a single recklessness? I heard that it is very difficult for people with great luck in this world to die. This may be the reason why they can still roam the Grand Line without relying on powerful navigators. A guy like himself who traded luck for a system must be out of luck. Buggy thought in a bad mood. It seems that a certain pirate named Golden Lion seems to be miserable. Back then, Golden Lion's strength and influence even surpassed Roger's. But in this case, his pirate group was wiped out by the storm. Sure enough, no matter how powerful you are, you have to be in awe of nature, and then don't go against the son of luck. Buggy felt that the luck of a strong man like Golden Lion would not be low, and the only thing that would cause this situation was to go against the son of luck. I remember a simulation where Buggy wanted to stay on Luffy's boat for a few more years. In the end, he and Luffy's boat were swallowed by a big goldfish. At that time, I thought I was unlucky enough, and wiped out the protagonist group. But it is very likely that the only one who really died in the stomach of the goldfish is himself. After all, Luffy and others have survived more than 1 time after being swallowed by a big fish. Returned to reality from cranky imagination, Buggy stretched out his finger slowly and pointed to a murloc in the distance. In the next second, the murloc was torn apart. Applying fruit abilities to other people and objects in the air is a new advancement in Buggy's simulation of this decade. And as long as he has a thought, all the surrounding objects can be torn apart by him. Is this an awakening? Buggy thinks it is, but always feels that it is almost something. For example, like Whitebeard has an effect on space, he can't seem to directly tear the space apart. Is it because the fruit itself doesn't have this characteristic, or is it that I haven't developed enough fruit? Buggy fell into deep thought. Nuoqigao. Nami ran into the house excitedly, but only saw Jhin. Uncle Jhin? Where's my sister? Nami asked suspiciously. Go to Dragon Castle, let's talk as we go. Dragon Castle. Nami felt cold. He thought his sister was taken away by the dragon. Throwing aside the 2 million Baileys in his hand, Nami and Jhin rushed to the Dragon Castle. What's going on? Uncle Jhin? Nami asked. Not long ago, a group of pirates came, and the leader of the pirates was Buggy, who was offered a reward of 100 million Baileys. Buggy. What's he doing? Against Arlong. Nami also saw Buggy's bounty list, so wasn't surprised. It may be that they defeated and arrested all the dragon pirates, and then instructed you and Nuoqigao to go to the Dragon Castle. Jhin sighed. Nami was a little puzzled. He didn't offend Buggy, and he never stole his money. Why did the other party want to find me? You have to be prepared mentally. The other party may have a crush on you and Nuoqigao. Jhin carefully looked at Nami's expression. Contrary to Jhin's imagination, Nami just felt strange at this moment. Is there really an idiot who came here to destroy the dragon pirates just for the sake of the beauty of himself and his sister? If his beauty was so valuable, the dragon pirates would not have been entrenched in Kokoja village for so many years. Soon to the dragon castle, elder sister. Nami. The two hugged each other. Are you okay? Nami asked Nuoqigao, looking him up and down. Nuoqigao shook her head. I'm fine, but it's you who always take risks outside, so I have to worry about your safety. Nami chuckled, turned to look at Buggy with a serious expression again. What do you want me and my sister to do? Nami asked. Seeing that Nami didn't seem to be afraid of him at all, Buggy chuckled. Deal. Exchange the lives of your sister, everyone in the town, and the dragon pirates to be my navigator. Nami looked at the trembling murlocs aside, a little incredulous. Those terrifying and vicious murlocs are now the same as the little fish cubs. Even the most vicious Arlong is in a mess at this time. His nose is bruised and his face is covered with blood. Noticing Nami's gaze, Buggy smiled and pointed at a murloc at random. In the next second, the murloc was torn apart. Help! Help, Captain! The murloc, who was divided into 7 or 8 pieces, kept calling for help to Arlong, but there was no response. Arlong just glanced at him, then glared at Buggy angrily. He can only do so much. Facing a pirate who could easily crush him to death, what else could he do? Buggy took a look at Arlong, scaring his hate back. If you want to save him, you can do it. Let me fight you with one finger. How about I let him go if you win? Buggy teased. Arlong didn't answer, just lowered his head and buried the hatred in his heart. It wasn't him, Arlong, he couldn't help it. But being beaten again and again is like a dead dog, and he will learn to behave one day. No fun. Buggy chuckled, then looked at Nami. How? As long as you agree, these murlocs who have oppressed you for many years can all die in an instant. Buggy is not only showing sincerity, but also showing strength. Nami smiled wryly. Do I have the right to refuse? No, Buggy chuckled and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, all the murlocs turned into pieces, leaving only one octopus. Little Ba, for the sake of Deputy Captain Rayleigh, I'll let you off this time. You can go. Buggy said to the bewildered Xiao Ba. Executive Captain Rayleigh. Xiao Ba was taken aback, then pointed at Buggy in disbelief and said, You are. I used to be an intern on the Roger Pirates, and Rayleigh was my mate. Buggy laughed. As soon as these words came out, not only Xiao Ba, but everyone's expressions were stunned. The crew of One Piece. Boat. Captain, you used to be a crew member of One Piece? Kabaji asked stammeringly. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't do anything, and the bounty increased by 100 million? Because I knocked out all the weak marines in Sakura Taoshima? Buggy smiled lightly. Kabaji and the others thought about it carefully, and it made sense. Crick's majestic reward for provoking East Blue Marine more than once is only 17 million. Only the crew of One Piece has enough weight to raise the bounty to 100 million at once. As for the story of Kabaji and Mokia's imagination of Buggy offending something terrible and being revenged, it seems to be a coincidence. In order to avoid Marine's pursuit, he hid in East Blue. Now that he is strong enough, he resolutely goes to sea to avenge the One Piece King Roger. Is our captain's vengeance targeting the entire marine? So great, but also so scared Kabaji and Moki didn't think they could play any role in dealing with marine. They really are what Buggy said, not even cannon fodder. Sad. After letting Xiao Ba go, the Arlong gang who was torn apart was handed over to Nami by Buggy. It doesn't matter if you beat him up or kill him. It doesn't matter. But before leaving, Buggy reminded Nami, if you let them go today, if I'm not here someday, do you think they will take revenge on you? This is a very real thing. You offend a pirate, don't you kill him, try to convince him with your fist. Don't be naive. If it weren't for the awesomeness of Luffy's family, those troubles caused by Luffy would have killed his family many times. Cut the grass to get rid of the roots. After an hour, Nami, who beat up the murlocs inside, came out. I can't kill them. Nami said calmly. The corners of Buggy's mouth curled up slightly. Can't he be killed? It is true that it is very difficult to stab them to death with Nami's power, but everyone can bleed them to death with 1,800 knives. Looking down at Nami's knife, some bloodline, but not much. He stepped forward and took the knife from Nami. Gently wiped away the tears on Nami's face with his hands. From now on, you will be my navigator, and I will kill anyone who makes you cry again." Nami froze for a moment. The hand that was about to slap Buggy stopped. "Are you going to protect me? Isn't it the captain's job to protect the crew?" Buggy smiled slightly. "You are now the fourth crew member I recognize, number 004 Nami. Let me introduce the other companions, number 001 Kabaji." Kabaji came over on a unicycle and said with a smile, "Hello." When not training or fighting, Kabaji still likes to play on a unicycle. No 002 Mochi. Mochi in a white sweater rides on Leiki and says hello to Nami. Number 003, Leiki. Lee K raised his paw in a humane way to welcome him. And Nami was taken aback. A lion. For me, no matter whether it is an animal or a human being, as long as they get on my ship, they are my crew members. Buggy explained seriously. Nami didn't think there was anything wrong with this point of view, just a little surprised. He greeted Li Chi symbolically, and he officially met a few people. In addition, there are 2 reserve crew members on board, which can also be regarded as interns. When you get on the ship, Kabaji and the others will introduce you to them, but you don't need to be too familiar. One of them is pervert, the other has no skills, and both of them are salty. The fish may be driven off the boat by me at any time. Buggy said inhumane words to himself, and then walked into the dragon's castle. The next moment, the screams of countless murlocs came. When he came out, Buggy's knife was covered in blood. With a snap of his fingers, cracks began to appear in the entire dragon castle, and then spread out little by little. Not long after, the dragon's castle shattered into ruins, burying the corpses of a group of murlocs there forever. "Let's go. If there's anything else you need to explain, hurry up and tell me. I'll give you a day to set sail tomorrow." After 2 steps, Buggy suddenly stopped. "By the way, do you have some money?" Nami, who was still getting used to his status, suddenly became vigilant. "No. What money? I don't have a Bailey." Silent. Buggy was hesitant to snatch Nami away. But now that she is her own crew member, wouldn't it be shameless to rob her own crew member? "Forget it. I'm not the kind of man who grabs Bailey with the crew." "No, you are." A Kabaji and Moki really wanted to refute, but they didn't dare to speak out. They could only secretly despise Buggy in their hearts. Buggy nodded Nami's head. "In the future, except for your own money, all the money on board will be handed over to me for management, you understand?" With Nami still aboard, Buggy feels the need to establish his status. Especially the position of managing money. However, Buggy didn't know what Nami's real thought was. "Can I manage the money? How can I manage money?" In an instant, Nami let go of her fear of Buggy and her unfamiliarity with her new identity. She retorted loudly. "No. Such an important thing as Bailey must be managed by a woman with a shrewd mind and good at budgeting. I think I am very suitable." Buggy. Silent. Buggy turned and walked away, ignoring Nami's opinion at all. "I'm telling you to inform you, not to give you and me the qualifications to grab Bailey. Say you are fat and you are still panting." Seeing this, Nami immediately chased after him. "Captain, I think you need to consider what I just said. You see, you are such a great captain. How can you do such a vulgar thing? Bailey really insulted your noble character." Buggy head nor Kata. "I'm neither great nor noble, I just like vulgar Bailey." "How can you think so, Captain? Even if you don't think about it for you, you should also think about the image of the entire pirate ship. Besides, you have a lot of time to manage, so you definitely don't have time to manage money. Managing money means purchasing supplies for the pirate ship and being responsible for the various expenses on the entire pirate ship. Trust me, Captain, you definitely don't want to deal with these headaches. And I'm not afraid of trouble, I'm your hard-working navigator, I'm sure I can take care of your Bailey. Oh no, all these troublesome things on your ship will be dealt with." The 2 of them buried their heads towards the shore of Kokoja village. One was silent with a gloomy face, while the other was excited and chattered non-stop. Kabaji and Moki followed behind with puzzled faces. This newcomer is so familiar. That night, Nami boarded the pirate ship empty-handed to attend the banquet specially opened for her. At the banquet, Punt prepared a variety of drinks and delicacies, and the staple food was grilled hornfish. Because the hornfish is too big, Punt can't handle it by himself, so he can only ask Buggy to cut it into countless pieces and turn it into a piece of raw meat. Punt lit bonfires one by one on the shore, prepared countless ingredients, and asked the villagers of Kokoja village to join the banquet. On the coast, the villagers happily ate barbecue. On the pirate ship, Nami drank some wine and looked at the smiling faces of the villagers in a daze. The few crew members behind were drunk, eating meat and talking dirty jokes. Currently you are the only woman on this boat. Do you want to find a companion for you? Buggy walked beside her while drinking and asked. Don't. Nami became vigilant, afraid that Buggy would bring Nuoqigao in. She didn't like Buggy's pirates that much. It is undeniable that Buggy helped her a lot, killing Arlong and saving Kokocha village. But yes, like. His current impression of the Buggy pirates is still very average, because in her opinion, the Buggy pirates are no different from other pirates except that the bounty is higher than other pirates. Also, plundering others is extremely vicious. Most importantly, Buggy doesn't give her money. Hee. Don't worry, I won't take your sister on board. Your sister doesn't know how to sail and cook. To be honest, I have high requirements for a cook, at least she must have some pervert. Buggy, he glanced at Ponte meaningfully. This bearded man is drunk now, and everything looks like food. Nami was silent, and seemed unwilling to talk more with Buggy. Give me your left hand. What? Buggy squinted into Nami's eyes and said nothing. Nami was terrified by Buggy's look, so he could only stretch out his arms obediently. Buggy stretched out a finger, and a yellow energy ball appeared on the finger, slowly touching Nami's tattoo. Little by little, all the tattoos on Nami's left arm were removed. Now you are my crew member, I can't let you have other pirates' tattoos on your body. Buggy chuckled, then turned and went back to drink with the crew. It is undeniable that this kind of pirate banquet is quite interesting. He loves it. Nami looked at the immaculate white arm, and at Buggy's back, a tear slipped down quietly. Early the next morning, the ship of the Buggy pirates left Kokocha village. Nami has also completely left her hometown, and I don't know when she will come back next time. The port of the town of Rog, the clown flag in the distance is fluttering with the wind, announcing that the new overlord of East Blue is coming to the island. It also means that the Buggy pirates are about to leave East Blue and head for the Grand Line. The ships docked on the coast gave way one after another, as if to greet Buggy, the East Blue. Countless people on the shore rushed to leave. Some people screamed and were afraid, and they wanted to leave the island immediately with their wives and belts. Some people rushed back to the island to report to the gangsters, marines, and pirates on the island. For Little East Blue, the pirate landing on the island with a reward of over 100 million is as shocking as an earthquake. Panic. The whole town of Rog is in total chaos. Marine base in the town of Rog, Smoker, who received the news of Buggy's landing on the island, led all the marines to rush to suppress Buggy. At the same time, it is also to deter those young people on the island who want to take advantage of the mess. As for such a big reaction, Buggy looked at those faces that were genuinely terrified to ultimate, a little speechless. At the same time, he also realized the deterrent power of the big pirate for the first time. Recognize what a marine bounty really is to the populace. The higher the bounty, the more vicious it is. This should be the message that Marine, or the world government wants to convey. Everyone lands on the island. Buggy is wearing leather shoes, a black suit, a red coat, a cigarette in his mouth and a red pirate hat, which is no longer funny. Now he just wants to say, the sea is so coquettish. Captain, don't you need to guard the ship? Kabaji asked. No one can move our boat, and now I have surrounded the entire town of Rog. Buggy still spoke coquettishly, covering the whole island with his knowledge, and he was indeed qualified to say that the town was surrounded. Buy what you lack, and buy everything we need to go to the Grand Line. It's like we're rich. Nami whispered at Buggy. Before boarding the ship, she thought that a pirate with such a high bounty must be very rich, right? Finally, I went to the warehouse to have a look. I have no money yet. The entire pirate group adds up to only a few 100,000 Baileys. There is still a long way to go to 1,000,000 Baileys. If it wasn't for the fact that before coming to Rog Town, Buggy caught some pirates and blackmailed them. They really don't even have Bailey to buy supplies now. Buggy heard Nami's complaint and said sadly, Nami-chan, if you are willing to contribute those tens of millions of Baileys to the pirates, we will not be so tight. HMPH. I sent, Nami snorted coldly, without saying a word. All her money will be left to the villagers of Kokocha village to improve their lives, so she will not give the money to Buggy. After Buggy and the others left, a group of marines quickly surrounded Buggy's pirate ship. But they dare not go up. The deterrent effect of the big pirate is not only for civilians, but also for marines. Where's the person? Asked Smoker, who was a step behind. Going in, replied one of the sailors. Block here, others follow me to arrest people. A large number of marines began to conduct an all-round search of the town of Rog, while Buggy and the others went shopping nervously. Several people dispersed, except for Buggy, who was eye-catching here. The others were not affected. Because the entire Buggy pirate group is currently only Buggy who has been offered a bounty, and Kabaji and the others are only regarded as small people, and they are not even eligible for a bounty. Wherever Buggy went, crowds of people retreated, and people hid from Buggy like a plague god. Even some shop owners found Buggy and immediately closed the shop. Of course there are exceptions, for example, a weapon shop in front of you. The owner of the weapon shop saw that Buggy not only stayed open, but also came out with a knife to dedicate to Buggy. Don't think about it, this knife is snow walking. Buggy didn't know whether it was because of his amazing charm or what. The owner of the weapon shop wanted to give him the knife as soon as he saw him, as if he had seen a peerless hero. No money? Buggy asked. No money. The boss waved his hand and handed Shuezo to Buggy. I've waited too long, but all the swordsmen in East Blue are idiots, and there is no one worthy of my ancestral sword. So you gave it to me so it wouldn't get dusty? Buggy asked again, pinching his chin. That's right. There shouldn't be a stronger swordsman like my lord in this East Blue. There is a western sword hanging from Buggy's waist, coupled with his flamboyant appearance and high bounty, it is very intimidating. But Buggy is not a pure swordsman, and he doesn't even practice swordsmanship very much. Taking over this knife means that I will sail with this boss's dream, and make this sword known as the Grand Line. And Buggy thinks he likes axes better than knives. That's right, it's the axe of copper. Jabba, the third member of the Roger Pirates. There are many things in the memory of Buggy's internship, including Hockey's training method, swordsmanship training, and copper. Jabba's axe training method. If there are redundant simulation opportunities in the future, Buggy may not hone his sword skills, but hone his axe. The sword is very handsome, and the swordsman is also very cool. But the axe is more domineering. Buggy just likes domineering weapons. Of course, there is another reason that there are too many knives in this world, and Buggy wants to be different. Shanks play Western Sword, Whitebeard playing Guandao. Kaido playing Mace, even Big Mom has a soul knife that can turn into a hat and talk. Buggy felt that it was out of character for him to hold a good sharp knife. He's the man who's going to be the four emperors. Just when Buggy was hesitating, a man with a green algae head came over. Who says East Blue doesn't have other mighty swordsmen? Hey, I said how about this knife for me? It was Zoro who came, wearing white short sleeves and green trousers. Compared with ordinary people, he also had a palpitating aura. But it's far worse than Buggy. If Buggy looks like the sun, Zoro looks like a flame. The boss shook his head. Unless you defeat this lord, I won't give you the knife. Hearing this, Zoro put on his turban and pulled out the words of peace. His other two knives were lost in the fight with Hawkeye, and there are no replacements yet. He can only fight with one sword now. Buggy looked at Zoro, who was not afraid of death, and deliberately killed him with a knife. After all, the provocative behavior of such a weak person made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he still admired Zoro in his heart. After thinking about it, he asked the boss, "Do you have a demon sword in your shop?" The boss was stunned. "How do you know, my lord?" "Give it to me." Buggy said flatly, "My lord, that knife is unknown." The boss tried to explain something, but Buggy ignored him, pushed him away and walked straight into his shop. After scanning around, I found a unique knife among a pile of broken copper and iron. "Is that you?" Buggy picked up third-generation Goosh from the basket, and the next second Buggy suddenly felt that his bad luck had come. Buggy was a little puzzled, thought for a while and decided to use his last chance to simulate to see what was going on. At the age of 37, you became famous in the sea, and you got the third-generation ghost through the town of Rog. At 39 years old, you were suddenly attacked by a third-generation ghost during the battle, and you were killed by Kaido. Simulation ends. Judging from the simulation results, Buggy has been cheated countless times since he got this knife. No matter who he fights with, this third-generation Goosh has an inexplicable aura that disturbs him. It will let him show his flaws at critical moments. If he is not strong enough now, Buggy feels that he may not survive a day. Third generation goosh. Garbage. Buggy came out holding third generation goosh. Zoro saw the extraordinariness of this knife at a glance, and there was longing in his eyes. But whether he can get these two knives depends on whether he can beat the guy in the red coat in front of him. It's not that he doesn't recognize Buggy, he also knew that the other party was offering a reward of 100 million. But offering a bounty does not represent strength. And Buggy's previous reward was only 15 million. There are more than 10 million pirates. Zoro is not unbeatable. Want? Buggy grinned. Zoro aimed the word hedao in his hand at Buggy and challenged him. Don't be so anxious. This sword is called third generation Katoru, and it's also a demon sword. If you want to use it, you need to get its approval first. Buggy threw the knife high, with his arms open, as if resigned to fate. The knife decides whether his arm should be broken. The result is broken. Buggy's arm broke under everyone's incredulous eyes. Broken. The big pirate Buggy, who offered a reward of 100 million, cut off his own arm after trying a knife. These words spread like wildfire, and even some pirate hunters who were about to move couldn't bear it anymore. Although your arm is broken, I admire your courage. You are an admirable opponent. Zoro stepped forward and pulled the demon sword from the ground, and followed Buggy's example and threw the third generation ghost high. Buggy stared intently. This third generation Katoru managed to avoid Zoro's arm by such a coincidence. This knife is indeed a piece of rubbish. A Buggy secretly scolded third generation Goosh in his heart. He also knew that third generation Goosh felt that he didn't have the heart of a swordsman, so he didn't want to use it for him. But in the eyes of Buggy, a knife that is not used for himself is a piece of garbage. This knife is yours. Buggy restored his hand as if nothing had happened, and then took the snow in his hand and threw it to Zoro under the surprised gaze of the boss. Master Buggy, this knife. The boss hesitated to speak. I know, let him use it first. Buggy looked at Zoro. Are you a three-sword swordsman? I don't need other abilities, but I will compete with you with swordsmanship. As long as you can cut me, you will win. Zoro was still stunned that Buggy's arm was back, but got serious the next second. This is a battle between swordsmen, he must go all out. I'll cut you down. Zoro bit his mouth and said a word, snowed away with his left hand, and ghosted third generation with his right hand. Buggy also pulled out his western sword, which was fairly finely crafted. Come on. Buggy challenged. Zoro didn't use a big move as soon as he came up, he first used 3 knives to level a very fast and sharp attack, but Buggy parried it all with one hand. After more than a dozen rounds, Zoro was kicked away by Buggy. I'm superior in strength. Buggy laughed, expressing that he was outnumbered. That's a win, there's no excuse. But I still have moves, I don't know if you can continue. Zoro smiled at Buggy. Buggy smiled, pointed the knife at Zoro and motioned for Zoro to attack. 3-sword style. Demon slash. Zoro combined the 3 knives together and slashed at Buggy at one point with all his strength. But how could strength-based swordsmanship win Buggy? So as if the Hawkeye scene was repeated, Buggy pointed a western sword at one point of Zoro's 3 knives, blocking him. Do you still have moves? Buggy asked. There was a drop of cold sweat on Zoro's forehead. He knew that this guy in front of him might be an opponent that could not lose to Hawkeye. Of course it doesn't refer to swordsmanship, but combat power. Have. Zoro took a few steps back, the 2 knives spun rapidly in his hands, and then passed through in an instant as if teleporting, and came behind Buggy. 3-sword style. 3,000 worlds. Buggy was still unharmed, but the western sword in his hand was broken into 3 pieces. Oh, the quality of this knife is really bad. As he spoke, Buggy flashed behind Zoro, stretched out his hand and said, although it's just a good sharp knife, it's still better than using a common knife. Give me back this shizu first. Zoro was a little bit reluctant, but he still returned the snow to Buggy. He did lose, and he tried his best to never touch Buggy's body. Their strength gap is huge. The boss at the side saw that Zoro handed Shui Zhou back to Zoro, and suddenly felt a little regretful in his heart. For some reason, he felt that it would be better for Shui Zhou to follow the swordsman named Zoro in front of him than Buggy. But it's not something he can regret now. The knife has been handed over to Buggy, and he suddenly regrets that he wants to take the knife back. I'm afraid it will be a knife to meet him. Patting Zoro on the shoulder, Buggy turned away. After changing the knife, Buggy intends to visit the execution platform where his captain was executed. Judging from previous simulations, Alvida should be encountered here. It would be nice to be invited aboard, if possible. Slippery fruit is always a good ability. After Buggy left, Zoro also turned and left. The once bustling streets are now empty, and everyone knows that Marine is coming soon. The identities of these people are unknown, either gangsters, pirate hunters, or pirates at all. Still staying here is courting death. They are no match for Smoker. After a while, Marine surrounded the street, but the place is already empty. A Marine who knew the situation ran over to talk to Smoker. Smoker frowned slightly. Zoro the pirate hunter? He couldn't imagine how a pirate hunter and a Marine got mixed up. Due to missing 2 bosses, the current Straw Hat crew has not been rewarded yet. So Smoker doesn't know that Zoro is no longer a serious pirate hunter. Coming to the shop of the boss who sells weapons, Smoker looked at the boss and asked, "Where did Buggy go?" The boss pointed in a direction tremblingly. "Look at him, if you trick us into treating him as a pirate." After speaking, Smoker led people to chase in the direction of Buggy. The owner of the weapon shop is a little bit like crying, but who knows if Buggy will suddenly change direction so that you can't find it. If I can't find it, shouldn't I be locked up and impaled down? Thinking of the prison that made all the pirates terrified, the owner of the weapon shop couldn't help but feel shabby. A simply Buggy did not change his direction, he went straight all the way to the execution platform of One Piece. And Luffy is still standing on the execution platform and feeling something stupid. That's when a beautiful woman appears from the other direction with a mace, and then there's a chase scene. The original execution of Luffy was not staged, and there was only a war between Straw Hat crew and Alvida. There is too much difference in the high-end combat power of the 2 pirate groups. Except for herself, the Alvida pirate group is a group of small people, and Sanji and others wipe them out in 2 or 3 strokes. Looking at Sanji, who is good at feet, Buggy showed admiration. In fact, he has considered letting Sanji be his own chef, but considering his dream is very troublesome. What all blue? It is said to be the legendary sea where all the ingredients of East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue are gathered. Is there really such a sea? Buggy feels that since Oda has portrayed such a dream, it must exist. But he didn't think he could find it. If Sanji is his crew member, he will take the responsibility of taking Sanji to realize his dream. What mermaid? What stealth? What all blue? Buggy found it too much trouble. It's just a cook, just find one. Although the bearded man on his own boat is not good at fighting, he is not bad at cooking. And the dream is also very simple, just find him more pervert ingredients. What murlocs, giant hornfish, giant goldfish, giant sea kings? It seems that it is not simple. Buggy is already thinking about changing the cook. At this time, Smoker rushed over and saw Straw Hat crew and Alvida who made a big shot. He directly sprayed a large circle of smoke and caught several people. "Who told you to mess around here?" Smoker said a little angrily. "Let go of me. Who are you?" Luffy struggled to get away, but the smoke was not something he could deal with. Smoker glanced at Luffy, he didn't seem to remember the pirate. He raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Who are you?" "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who is going to be the One Piece," Luffy shouted. Smoker. Silent. Alvida. Silent. Buggy. Silent. Sanji. The audience was speechless. "You haven't been offered a reward yet, do you know? You're being caught by the Marine, you know that? You just need to say that you don't like him, and nothing will happen. Why do you say you want to become the One Piece, hey?" Monkey D. Is someone from Vice Admiral Garp? Smoker guessed, throwing him to the sailors aside. "Lock him up," Smoker ordered. Considering that Luffy has not been offered a reward yet, this can be regarded as an educational issue, so Smoker intends to lock him up first and ask Vice Admiral Garp what he means. What surprised him was that Luffy's arms suddenly extended. Rubber. Pistol. The sailors who tried to tie up Luffy were punched away by Luffy, "Don't catch me." Luffy also knew that he was no match for Smoker, and called Sanji and Usopp to run away quickly. It is worth mentioning that Buggy saw a woman named Al who ran away with Luffy and the others. I think this is a new navigator for the Straw Hat crew. Demon Fruit Power. Smoker admitted that he was being careless, but since he lost Luffy, let's forget it. Now there's someone trickier than Luffy for his attention. Buggy is standing in front of Alvida at this time, and the slippery fruit can be ineffective against smoke. Alvida couldn't escape the siege of smoke. How about it? Do you want to join my pirate group? As long as you join my pirate group, I will save you from that smoke man. Buggy pointed at Smoker and said. Alvida wanted to struggle again, but neither hitting with a mace nor slippery fruit could get rid of the smoke. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. Okay, as long as you save me, I will join your pirate group. Very good. Those who know the current affairs are the best. Buggy slapped Smoker's smoke away with his armed hands. Scattered? Alvida was a little surprised. White fist. Without giving Alvida any more time to be surprised, Smoker punched Buggy and the others with a smoke fist from a distance. But Buggy also turned his head, his hands were covered with weapons, and he easily blocked Smoker's white punch with one hand. How can it be? Smoker, with your strength, it's better not to try to do some useless work. You should think about how to get transferred back to naval headquarters. Buggy squeezed the smoke hard. Smoker's face was livid. He didn't expect that there is a pirate in the Little East Blue who can hockey. And it's not just any hockey. That kind of intimidation, Smoker has only felt from the veterans in Marine. Most of the vice admirals in Marine have less armed colors than Buggy. Smoker looked at the Seastone 10 hand in his hand. He didn't intend to give up yet. He remembered that Buggy is a capable person. As long as he is hit by his Seastone 10 hands, he may also capture Buggy. The premise is that Buggy does not have excellent combat awareness and the powerful observation hockey. Smoker rushed to Buggy with 10 hands, a few chugs. But all of them were easily flashed by Buggy. Buggy then punched Smoker in the stomach. The power carried by the armed color suddenly knocked Smoker down to the ground, vomiting blood. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi bravely rushed forward to block Smoker. Your face. Buggy squeezed his chin and looked at Tashigi. Don't come near Colonel Smoker. Tashigi yelled, trying to cheer himself up, or shout Buggy off. Buggy smiled. Do you think a louder voice can scare people to death? Tashigi blushed when Buggy laughed at her, but she still stood firmly in front of Smoker. Don't get close. Buggy waved his hand. For the sake of your good looks, I won't kill you. Hurry up and take Smoker away. Tashigi blushed, not shy, but ashamed. Her majestic Captain Marine was let go by the pirates because of her good looks. Also ashamed as Smoker. He's not a rookie like Tashigi, he's Colonel Marine from Naval Headquarters. In terms of fruit ability alone, his strength in this department will not be weaker than Commodore. But just like this, he was saved by his subordinates with beauty? Tashigi, let's go. Smoker picked up the 10 hands, staggered to his feet and said. But Colonel Smoker, Tashigi wanted revenge. Go. Smoker shouted, and finally pulled Tashigi away. But before Tashigi left, he glared at Buggy fiercely, as if he wanted to eat Buggy. Buggy's face is indifferent. He let Smoker and Tashigi not because Tashigi is good looking, but because he doesn't want to kill Smoker. Smoker has a pivotal position in Naval Headquarters, and if Buggy kills him, the bounty will be greatly increased. There is no guarantee that Aokiji will personally arrest him. He is playing against Admiral the most now, and it is impossible to beat Admiral or draw. He didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. And his bounty is already high enough, it really can't be raised any higher. Do I still need the system if it goes up again? Seeing that Smoker was easily beaten away by Buggy, Alvida stepped forward and flattered. Captain, why did you let them go? Obviously Alvida is a vengeful character, and if she can beat Smoker, it won't make it easy for him. There's no need to kill him, he's a big problem, Buggy said flatly. Let's go back to the boat, Buggy said. Miss Alvida. Miss Alvida, are you all right? Alvida looked at his subordinates angrily. Why didn't you come out when I was caught just now? Several people scratched their heads embarrassingly. We can't beat that Smoker. Alvida said angrily with her hands on her hips. None of you will go back and receive 100 lashes. Ah? No, Miss Alvida, several people wailed. At this time, Buggy looked at Alvida's subordinates, hesitating whether to recruit them or not. He wants to take the elite route, but if he recruits some worthless pirates. Glancing at Alvida, Buggy sighed. Forget it. Let's treat it as a bonus to attract Alvida. A dozen common pirates may stay on board to do odd jobs. Alvida, When you board my ship, you must abide by my rules, and your subordinates must also abide by them. You restrain yourself. Buggy said to Alvida. What are the rules on board? Alvida asked while following Buggy. The first point, we don't rob civilians, except for local tyrants. Whoever breaks the law will die. Second, we are not allowed to kill our companions, otherwise we will die. Third, don't allow other people to board the ship at will. My consent is required. Anyone who violates the rules will be kicked out of the pirate group. Fourth, Bailey will be handed over to me for unified management. You can't hide your secrets. Anyone who violates the rules will be kicked out of the pirate group. Fifth. That's all for now. Alvida breathed a sigh of relief. It was something she could do. But without Bailey, what should I do if I want to buy beautiful clothes and jewelry in the future? He sneaked a glance at Buggy, wondering if he could apply for some money to buy clothes. Huh? What's the matter? Alvida asked as Buggy stopped suddenly. Buggy ignored her, but looked at the man in front of him warily. Monkey. D. Long, do you have anything to do with me? Buggy asked in a deep voice, quietly resting his hand on the handle of Shui Zhou's knife. It's nothing, I just want to see what kind of man the pirate can hide in East Blue for more than 10 years, Long said. Buggy smiled. Now that you see it, how does it feel? Long thought about it and said, it's very unusual. Oh? Because of what? Am I dressed like Captain Roger? Buggy asked with a smile. Long stared into Buggy's eyes, as if he didn't expect that Buggy was such a humorous man. Roger likes to wear pink suits instead of black suits, Long said. Buggy spread his hands. I didn't expect you to remember so clearly. After a moment of silence, the dragon said again, you are very unusual. I am very curious about what your ambition is. 4 emperors? 1 piece? Or do you want to turn the whole sea upside down? Buggy narrowed his eyes and smiled. Who knows? If there is nothing else, please get out of the way, I'm going to sail. Speaking of Buggy's conquerors soaring into the sky, Dragon's conquerors were also subconsciously aroused. The conquerors of the two confronted each other out of thin air. A few seconds later, the two put away their momentum at the same time. A gust of wind blew by, and the dragon disappeared in place. Looking at the direction where the dragon disappeared, Buggy wiped off his non-existent cold sweat. As expected of the most ferocious criminal, this aura is really terrifying. Did the ambition to overthrow the world government make his conquerors so powerful? Or is his courage really so amazing? Ship. Captain, who is that person? Alvida asked, teeth shaking. Monkey. D. Dragon is an existence you can't afford to provoke, Buggy said lightly. Monkey. D? Alvida thought of Luffy. These two people have the same last name, so. Captain, what is the relationship between Monkey, D, Luffy and him? Alvida asked. Father and son, Buggy replied. Alvida was sweating coldly, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, I didn't succeed in killing Luffy, otherwise I would definitely be dead. With such a powerful father, who would dare to provoke Luffy? Thinking of Alvida sneaking a glance at Buggy. The captain of me seems to be able to wrestle with this strong man, and I have hugged my super thick thighs. Rogtown and his party were not in any danger. After the encounter with the dragon, Buggy wandered around a bit more. During the period, he offered a solicitation to a pirate hunter, but was rejected. But the other party was born in Marine and had to take care of children, so it was normal to reject him. Buggy wasn't outraged either. Not every father is like Usopp. Back on the boat, Nami and the others have all returned. Why don't you go shopping more? Rogtown still has a lot of things, Buggy said to Nami. Nami rolled his eyes. I wouldn't mind buying out the town of Rog if we had enough Baileys. Buggy couldn't help but laugh. Is it because I didn't pay? But it's not that he really doesn't give it, it's that he doesn't. Looking at the surrounding pirate ships that haven't sailed yet, and the crowded Rogtown, Buggy has a bold idea. How about robbing the town of Rog? These pirates and gangsters should be very rich, right? I'm going to make some money. Alvida, you bring someone with me. Just do what you think, Buggy said and took Alvida to rob. Make money? Alvida? Nami looked at Buggy and Alvida suspiciously. Others also noticed the glamorous Alvida. Is this another development of newcomers? She looks pretty. Ponte and Biss looked at the 17-year-old Nami. whose skin was sallow and not blooming, and then at the mature and charming Alvida. This new guy seems prettier than Nami. Buggy brought Alvida to a pirate ship that was preparing to set sail, and he wanted to grab it without saying a word. Anyone who resists is killed. At this moment, their ferocious pirate nature is undoubtedly exposed. Some pirate ships in the port that have not sailed naturally saw this scene, and they set sail one after another, regardless of whether the supplies were ready or not, and even whether the crew had not returned. The big pirate offering a reward of 100 million is robbing and killing people, and if they don't run away, it will be too late. However, in fact, it is too late for them to run now. The pirate ships that were about to sail were all locked by Buggy's knowledge, and the terrifying conqueror's fixed point stunned everyone on board. For those who passed out, Buggy didn't make up the knife. They are not bloodthirsty, killing some people is just to warn them not to resist. After a while, all the pirates still staying at the port were robbed by them. Of course, the Straw Hat crew is not included. Monkey D. Dragon is still watching. Buggy doesn't want trouble. Miss Alvida. The assets of these pirate ships add up to about 12 million Baileys. Even after joining Buggy's pirate group, Alvida's men are still looking forward to Alvida's behavior. Buggy glanced at it with a little concern, but didn't say much. He didn't want to take care of so many things, and these little guys could save him a lot of trouble by reporting to Alvida. It doesn't matter as long as they don't violate their own rules and don't betray themselves. Alvida noticed this, and after her subordinates reported, she went to Buggy and reported again. I only have this money after robbing 4 pirate groups. Buggy sighed, suppressing the idea of recharging the money. Ship these Baileys back. Looking at Rogtown where no one was wandering anymore, Buggy hesitated and walked towards a certain direction. I'll go and be back soon. A marine base, Rog Township. Smoker has never been so frustrated. The Buggy pirates are plundering the port of Rogtown, but they can't do anything. Colonel Smoker, don't worry about it. I heard that Buggy only robbed other pirates, and he didn't do anything to the civilians in Rogtown. Toshigi tried to comfort Smoker, but it didn't work. With 6 cigars in his mouth, Smoker said angrily, if he attacks civilians, I will go out and fight him to the death even if I die. Toshigi sighed. She was well aware of her officer's temper. If it wasn't for the fact that the gap in strength was too great, even if there was even a sliver of strength to fight back, Smoker would smash Buggy to the end. But the gap is really too big. The powerful Logia fruit has no effect in front of that man. Seastone's 10 hands hadn't touched the opponent before he was punched down by the opponent. Toshigi gritted his teeth subconsciously, and clenched the shigur in his hand. She didn't like this feeling of powerlessness, and she saw the handful of snow in Buggy's hand. That is a famous knife. How can such a good knife be used by pirates? Colonel Smoker, it's bad. A sailor wearing king's glasses ran in hastily. What happened? Buggy, has he started attacking civilians? Smoker subconsciously wanted to take 10 hands. Hai Bing said urgently. No, the 100 million Baileys stored in curry in our warehouse were stolen. What? Smoker had a headache. He didn't expect that someone would take advantage of the marine base at such a time. Who did it? Smoker gritted his teeth. No. I don't know. Hai Bing stammered. We heard a loud noise in the warehouse, and all the money in it disappeared when we ran over. Pirate Buggy. Smoker said viciously, and then smashed the table with one punch. Except for the unseen dragon, only Buggy in this Rog town has the ability to dodge all the marines and take Bailey away. But they have no evidence. Of course they could say Buggy did it, and charge him with robbing the marine branch. What's the point of just doing it? Increase Buggy's bounty, or to give him notoriety. For pirates, the more vicious things are, the more proud they are, right? Smoker sighed. Since there was no proof, he wouldn't say Buggy took it. He is a principled marine, unwilling to slander others, even if he is a pirate. Toshigi, write a report that the reserve funds of the Rog Town branch were stolen by unknown pirates, and Colonel Smoker speculates that Buggy did it. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The sea is boundless. The 2 pirate ships floated in front of and behind the sound of the waves. Captain, do you really want to go? The person who asked was Nami, and her tone was a bit complaining. A person recommended by a pirate hunter, is it necessary for us to travel thousands of miles to find him? Buggy was wearing sunglasses, sitting on a bench basking in the sun, and said casually, What's the matter? Anyway, you haven't finished reading the books on Grand Line sailing. I think it's better to wait until you finish reading Grand Line sailing books. Sailing precautions. Let's talk about going to the Grand Line. Hearing this, Nami became even more dissatisfied. Captain, why don't you get a permanent pointer? If there is a permanent pointer, we don't have to bother. Marine base in Rogtown has a permanent pointer to Naval Headquarters Marineford. How about I grab it for you? Buggy was speechless. Do you really think you can get permanent pointers anywhere in East Blue? West Blue, South Blue and North Blue can also be bought from gangsters. East Blue? The strength of the East Blue pirates is only 20 million. Can the gangsters have the ability to get the permanent pointer of the Grand Line? Nami pursed her lips and continued to read, then pondered the record pointer she had snatched from the town of Rog. After climbing the upside-down mountain from East Blue, Buggy and the others have 7 course options. The islands reached by each channel are different, and all the ocean dangers they face are also different. Although the simulation said that Buggy could safely cross the channel to Sabodi Archipelago, it did not say how it passed. The Sims, details withheld. Just to be on the safe side, Buggy got Nami some books about the Grand Line records. It is also admonishing that East Blue's sailing knowledge and sailing skills will not work on the Grand Line. The geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents of the Grand Line are all chaotic, and the pirates can only trust the needle of record and the navigator. Of course, the current Nami is not worthy of being trusted. She now knows nothing about the Sea of the Grand Line. If you trust her blindly, you will die without a burial. Captain, can you believe that Daddy's words? There is a beast island in the corner of East Blue, and a friend of his lives in it, and he is also a sniper master. Kabaji also questioned. He couldn't believe the captain believed the words of a former marine and current pirate hunter so much. Buggy pushed up his sunglasses, looked at Kabaji and said, "No one can lie to me, Kabaji." As Buggy's knowledge level increases, Buggy finds that his knowledge color has some new functions. Instead of talking to animals and listening to the voice of all things. Nor is it predicting the future, but to perceive the mind. Buggy can feel the emotions of things with the color of knowledge, lying or not lying. Seeing that Kabaji didn't believe it, Buggy said again, "A person like Dita, he doesn't need to lie. What's the end of him if he offends us with his daughter?" These words convinced Kabaji and the others a little. A man who quit Marine for his daughter is always admirable. Beast Island is also called Bolas Island. It is a famous uninhabited island because of the ferocious beasts entrenched in it that people dare not set foot on. The beasts in Legendary eat people and tear people's hearts, and they don't spit out their bones. It's very scary. Mochi interjected. Ricky very cooperatively showed a humanized look of fear. No matter how ferocious a beast is, it's still a beast. If there's no one named Klein there, we'll just go find some food for Punt. He'll like it. Buggy chuckled lightly. But ever since Alvida boarded the ship, Punt ran to that ship, and Biss, these two ungrateful guys, Kabaji said contemptuously. But Buggy didn't think so. What's the matter? Alvida just needs a serious navigator. Biss's ability is not enough for me, and it would be good to go to Alvida. As for Punt, to be honest, I really like him. If they are still not determined to become stronger when they go to the Grand Line, then it would be good to do odd jobs with Alvida. Alvida is now number 005 of the Buggy Pirates, and is currently the only crew member of Buggy who can be sure to become the captain of a future team. Therefore, appropriately letting Alvida recruit some capable but not enough people can also be regarded as expanding the power of the pirates in the future. Punt, Biss are in this category. Buggy didn't want to kick the two who were with him along the way, but they were really not qualified to be the official crew members of his pirate team. The emergence of Alvida has solved a problem. Missa Labuna Daku. Punt and Biss have completely transformed into Alvida's younger brothers at this time. Miss Alvida, this is the ox-horn fish soup I made myself. Would you like to have a sip? Miss Alvida, do you think the deck I cleaned is not clean? Let me clean the ship's sanitation in the future, and I will definitely do a good job. Alvida pulled down the black sunglasses impatiently. I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me. I really don't know why the captain threw these 2 pieces of brown sugar to himself, thought Alvida. In fact, she doesn't hate brown sugar, on the contrary, she quite likes these people trying to please her in every possible way. But after seeing the charm of a top powerhouse like Buggy, she lost interest in these vulgar common pirates. No matter how they please her, she can't feel the pleasure of satisfaction. If only Captain Buggy could be so infatuated with me. Muttering softly, Alvida closed her senses and fell into a deep sleep. On the side, Punt put down the hornfish soup and came to Biss. Biss, have you found out what's special about this woman? Biss looked around and said in a low voice. I heard from Alvida's former subordinates that her skin seems to be very slippery, no attack can hurt her. Slip? Yes. Did you see the slippers Alvida is wearing? It is said that she would take off her shoes and slide on the ground barefoot when fighting, the speed is very fast. Then. Is she human? Ponte said in a deep voice. Biss gave Punt a white look. Do you really want to make Alvida into an ingredient? To tell you the truth, when I first joined the Buggy Pirates, I saw the captain's ability to be torn apart. If it wasn't that I couldn't beat the captain, I would have wanted to try his taste a long time ago. It's good for you to know what you said, if Captain Buggy knows. Biss regretted knowing Punt for the first time. Hey, don't worry, I don't have this idea now. I heard from the captain that these abilities are acquired by people who eat something called devil fruit, and they are also human in essence. Punt laughed. I know you still. Isn't this a curiosity? Do you think people who eat devil fruit are considered human? Punt showed morbid excitement. Killing your companions is a capital offense. Think about the strength of Captain Buggy, Punt, you will never beat him in your life. Biss sighed. Sometimes I really wonder if you have already used humans to make food gone. Punt glanced at Biss, but didn't answer the second half of the sentence. Of course I know, but it doesn't matter if you study it. Originally, I wanted to attract Alvida's attention with my handsome appearance, and then get to know her body up close, but who knew that this woman was unmoved? I shaved off my handsome beard for Alvida. Punt touched his chin with a look of pity. I have to admit that Ponte is handsome without a beard. Although he is slightly fat and has a big belly, his handsome facial features all show that he used to be a handsome guy. Just not very tall. Biss, do you think a fish that eats devil fruit will become a very good ingredient? Silent. I don't know, but if I had a devil fruit, I wouldn't waste it on fish. Biss complained, and then he was full of longing. If I have the strength of Captain Buggy, I will also be the captain. Punt looked at Biss with contempt, and cursed secretly. Nothing. Ponte, when I have strength, why don't you come and be my cook? Biss suddenly thought. Okay, if you are willing to contribute yourself as my food, I will be your chef. Punt curled his lips. Let's forget it then. Biss sneered. Biss, there are a group of guys inside who are drinking and throwing up, come and help. Okay. Biss agreed. I went. To be honest, it's better here than on Captain Buggy's ship. Kabaji and Mochi looked down on me. It's a long time since I met Alvida's men here. Seeing Biss, who was running away to work, Punt cursed inwardly that he was worthless. Just want to be your own captain. Cursing in his heart, Punt returned to the kitchen with the fish horn soup. He wants to warm it up, or make something else delicious to attract Alvida's attention. To grab a woman's stomach is to grab a woman's heart. I Punt sooner or later get Alvida's body, Belize Island. On this ferocious island, a man with a scruffy beard and animal skins was hiding in the bushes. His beast-like eyes were fixed on a sleeping ferocious beast. The name of this fierce beast is Burlis, and it is the most powerful beast king on this island. It was nearly 5 meters long, and wrapped in armor was a guy that looked like a rhinoceros. After waiting for a long time, Boris was still sleeping soundly, as if completely immersed in his afternoon nap. It seems that the opportunity has come. The man immediately took out the bow and arrow from behind, and shot 3 arrows in a row, pointing directly at Boris' head. The arrow was about to hit Burlis, but the man did not relax. He moved quickly to escape from the position just now. It is impossible for the arrows shot by Boris to relax his vigilance to be empty, but the man has no confidence in his own arrows. Sure enough, the 3 arrows shot on Burris' head just woke him up in pain. It got up angrily, roaring and looking for the bug that had tried to kill it countless times. At this time, another arrow shot towards its neck. Boris turned around and flicked his tail to knock out the arrow, and saw the man who was running away. Roar. With a roar, Boris chased after the man with brutal steps. At the same time, 2 pirate ships outside the island have already docked. Roar. The roar of the beast reached Buggy's ears. It seems that the beasts on this island are really extraordinary. Buggy looked at Li Kei, who was shivering in the corner, and smiled lightly. While reassuring Lakey, Mochi said to Buggy, "Captain, are we going in to find that man?" "Naturally," said Buggy. "What about us?" Mochi asked cautiously. In fact, he didn't want to go. Although he had undergone intensive training during this period, he still didn't feel that he was Li Qi's opponent. Even Li Qi was so scared, he felt that he would die ugly if he went in. Buggy thought for a while, and said, "Yes, you are not on my boat to pretend to be identities, and adventure is also needed." This adventure Buggy does not intend to cover the island with knowledge, he needs his own crew to experience the real adventure with him. Instead of dragging a few babies by yourself, be an old dad. Seeing Buggy's serious appearance, the few of them could only cooperate to get off the boat and go on an adventure together. "Alvida, you stay and guard the ship, we will be back before dark." But Punt said to go to Beast Island to see if there are any precious ingredients. Alvida enjoyed Punt's cooking skills during this time, so she agreed to Punt's small request to protect him from entering Burley Island to find ingredients. Buggy gave Ponte a deep look, and then said to Alvida, "I will protect him and go inside to find ingredients. Except for you, everyone else on the boat is too weak. I don't trust them to stay and guard the boat. This island, the strength of the fierce beast is not ordinary. If the ship is destroyed, we will be in trouble." Buggy suddenly felt the need to recruit a shipwright. "Since you've said that, then I'll stay." Alvida turned around and went back to the boat with a mace in his hand, with a smile on his face and a little arrogant. Seems like being needed by Buggy is something to be happy about. "Ponte, come with us." "Yes, Captain." Punt responded with some resentment. He managed to get Alvida to agree to take the risk. What a chance to promote the relationship. It happened to be messed up by the captain. But what Buggy said is also reasonable. He didn't mean to stop him from pursuing Alvida, so Punt just complained and didn't hold grudges. 4 people and 1 lion headed towards the unknown island of Berlis. I have to say that this kind of unknown adventure is a very interesting thing. If Buggy opened the god's perspective to observe the entire Burris from the beginning, he would find the target at the fixed point and end the trip. I am afraid that the fun of this adventure will never be experienced. There are weeds and thick trees in Belize Island. Walking in this green jungle, all Buggy can see are all kinds of strange plants. These plants are not very attractive to Buggy, but to Punt they are comparable to naked beauties. In Punt's eyes, each plant is a variety of ingredients or condiments, and some are poisons and ornamentals. These were collected one by Punt. "I can't see that you still use poison," Buggy joked. Punt scratched his head. "I have seen a lot of ingredients, and I have some understanding of some poisonous things." "Can be made into a weapon?" Buggy asked again. Punt took out a small bottle from his clothes, which contained a purple liquid. "A single drop of this stuff can poison an elephant," Punt said seriously. Silent. Kabaji and Moki suddenly feel that they are very lucky to be alive. They didn't expect that the seemingly common chef turned out to be a master of poisoning. "Your poison can only poison your own people, it's useless in battle," Buggy teased. Punt pretended to be silly and said with a smile, "This poison is very toxic even if it touches the skin of living things." As if afraid of Buggy's disbelief, Punt caught a passing snake and poured a few drops on its skin. In the next second, the snake twitched all over, its skin festered, and it vomited blood to death. At this moment, Kabaji, Moki and Liji subconsciously took a few steps back. Punt didn't seem to notice it, put away the bottle, and explained, "This snake is too small, and its vitality is weak. A few drops of potion will poison it to death." He seemed to be justifying his poison, but he couldn't convince Kabaji and others. "This snake's brain is festering, okay. Roar." Just as Kabaji was complaining about Punt in his heart, a terrifying beast roar came from not far from the island. Then there is an endless wave of beasts. Countless ferocious beasts rushed over, but instead of attacking, they ran away in a panic. Kabaji took out his knife and chopped down some fierce beasts that charged over. Mochi took a taming whip and whipped some of the beasts trying to ram into them. Lee stood next to Mochi, scaring some small animals away with a lion deterrent. Punt looked at the poison in his hand, thought about it and put it away. "That's all, I'd better save some," thought Punt. Naturally, Buggy saw Punt's small movements, cut down a 2-meter beast with one knife, and asked, "Ponte, do you still have to hide your strength at this time?" "Captain, I only use this bottle of poison, use a little less." Punt looked distressed. And with you, the captain, I don't think I need to make a move. Buggy couldn't help but laugh, and an energy ball gathered in his hand. He plans to use the power of devil fruit. His swordsmanship has not yet reached the level of a swordsman, and he is a little weak in the face of this beast tide. But at this moment, an arrow shot from a distance and killed a beast. Huh. Buggy looked in a certain direction suspiciously. It was a guy wearing animal skins who looked like a wild man. Is this the sniper Duddy talked about living on Belize Island? With a bow and arrow? A few more bows and arrows came, and each arrow hit the head of the beast, and the arrows were fatal. A good archery skill. Buggy's eyes lit up, and he initially recognized Duddy's praise for this man. I'll help you deal with these beasts, and the big guy behind will trouble you. Klein walked past them while talking. Then Buggy and the others saw a huge 6-meter-long rhino running furiously. Silent. This man's character needs to be considered. Facing such a huge beast, Buggy couldn't hold back. Otherwise, the subordinates behind him may be killed. I saw him use the ability to split the fruit to instantly cut all the beasts around, and then appeared in front of Bolus with a flash, and punched out. Boom. Like a rocket, Berlis flew upside down and flew thousands of meters away. Punt stared at Buggy's back with glowing eyes, eager for such power. In the distance, Klein, who was leading the disaster to the east, was stunned as he watched the beast chasing him being kicked away by Buggy. Eyes dumbfounded. Is still a human? Klein said incredulously. Are you all right? Buggy turned to look at his crew. Kabaji is here, Li Ji is here, Punt is here, where is Mochi? Buggy looked at Li K, and Li K pointed his paw to the right. Mochi ran a few hundred meters away from himself and the others at some point, holding a fruit with a spiral pattern in his hand. Captain, can you see if this fruit is the devil fruit you mentioned? I saw this fruit from a distance, haha. I went to pick it back just now while you resisted the beast tide. The rules on board the Buggy, who finds the devil fruit, and who decides its ownership. When Mochi picked up this devil fruit, it means that this fruit is his. That's why Mochi is so excited. Thinking of the powerful strength of his own captain, Mochi is also full of fantasy at this time. Punt and the others looked at Mochi enviously, their eyes fixed on the devil fruit in his hand. They also want devil fruit, so why can't their eyes look better? Devil fruit is right in front of their eyes, so why did Mochi see it? Punt even wanted to kill people and seize treasures, but it was just a momentary thought. In front of Buggy, he still didn't dare to be presumptuous. This is indeed devil fruit, and you can gain its power by eating it. Buggy laughed. Buggy is very happy to have one more ability user under his command. Even if Mochi looks like he ate devil fruit, he won't be too strong. Then Mochi looked at Buggy, as if wondering what Buggy meant. Buggy laughed and said, eat it, it's yours, no one will take it from you. Under everyone's envious eyes, Mochi ate the whole devil fruit in one gulp. And then, vomit. The disgusting smell made Mochi vomit uncontrollably. Captain, Mochi? Kabaji looked at Buggy with some doubts. Shouldn't eating devil fruit cause a burst of power and turn into a Superman? Why does Mochi seem to be poisoned? Buggy explained. Because devil fruit can give people the power of the devil, it also has the power of the devil itself. Every devil fruit has a taste that can make your soul sick. Eating it is like merging with the devil. The idea of a merging with a demon is, of course, Buggy's scaremongering, but that's what it means. But you don't need to eat all the devil fruit. This devil fruit can gain its power with just one bite. Isn't that one bite for each person? Ponte said with excitement and regret. Excited that devil fruit can share the speculation, but sad that Mochi has already eaten devil fruit. No, Buggy glanced at Ponte and said, only the first person to eat devil fruit will gain power. It doesn't matter if you eat one bite or the whole thing. The power gained is the same. And if other people eat it, it will only have the disgusting taste of the devil. As soon as this remark came out, Ponte was a little disappointed. He thought he had discovered a new world. Mochi, try your ability. Buggy said to Mochi, who was still sick. Mochi suppressed the feeling of nausea, and complained in his heart, it is enough to eat one bite earlier, and I will not swallow the whole thing in one gulp. There is definitely a difference between eating a bite and eating a whole thing. Mochi can also feel less nauseous. Feeling the power, Mochi's eyes widened, and he opened his hands at a fainted wolf. Bundle. A halo shot out from Mochi's hand out of thin air and bound the wolf's neck. Aura? Buggy was curious. This should be Paramecia's ability, and Buggy thought that the devil fruit that appeared on the Beast Island would belong to Zone. The next moment, the wolf's eyes opened. Its eyes drifted between awake and unconscious, but it stood up and seemed to be taking orders from Mochi. Paramecia. Ring fruit. Captain, my fruit ability is to create a halo to control animals, Mochi said. Control? Mind control? Body? Buggy asked. Body. Mochi said, I can create a lot of halos, but every animal controlled by the halo will consume my energy. Coupled with Mochi's identity as a beast tamer, this fruit ability unexpectedly matches him. Buggy was speechless. Only for beasts? Does it work for humans? Buggy asked again. Mochi shook his head. I don't know. It stands to reason that humans are also considered animals. Maybe I can control him. Can this ability be removed? Buggy asked. Mochi nodded. If this ability cannot be removed, he will be exhausted to death. When controlling animals, this ability consumes his power every minute and every second. Kabaji, go up and let Mochi control it, Buggy said. Ah? Me? Kabaji looked at Mochi with anxiety. Mochi laughed and said, Don't worry, Kabaji, my ability will not harm the beasts under my control. Kabaji was speechless. Am I a beast? Kabaji, don't move, I'm coming. Mochi opened his hands, and a ring slowly fell onto Kabaji's neck to imprison him. But unlike that wolf, Kabaji's eyes were clear. He wasn't as confused as the wolf. But the body seems to be a little out of control, but it can still resist. For example, there was an instruction to make him dance, but under the resistance of his willpower, he just moved his arms. Within 30 seconds, Mochi removed the halo around Kabaji's neck. It's very difficult to control humans, Captain. Unlike that wolf, even if that wolf can resist, it is basically unable to disobey my orders, but it is very easy for Kabaji to disobey. Mochi explained. The control over creatures with intelligence or strong mental power will decrease. Buggy came to a conclusion. That is to say, unless Mochi's strength is much stronger than that person, don't even try to control a human being. Mochi, can you still use your ability? Buggy glanced at the drowsy wolf. He could control a fierce beast for a long time to fight. Mochi's physical fitness was better than expected. Yes, Captain. Mochi said after a moment of feeling, I think with my current physical strength, I can control 3 animals at the same time for about an hour. Wait for me. Buggy disappeared on the spot, and returned after a while carrying the huge rhino burris that he had knocked into the air. You try to control it and see. Mochi looked at Burlis with some palpitations and longing. This guy is the king of this island, and his fighting power is very strong. If he can control it, his strength will be much stronger. A halo surrounded the fainted Burris, but Burris didn't stand up all of a sudden like the wolf. After about a minute or so, Boris stood up under Mochi's order. The eyes are similar to that of the wolf, but it seems that his intelligence is higher. Buggy can see a little throbbing from his controlled eyes. The stronger the spirit, the more difficult it is to control, and the stronger the strength, the more physical energy is consumed. Frontal combat may have a disruptive effect, but it has almost no frontal combat capability. This is the shortcoming of ring fruit. The advantage is that it has a magical control ability. Ability users can increase their physical strength by controlling powerful creatures. Recovering after exhausting physical strength again and again will greatly improve the body of the capable person. Also, controlling intelligent life may enhance the spiritual power of the capable person. This is very buggy. If it really works in this regard, then Mochi may awaken conquerors in the future. Of course, this is only a theoretical possibility, and Mochi's talent is too poor. 10 or 8 years, or maybe it took decades for Mochi to own conquerors. Crush the momentary thought of cultivating Mochi as his own emperor. Buggy continues to analyze Mochi's ring fruit ability, especially the awakening aspect. The awakening of Paramecia affects the surrounding environment again. After awakening, the ring fruit will summon a large halo? Or something else? Buggy has a guess that the awakened Mochi may turn the entire island into a halo, and all the animals in the halo will be manipulated by Mochi. F*K. This is a bit fierce. Just stared at the dumbfounded Mochi. Buggy sighed. As expected, there is no useless devil fruit, only useless ability users. With Mochi's ability and brains, Buggy doesn't think he can develop the fruit ability to that extent. If this fruit is eaten by Shanks, the other party may even be able to control the Emperor. Catch some beasts and go back, Mochi. In the future, they can be used as a tool for your daily training, or directly become your pets. Mochi nodded excitedly. With the captain here, all the beasts on this island became his property. He Mochi sent it. By the way, you have to think about how to feed these guys. I will draw up to 1 million Baileys to raise these animals for you. Buggy was still stingy, leaving Mochi speechless. After talking to Mochi, Buggy looked at Klein, who was observing them from a distance. Come over and talk about it. I was introduced by Duddy, Buggy shouted. Hearing Duddy's name, Klein hesitated and moved closer. However, there is still a distance of about 5 meters, and it seems that they are ready to escape at any time depending on the situation. Don't be nervous. If I want to kill you, it's useless for you to escape anywhere. As Buggy said, he clenched his fist to the left. In the next moment, countless animals and plants were torn apart, and Klein's tongue was almost tied up. You. Who are you guys? What did Duddy introduce you to? Klein asked. I'm short of a sniper on my ship, and Duddy said you'd be interested, so I'm here, Buggy said. Klein thought for a while and replied, I came to this island to hunt Bolus. Since you captured it, I have no reason to stay. From now on, I will be the sniper on your ship. Klein was born as a hunter, and he is very talented, and he can play with bows and arrows with one hand. His parents died among the beasts, and his only hobby is hunting. A few years ago, he was a famous pirate hunter, and it was during that time that he met Duddy. But later Klein felt that hunting pirates was too easy, so he came to the famous Beast Island to hunt Burles out of boredom. It's a pity that his bow and arrow didn't break through the defense, otherwise Boris would have been shot to death hundreds of times by him. Although I'm glad that you were willing to serve as the navigator on my ship, I hope you can show your ability. Although Duddy said that your sniper skills are better than his. But bows. Can they be faster than guns? As soon as the words fell, a bow and arrow appeared in front of Buggy. Buggy grabbed it and smiled slightly. It's not bad, the shooting speed is quite fast, but the strength is not enough. As he said that, Buggy attached the arrow with his armed color, and then threw it in another direction. The arrows pierced through countless trees and disappeared from their sight. Klein, who was about to continue shooting arrows, stopped and asked, What is your ability? There's no way his bow could have that kind of power, and even Buggy shouldn't be able to go through so many trees, no matter how powerful he is. Because he made his arrow himself, he knows how hard it is. A power called armament hockey. If your strength satisfies me, I can teach it to you. Buggy laughed. Klein's eyes were filled with longing. I will prove it. Besides armament hockey, there is also a power called observation hockey. Buggy closed his eyes. Try archery. Klein hesitated, but seeing that Buggy's subordinates looked indifferent, he finally shot an arrow. 5 meters away. Arrows are no slower than bullets, and Buggy has his eyes closed. It shouldn't be able to catch it anyway, but he caught it. Holding his arrow between 2 fingers, in a confident and powerful absolute posture. Klein looked at Buggy with adoring eyes. This captain, he is determined. Buggy opened his eyes and dropped the arrow on the ground. Now it's your turn to prove yourself. Buggy looked at Klein and said. Klein didn't speak. He was like the cruelest hunter in the world when he entered the battle state. He moves quickly in the jungle, and every time he moves, he can shoot an arrow at Buggy. But they were easily caught by Buggy, but the shooting frequency made Buggy tongue-tied. This is much faster than the attack frequency of Marine's traditional firecrackers, and the machine gun is faster than Klein. Qingyu. 3 lines. Klein is no longer limited to shooting one by one. His strange figure is looming in the jungle, and the 3 arrows shoot out from nowhere and point directly at Buggy's eyes, neck, and even lower body. Buggy laughed dumbfounded, and took the 3 arrows. He didn't expect Klein to be so insidious. However, thinking of attracting Burles to him for the first time when he met the opponent not long ago, he knew that this was not only reflected in the opponent's offensive methods. Shanghai. 5 elements. Seeing that 3 arrows were useless, Klein shot 5 arrows at once this time. I don't know how Klein shot it, but Buggy cut off 5 arrows with his sword. Okay. You've been approved by me, and you'll be the sniper on my ship from now on, Buggy chuckled. Klein's archery skills can embarrass a common colonel in East Blue, coupled with jungle concealment, Klein definitely can kill those uninformed guys. As long as the opponent's strength and speed are not far superior to Klein's. In fact, Klein's strength and speed are not slow, and even in East Blue Klein is the strongest Buggy has ever seen besides Smoker and Monkey D. Dragon. Buggy thinks that Klein's pure power is stronger than Luffy's, except of course that Luffy attacks with rubber fruit. Thank you, Captain. Klein walked out of the jungle with a bow and arrow in his hand, smiling. Captain, have I got your approval? Can I learn armored color and observation haki now? Klein looked at Buggy with expectation in his eyes. Armed color, your physical fitness is not enough, but knowledge color can learn. Buggy said, there is no rush to learn haki, I will teach you naturally when you get on my boat. Klein laughed, he knew he was in a hurry. Although it is true that the purpose of boarding the ship is to learn skills, but being so straightforward will make the Captain Buggy unhappy. I just heard you guys say that you want to catch some ferocious beasts and bring them back. Why don't I help you? I've lived on this island for a year, so I'm familiar with it. Klein volunteered to contribute to the team, and Buggy didn't stop him. Buggy supported Burles's feet with one hand. I'll take this guy back first, you guys come back early. After completing the goal, let Mochi and the others take the rest of the adventure. With Klein around, even if they encountered some danger, they wouldn't die. When the sun is about to set, Mochi and the others walked out of the forest in a panic. They didn't catch too many beasts, but only caught some beasts that were relatively powerful on the island or had special functions. For example, a kind of poisonous green snake. Everyone returned with a full load, but Pont was in a normal mood. He didn't collect too many things that surprised him. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a devil fruit here. It was not he who ate it. Ring the fruit, control the power of animals. Pontet mentioned how much he liked it. According to Punt's idea, as long as he is strong, he can use this ability to control Alvida to do whatever he wants. In the evening, a party was held on the two ships to welcome Alvida and Klein. Because all kinds of beasts were captured this time, Punt also showed some dishes that made people's eyes dim. For example, dark dishes such as charcoal grilled wolf eyes, wild pork chops topped with tiger bile, snake venom sandwich, and so on. In short, Punt once again refreshed his impression in the minds of Buggy and others. Although the dishes are strange, Buggy and others do not deny the taste of these foods. Chefs are really a strange profession. Some incomprehensible ingredients can become amazing delicacies through their hands. Watching Punt bring out one strange food after another, Buggy shook his head, focusing on his own system. He had just bought a newspaper that said the Creek pirates had been captured by Marine of Division 17. Buggy wants to know if he has a chance to recruit Jhin. Jin's strength and talent are definitely very good, maybe even above Sanji. Buggy wants to recruit him and train him to be the captain of the first team in the future. The current balance is 100 million, and the simulation consumes 15 million at a time. Do you want to start the simulation? The town of Rog made a big fuss, and Buggy's bounty increased by another 50 million. Even the bounty with Alvida has risen to 20 million Baileys. Yes. 37 years old, you were recruiting Sniper Klein on Belize Island. A week later, you arrived in the fishing town and rescued Creek and his gang, and Ajin joined your pirate group. At the age of 39, you challenged Kaido. When you were on the verge of death, your fruit ability was awakened, but in the end you lost to Kaido and were killed. The simulation is over, you can keep one of the following options. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 39. 2nd. Taijutsu Haki at the age of 39. 3. The Spirit at the age of 39. 4. Swordsmanship at the age of 39, awakened. Buggy was a little surprised. He thought it would take several simulations to awaken, but he didn't expect to be awakened in just 2 years. But think about it, he seems to have died in the hands of Kaido in the first 10 simulations. After several life and death experiences, the fruit ability has not yet awakened. Isn't that a shame for a Mr. Guya? Luffy learned emission from Kaido for the first time. The second time he was crushed by a mace from Kaido and learned Conqueror's Winding. The third time he was knocked down on the Island of Ghosts, he was alive and well after eating a meal, and his ability to fight Kaido fruit was awakened. Rayleigh is a fake teacher and I, Kaido, am the real teacher. Complaining about Luffy's protagonist Halo in his heart, Buggy accepted the fruit awakening. In an instant, Buggy's power spread uncontrollably. For an instant, the space around Buggy seemed to be torn apart. Cracks spread little by little. Buggy squeezed with one hand, and the whole space shattered. Black hole? Buggy didn't expect that his fruit awakening would naturally have such an effect. Whitebeard's devil fruit awakening shattered the space, but it was still a shock after all. Deals massive damage through shock. Buggy is different. The awakening of Chop Chop fruit is a direct tear. Because it is not a vibration, Buggy cannot drive the surrounding space to destroy the terrain like Whitebeard, causing earthquakes and tsunamis. But Buggy can rip through space, creating black holes. Buggy can feel that the black hole he created can absorb everything. In other words, this ability brings Buggy a brand new attack and defense method. A black hole similar to dark fruit. The difference is that the black hole Buggy cannot be released. Although this ability is very strong, it is very powerful on a single target, but it should not be the full power of my fruit awakening. Buggy thought about restoring the black hole, and then disappeared in place. At this time, other people on the boat had already noticed Buggy's movements. The abnormal noise produced by the awakening of the fruit ability, as well as the deafening sound of space breaking, all caught their attention. Did the captain just scratch the space? Kabaji murmured. They saw that when Buggy clenched his fist, a crack appeared in the space in front of Buggy, and then a terrifying black hole was created out of thin air. Is this also the power of devil fruit? Punt's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Alvida's eyes glowed, and she wanted to attack Buggy more and more. But Buggy knows what Alvida looked like before, so it is absolutely impossible for him to attack. The reason why Buggy asked Alvida to be on the ship was only because of her good ability. If well developed, she could be a captain on his future ship. Klein stared at the original location of Buggy in a daze. Is this the power of devil fruit? Why didn't I find that devil fruit when I lived in Bursley Island for a year? I could have had this kind of power too, right? Aoa, the interior of Belize Island. Buggy stood in the center of the island, releasing his awakened power little by little. A squared, the ground under Buggy's feet began to crack a little bit and spread around. Then trees, rocks, cliffs. The whole island is being torn apart by Buggy. What happened to this island? The entire Belize Island shook, the cliff broke, and the ground collapsed. The entire Belize Island seems to have ushered in the end. Drive the boat farther away. Alvida noticed that the situation was wrong, and immediately ordered Bistao. Yes, Miss Alvida. Bis hurried to the Miss Laboon Daku. Nami also flew to the helm and steered the ship himself. Do the pirates with a bounty of 100 million have this kind of pervert power? Nami thought to himself at this time. At this time, the space on Belize Island also began to shatter. Small black holes appeared on the island, sucking in the surrounding trees, rocks and animals. Not enough, not enough. This is not the full power of my awakening. With a roar from Buggy, the conquerors exploded, and the fragmented force was carried to the sky. The clouds were torn apart. A huge space above the sky is torn apart, and the same huge black hole is also being formed. Not good. Buggy suddenly felt something and stopped the release of power. And quickly used the characteristics of Chop Chop fruit to restore the huge black hole that is about to form above the sky. He just had a feeling that as long as this huge black hole is created, it will not be able to be recovered. In other words, Buggy will create an ever-eating black hole. This is the power to destroy the world. Buggy was a little ashamed, but felt pity. He dare not use this power. The biggest power he can use now, Chop Chop fruit, is a fighting style similar to Whitebeard. Destroys everything around, and creates an energy ball with explosive properties. It is indeed a strong force that can easily destroy an island. But it might not be enough. At this stage, both Ace and Blackbeard have the power to destroy the island. Destroying the island is not such an unreachable power level. And his power to tear apart the clouds comes from the full burst of his fruit power. That move was powerful enough to threaten the 4 emperors, but he couldn't use it. The power I have now is considered a half-emperor, or is it the emperor's deputy of the common? In any case, Buggy felt that at least Marco should not be his opponent. For Admiral, Buggy thinks it's 50-50. Having mastered Conqueror's winding, I should be able to fight Admiral 6-4, or even 7-3. Buggy clenched his fists, thinking about the direction of the next simulation. By the time Buggy returned to the boat, the entire Belize island had disappeared, leaving countless island fragments. These islands are scattered, some are surrounded by each other, and some are floating far away. Now it's called the Belize Islands, Nami complained. Boris was captured by the captain. This place should be called the Beast Islands, Mochi interjected. Can any animal survive such a move? Klein questioned. In the end, everyone agrees that this is a brand new archipelago, and the destroyer. Oh no, the creator, Buggy. So this island should be called the Buggy Islands. You guys. The corners of Buggy's mouth twitched. He didn't expect to be complained about by his subordinates as soon as he came back. Nami, turn around, let's go to the fishing town. Fishing town. Nami looked puzzled, wondering what Buggy was doing here. But she is just a navigator, and there is no need to ask why Buggy is going there. Her task is to take the captain to all places in the sea. After ordering Nami to set sail urgently, the others also finished the banquet and went back to the cabin to sleep for the next morning. At noon the next day, the crew got up one after another. Except for Punt and Klein, who got up early, everyone else got up late. Eating Punt fried rhino hooves, Mochi wondered if the rhino was Burles's son or grandson. Kabaji wondered if the rhinoceros hooves could be fried. It seemed that Klein hadn't eaten such a delicious food for a long time. A rhino's hoof was gnawed clean by him, and he even licked the plate. Nami was a little disgusted with this kind of food, so he ate a sandwich made of unknown meat. As long as Ida's not a poison sac, Nami comforted himself. Before meeting Punt, no one thought that poison sacs could be eaten. It is said to be taken together with antidote. SM. Alvida looked at the subordinates who were still smiling happily after being hammered by her mace countless times, feeling a little chilly. Buggy's lunch is barbecue, and I don't know what kind of meat it is, but it tastes good anyway. He ate his lunch, lay down in a chair and covered his face with a newspaper, and used the system to simulate. This time the strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and Buggy can predict that this simulation will not survive for too long. And it is true. At the age of 37, your fruit ability was awakened, and your powerful power was seen by the passing Admiral Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates. Golden Lion offered you an olive branch and invited you to join the Flying Pirates as its vice captain, but you rejected it. Golden Lion, who became angry from embarrassment, shot at you. You fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and because you couldn't fly, Golden Lion took advantage of your weakness and drove you into the bottom of the sea. 3 days later, you suffocate to death. Simulation ends. Silent. Did that trick last night provoke the Golden Lion? Buggy repented. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have exploded. Now this trick can't be used, and it is also being targeted by the Golden Lion. And judging from the simulation, it seems that the other party is about to come to the door. There are 4 more opportunities to simulate. I have to find a solution. Buggy was a little helpless. His inability to fly became his Achilles heel. In fact, he can also fly, but his feet cannot leave the ground and cannot touch the water. At the age of 37, your fruit ability has awakened, and your powerful power has attracted the attention of the passing Admiral Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates. Golden Lion throws an olive branch to you and invites you to become its vice captain. You pretend to agree but actually find a chance to escape. You escaped and were discovered by the Golden Lion. After 3 days and 3 nights, you were thrown into the bottom of the sea and suffocated to death. Simulation ends. Buggy is speechless. I can fight Admiral now. How the hell did you get killed twice by your old bidden? After dying twice in a row, Buggy also lost his temper. Come again. At the age of 37, your fruit ability has awakened, and your powerful power has attracted the attention of the passing Admiral Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates. Golden Lion wants to throw an olive branch at you and invites you to be its vice captain, and you grab it and jump into the sea without saying a word. Without the support of the Golden Lion's ability, countless islands fell down, filling the nearby sea, and all your crew members died. No one can save you. You and Golden Lion suffocated to death at the bottom of the sea, and died together. Simulation ends. HMPH, old man, really think Lousy can't beat you? Change the battlefield and fight Lousishi for you. Buggy lay on the chair and cursed as if talking to himself. What's wrong with the captain? Kabaji heard Buggy swearing again as soon as he went out. The old man? Change the battlefield. Kabaji began to imagine, could it be the captain's enemy? The old man. Couldn't be the marine hero Garp, right? It is said that the One Piece Roger was captured by him. As expected of that man's crew, the enemy has locked the marine hero. It's a pity that I'm too weak to help. If only I could eat a devil fruit. At the age of 37, your fruit ability has awakened, and your powerful power has attracted the attention of the passing Admiral Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates. Golden Lion throws an olive branch to you, and you pretend to agree, and suddenly attack and severely wound it and throw it into the sea to kill it. A few months later, you exchange the body of the Golden Lion for the Shicibukai. You were famous in the sea, and you were called the strongest man in Shicibukai by the world. 1 year later, you fought with Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights, and then left safely. You were called the 5th Emperor of the Sea by the world. Another year, Marine wanted to cancel Shichibukai's position, but was afraid of your strength, so he conspired with Blackbeard to attack you. You were outnumbered but have no way to escape. All your crew members were killed. You smashed the space of Pirate World in an attempt to perish with the world but was shut down by Blackbeard with Dark Fruit. You no longer have the heart to resist and were captured by Marine. Shanks tried to rescue you, but was blocked by Kaido on the way. 1 month later, you were executed in public. The simulation is over. You can keep one of the following options. 1. Fruit ability at the age of 39. 2nd. Taijutsu Haki at the age of 39. 3. The spirit at the age of 39, can enhance conquerors. 4. Swordsmanship at the age of 39. I choose 2. For 2 years, Buggy hadn't learned Conqueror's winding. On the contrary, the color of knowledge and color of arms has improved. Golden Lion's troubles are solved, and sometimes the same thing will have completely different results just by changing the way of thinking. But Buggy changed his mind 3 times before he finally found a way to break the deadlock. The sea is far more dangerous than Buggy imagined, and some crazy people are far more terrifying than imagined. Sometimes we watch Luffy go through various life and death crises along the way, and see countless well-known pirates who can easily survive to the end of the plot, thinking that the danger of the sea is nothing more than that. But it's not. The real Grand Line should be like Buggy, and it is normal to be like Golden Lion. Countless times of life and death crisis, you will really die. It is undeniable that luck is more important to a pirate's longevity than his strength. And the luck of most pirates who venture out at sea will not last forever. Life simulation. If every time I simulate life, I am so lucky that I can live to the end of old age, then there is no need to simulate life. Because he has experienced countless storms in his life, facing any danger is a joke. Even the adventure is just a joke, and the Grand Line is just a lucky man's backyard. I'm a Buggy, and I'm not a Buggy. I've had no luck with conquerors, sims in death time and time again. I have never died through time travel, but it seems that I have never lived. I keep dying in the simulation, but I'm alive now. The Sims, me Buggy simulates not the pinnacle of conqueror's luck, but the pinnacle of conqueror's hockey. Seems to realize something. Buggy's spirit suddenly enlightened. The conqueror shot straight into the sky in an instant, stunned countless seabirds, fish and shrimps, and shook the clouds away. Cloudless. His conquerors are stronger. The simulation doesn't seem to say that my conquerors will become stronger at this time, so the simulation of the system is not omnipotent, nor is it telling me what will definitely happen. Instead, it is telling me what can happen, and I have the power to choose every step of my life. Buggy smiled self-deprecatingly. It's just that every step of life's choice requires money. Conqueror's hockey soars to the sky. From the sky, a man with gold hair, a wretched appearance, and 2 swords on his feet slowly floated over. If it wasn't for the appearance, Buggy would have thought that a fairy descended from the sky. Buggy didn't look surprised at Shiki descending from that. In fact, just when Buggy shattered the clouds with the conquerors, he discovered the cluster of islands hanging in the sky. Lion fruit. Scary as hell. Jihahahahaha. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I never thought that Little East Blue would meet a man like you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shiki. Everyone in the world calls me Golden Lion. Are you interested in joining my flying pirates? You can be my deputy captain. Golden Lion. Buggy smiled. I don't think you may recognize me, but you certainly know the name of my ex-captain. The former captain? Golden Lion raised his eyebrows and asked, who was your former captain? He thinks that Buggy is in his 30s, and the former captain should be from his generation, maybe an old rival. Goal. D. Roger. Buggy teased. Hearing Roger's name, Golden Lion seemed to recall some bad memories. So you don't want to join my pirate group? Golden Lion asked, secretly ready to show his power. He is not a big pirate. As long as he is against him, Golden Lion can use various means to deal with him. It doesn't matter if the seniors sneak up on the juniors and be scolded as shameless. Of course. Yes. Buggy laughed. Actually, I didn't agree with the captain's idea during the Battle of 8 Volume. With the power of the flying pirates and the captain's strength, they have a chance to unify the world and pull those pig-like celestial dragons into the world. Dismount. It's a pity that I was just an intern at that time, and no one would listen to me. Buggy sighed regretfully. Golden Lion was taken aback by Buggy's words. He didn't expect that there were people who understood him so well on the previous enemy ship. Gia ha 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 ha. If Roger had the same courage as you back then, we would have unified the world long ago. Golden Lion was very satisfied with Buggy's answer, and his body unexpectedly landed on Buggy's boat. Buggy narrowed his eyes slightly but did not show the slightest killing intent. He seemed to be smiling. Golden Lion said, I am very willing to ally with the famous flying pirates, but I don't know how much you have lost your legs, Senior Golden Lion. Strength. How much power does it have? If your capital is not enough, please allow me to think about it. If a strong person is recruited by him with a single word, then Golden Lion will suspect that he has ulterior motives. Always secretly on guard. Even if he flies to Buggy's boat, it's just a trial. As long as Buggy starts, he can fly back to the sky in an instant. Then capsize Buggy's boat with the might of the sea. However, Buggy's words convinced Golden Lion a little bit. A person who really wants to join must know the strength of the team he joins, right? Gia ha 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 ha. Although the old man lost his feet, my strength is not much weaker than before. Golden Lion said that flying to the sea is a flying kick. Slash wave. A random kick and slash will divide the sea. The strength of the great swordsman is undoubtedly displayed. But Buggy saw many flaws in his attack. In other words, although Golden Lion's 2 swords replace the feet, they are not flexible enough. This is not because Golden Lion has no habits, but it is unscientific to replace feet with swords. Buggy thinks that Golden Lion can find Luo to cooperate and exchange a pair of real feet. In this way, Golden Lion's physical fitness may recover a little bit, so that Buggy will not be able to see the flaws in a slash wave now. As if feeling that one slash wave was not enough, Golden Lion flew into the air and kicked and slashed again. But that posture is really unflattering, like a broken windmill. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Seeing the sea being sliced into strips, Buggy was also amazed that Golden Lion's sword is still young. But as soon as he praised Golden Lion in his heart, Golden Lion showed fatigue and gasped secretly. Although this action was concealed, it was still discovered by Buggy. Now the Golden Lion is a paper lion. Buggy smiled, but didn't touch the Golden Lion. He clapped his hands and praised the strength of the Golden Lion. In the next second, he flew in front of the Golden Lion and kicked the Golden Lion with all his strength until his bones were broken and he fell into the sea. Yin man, I'm good at it too. The moment the Golden Lion fell into the sea, the dozens of islands in the sky fell down. That spectacular scene frightened Kabaji and others silly on the spot. It's over, we're dead. The meteorite fell. Ah no, the island hit the world. Don't panic, look at the captain. Several people looked over and found that the captain's coat was blowing up with the wind, and they didn't panic at all looking at the countless fallen islands. In the next second, I saw Buggy filling the space on both sides of the hammer. Space shatters in an instant, then there was a chain reaction. Space cracks appeared one after another in the sky, and then countless space black holes. When the islands were only a few kilometers away from them, the islands disintegrated and split into countless small pieces. I think these small island fragments can also kill us, Klein said. Alvida stared at Buggy with a nympho look on his face. Punt and Biss looked at Buggy as if they saw a heavenly being. But he didn't care about the situation where he could die at any time. Since Orangetown, their captain Buggy seems to be omnipotent, and now it's really the end of the world. They all believe that Buggy has the ability to save the world. And just as they thought, when these islands approached them infinitely, Buggy's power exploded again. Countless island residues began to break into smaller pieces, like dust blown by the wind, slowly falling into the sea. For a while, the sea was soaked in countless loess and blood foam. There are also fierce beasts cultivated by Golden Lion on the island. These beasts were killed by Buggy's ability, and their flesh and ashes were scattered in the sea to occupy a place. It's scary, looking at the sea that has completely changed color. Everyone looked at Buggy not only in admiration, but also in a monster-like way. Can this kind of power really be possessed by humans? And the big pirate Golden Lion in Legendary actually controls more than a dozen such huge islands, which is simply terrifying. Buggy looked at the ocean, and then at his subordinates. Some hesitated to send his men to find the Golden Lion's body. Not to mention the value of his body itself, the 2 knives alone are very valuable. Perhaps it is more useful than the snowwalk in his hand. But he was worried about such a deep sea, and whether his subordinates would be able to find the Golden Lion in such a sea destroyed by his own ability. If you can't find it, won't you die here? The importance of having a murloc on board was highlighted again and again. If I had known that Xiao Ba should not be let go, at least let him stay on his boat for a while, maybe it would solve many life and death crises. Thought Buggy. In the end, Buggy still didn't choose to ask his subordinates to find the Golden Lion's body, although it was found in the simulation. But this is after the simulation again, and he is not sure whether everything that is happening now is exactly the same as the simulation just now. If there is a slight difference in the details, it may lead to a completely different ending. He didn't want his subordinates to die because of this. Of course, if the Golden Lion's corpse can be exchanged for money, that's another story. But will Marine really give the Golden Lion's bounty to herself? Little pirate Buggy believes that these big pirates. Buggy thinks that these bounties are more of a warning. Inform Marines and civilians of their danger. There are really pirate hunters who have captured them, and I'm afraid they won't be able to get bounties from Marine. Because the most powerful bounty hunter in the world, Hakai Mihawk, is still being rewarded, you let Mihawk go to naval headquarters to exchange money? Even if he is Shicibukai, he will be charged with treason and arrested together. Nami-chan, hurry up and get out of this sea area, Buggy said to Nami, who was appreciating the spectacular sight. Ah, good. Nami hurried to steer the boat. Buggy found a chair and sat down a little tiredly. Even he couldn't afford to explode such a level of power all of a sudden. Captain, we thought you were really going to join that Golden Lion's pirate group. Kabaji poured Buggy a glass of water. Buggy drank it in one gulp and sighed. That old man is very capable, and I may capsize in the gutter if I am not false. Kabaji thought of the Golden Lion's ability to control more than a dozen islands, and nodded in agreement. It doesn't seem too difficult to kill them with this ability, and he also knows that Demon Fruit Power is afraid of seawater. If the boat is overturned by that old bastard, they may really be wiped out. But when Buggy thought of how to seduce an old man over 60 years old at the first time, he suddenly felt that the captain's character design collapsed. A week later, the Buggy pirates landed in the fishing town of the island. Even the powerful Colonel Smoker in Rogtown can't do anything about Buggy, so when he knew that Buggy had come to the fishing town, the 17 Marines stationed here didn't dare to move at all. They didn't even have the courage to take a look, so they let the Buggy pirates swagger in the fishing town to purchase supplies. Alvida took some men to rob the pirates who happened to be stationed here, as well as the local rich and gangsters. Buggy took Mochi and Kabaji to the 17th Marine Branch. Mochi controlled Burlis and smashed the iron gate of the 17th branch. Buggy, who no longer had to open the door by himself, happily stepped into the Marine. At this time, Marine was already fully armed and waiting at the door when he noticed that Buggy was rushing here. They held knives and guns, but they were trembling with cold sweat. What are you doing, Pirate Buggy? Koka, the Marine female colonel of the 17th branch, pretended to be calm, and pointed a long knife at Buggy. Buggy looked at her trembling legs and smiled contemptuously. You don't want your sailors to die, do you, Colonel? Keka was sweating coldly on his forehead, biting his red lips, and shouted, What the hell are you trying to do? Take me to the prison of your branch. Buggy didn't want to tell a Marine anything, he just ordered Koka in an unquestionable tone. Where does Koka have the right to question? Koka gritted his teeth and looked around at the sailors who were obviously scared, but still chose to bravely resist the pirates with him. She took a deep breath and said angrily, Kill. She can't let down these brave sailors. She ordered not to provoke the Buggy pirates, which has already chilled the sailors. Now if Buggy hits the door, if he still compromises blindly, what is their justice then? Oh. Buggy was a little surprised by Koka's choice. Never compromise with pirates, justice must not be violated. Koka ran forward angrily and slashed at Buggy, but Buggy easily grabbed him. This knife is not simple. Buggy looked at the knife. Even if it wasn't a famous knife, it was a good, fast knife. Koka struggled to pull the knife out, but it was all in vain. Although she is a strong female swordsman, she may even be stronger than Zoro at this stage. But that's all. Buggy saw that she should be around 26 or 17, and asked curiously, "You've almost reached the threshold of a swordsman. A talented swordsman like you chooses to stay in East Blue?" It is conceivable that if Koka had been trained at naval headquarters since he was a child, he might be a senior swordsman now, and it is not impossible to become a great swordsman in his 30s. Don't worry about it. Koka said angrily. Hey. Even the good-tempered Buggy couldn't help being a little angry at this time. You don't think I'm a pirate who can't kill people, do you? The controlled conqueror's haki overwhelms all sailors. The sailors fell one by one, and some were killed because they were fighting the beast controlled by Mochi. Hacked to death by Kabaji, in short, many marines were killed in an instant. At this time, Koka was locked by the conquerors and trembling all over, and could only watch this happen. Pirate Buggy. Koka's anger turned into substance, and the flying slash came out from her sword. Buggy was caught off guard by the slash, but when Koka was pleasantly surprised, he found that Buggy was unscathed. The clothes are broken. Buggy sighed softly, and then looked at Koka. I realized the flying slash at this moment. What do you think I should do with you? Cut grass and roots. As you like. Koka gritted his teeth. Hey, let me ask you again. Do you want to see your subordinates die here? Buggy teased. Koka knew that Buggy was threatening her, but she also knew that she could not compromise. Death is their destiny. That's right. The Marines of Branch 17 will never surrender to the pirates. Colonel Koka, don't pay attention to us. We are willing to live and die with you, Jhin. Some sailors from Division 17 who were not targeted by Buggy conquerors responded to Koka's words of justice. What an amazing spirit. Buggy chuckled. He finally knew why Crick, who had always been good at Marine, fell to Marine's hands. Because this Marine branch is really different, Crick's plan to make a comeback by sneak attacking Marine fell through. In that case, I can only take you away by force. What? Before Koka could finish his sentence, Buggy knocked him out with a knife and threw it to Lee K. Likey, I'll take her back later. Although Mochi has many stronger beasts, Lakey is still his favorite mount. Mochi will carry a niche wherever you go. Woo, Li Chi yawned out of boredom, expressing that he knew. It didn't feel any crisis because Mochi had a lot of beasts. It wished that Mochi would give it up and make it a niche on the boat to eat and wait to die. Unlike now, I have to do all kinds of training every day and participate in some tiring battles. Handing over some of the remaining sailors to Mochi and Kabaji, Buggy walked towards the dark dungeon of Branch 17. There are not many people detained in the dungeon, and they are all pirates who have only been captured recently. The Marine branch does not imprison too many pirates, because every month the Marines from the headquarters come to receive and send the pirates from all over the world to impel down. Creek and the others have been arrested for just over a week now, and there is still some time before next month, so it stands to reason that they should still be in this prison. Buggy watches the pirates, and the pirates watch Buggy. The Marines dungeon has a non-Marine entry for the first time. Hey, are you a pirate? How is the Marine outside? We heard a lot of noise. Buggy stopped and looked at the pirate who greeted him. The clothes are ragged, and the common appearance tends to be wretched. Who are you? I'm Pirate Figure Guy. I'm offering a reward of 5 million to the big pirate. Silent. Buggy turned his head and walked away. Apart from being bold, there was nothing that could attract his attention to such a small character. Hey, don't go. Are you looking for someone? I can show you the way, as long as you let me out. It won't take long for me to find it myself, Buggy said flatly. Two Guy hesitated for a moment, seemed to have made up his mind, and said, I have a treasure map. As long as you let me out, I will give it to you. But I killed you, and your treasure map is also mine, Buggy said again. Silent. Why don't you talk about martial arts? Kill people at every turn, Two Guy said speechlessly. I'm a pirate, and robbing is teaching you martial arts. Buggy said flatly. Qiwuhai was completely speechless. This is the most shameless pirate he has ever seen in his life. The treasure map is not with me, let me out and I'll give it to you, Qiwuhai said. I don't believe it. Your heart tells me that you are lying. The treasure map should be on your body. Buggy smiled slightly. Possessing the power to perceive the mind, the weak have no possibility of lying in front of him. A drop of cold sweat fell silently on Qiwuhai's forehead, and he panicked. He didn't know if what Buggy said was true or not, but he was sure that the other party would be very willing to kill him and search him. Reluctantly, he took the treasure map out of the sole of his shoe and threw it to Buggy. I admit it, I've given you the treasure map, don't kill me. Silent. Looking at the treasure map, Buggy felt a little disgusted. He crushed the iron lock that held Qiwuhai with his bare hands. Give the treasure map to a man named Kabaji outside, and then you can go. Buggy continued to go deeper as he spoke, as if he was not afraid of Qiwuhai running away with the treasure map. Qiwuhai watched Buggy go away, and then looked at the treasure map on the ground. In fact, he was a little moved, and immediately ran away with the treasure map. But after seeing Buggy crush the iron lock with his bare hands, he was a little scared again. This man is very difficult to mess with. Forget it, they all survived, and I'm afraid they will be handed back to them no matter how greedy they are. Qiwuhai scattered those thoughts in his mind. Just be honest and obedient. At this time, Buggy finally found Jhin in the dungeon, and was about to speak when a man's voice came from behind him. Hey, kid, as long as you let me out, I'll give you a treasure map. Silent. Buggy turned to look at the man in prison uniform. Creak. Shut up if you don't want to die, Buggy said flatly. He didn't believe that there were so many treasure maps in this world, and he also believed that not all the treasure maps in this world pointed out the direction of the treasure. Most likely a danger, a trap. What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? I'm Creak, the overlord of the East Blue. Click. Buggy pulled out an iron rod and threw it at Creak, piercing his shoulder. Ah. Next time I will directly punch your heart. Creak cried out in pain. His eyes were full of resentment, but he didn't dare to say any more. He knew that the man in front of him would really kill him. After giving Creak a warning, Buggy looked at Jhin, who was locked on the other side. Well, figured it out? Buggy asked. Jhin sat in the corner, put his hands on his knees, looked at Buggy coldly. Conditions? Join my pirate team. Jhin looked at Creak, but didn't speak. Seeming to know what Jhin was thinking, Buggy said again, if you reject me today, both you and him will die in impelled down. Choose your captain firmly, or follow me. Let him go, I'll go with you, Jhin said. Buggy glanced at Creak and sneered, okay. Creak naturally knew what Buggy was laughing at him, the so-called East Blue overlord, being rescued by his subordinates again. I don't know why at this moment, he is also full of resentment towards Jhin. He would rather die. Would rather Jhin die than watch him betray him. Buggy opened the two iron doors, turned around and left. Jhin glanced at Creak, and it was the last farewell, and then left behind Buggy. Creak screamed in pain, pulled out the iron rod on his shoulder, and staggered out. Looking at the backs of Buggy and Jhin, he secretly vowed to take revenge for being humiliated today. It's just that he didn't know that it was impossible for him to take revenge in this life, and the two men in front of him would be existences that he needed to look up to in the future. Out of the dungeon, all Marines in Section 17 are down. Buggy saw the treasure map in Kabaji's hand, and Qiwuhai beside him. Kabaji got the treasure map, but doubted what Qiwuhai said. The cautious Kabaji arrested Qiwuhai and waited for Buggy to come out. You can let him go. Buggy glanced at Guy and said. Kabaji nodded and said to Qiwuhai, you can go. Can I join your pirate group? Qiwuhai saw the power of the Buggy pirate group, and some wanted to join the pirate group. But the Buggy pirates don't want waste, his wish is doomed to fail. Your strength is too weak. Buggy said lightly, and then walked to the warehouse of Branch 17. It's just a pity that Branch 17 is a bit poor for some reason. The entire warehouse Curry's Bailey is only 7 million. This amount of money is not enough for him to simulate once. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Buggy recharged the money, and the balance came to 47 million, which is enough to simulate 3 times. Let's go. Buggy said to Jhin. I have been studying this treasure map for a long time, and I can show you the way. Two Guy's voice echoed behind him, but no one paid any attention to him. Hey, I'm a pirate with a bounty of 5 million. Why am I weak? Two Guy was a little dejected, but when he looked up, he saw a distressed figure walking out of the dungeon. Crick? Two Guy asked in surprise. Crick glanced at him and asked, what about them? Guy knew that Buggy and others were asked by Crick, and replied, let's go. A glint of haze flashed in Crick's eyes, and he looked around at the unconscious Marines. Crick pulled out a knife and chopped off a Marine's head. This bastard looks down on me. I will make you look good sooner or later. Two Guys subconsciously took a few steps away from Crick and offered a bounty of 17 million pirates. Crick is not a man to mess with either. Crick looked at Guy and asked, do you want to follow me? Guy thought for a while, and felt that it would be nice not to follow Buggy, but a big pirate with $17 million, so he nodded and agreed to board the boat. Okay. Let's get a warship. Guy, silent. Pirates open warships openly and openly attract hatred, okay. He suddenly felt regretful, his new captain seemed to be out of his mind. On the other hand, when Buggy and the others returned to the ship, Alvida also completed her task. The nearby pirates were robbed by Alvida, and the local tyrants in the town were also robbed. A total of 27 million Baileys were earned. Buggy was a little speechless, and didn't know what was going on with the 17th branch. A marine branch didn't have as much money as a group of pirates. Could it be that there are more bounty hunters in this town? Never heard of it. The 27 million yuan was not recharged by Buggy. Now that the pirate group has grown, the expenses have also increased. Still have to save some for the pirates. At night, because the pirates became rich, a banquet was held on the ship again. For some reason, Buggy also fell in love with this kind of life. Having a banquet every day, eating barbecue and drinking a lot of wine is simply not too comfortable. Jhin, who was new on the ship, was pushed and pulled by everyone to drink, which made him integrate into the pirate group all of a sudden. When the crowd enjoys a beautiful banquet, as a captive, Koka could only watch from the sidelines. She was tied to the pole of the boat, watching Buggy and the others drink and eat meat. The reason why she wasn't there was because she refused Buggy's invitation. As a marine, how could she join the pirates just to save her life? She has her own justice. Koka closed her eyes tightly and pursed her lips to keep her saliva from flowing out. She wanted to sleep to prevent herself from being tempted by delicious food. Even if she is already hungry, stomach growling. Be hungry, eat something. Nami took the food and handed it to Koka's mouth. Koka glanced at it, then swallowed without a trace. I will not give in to pirates. Well, no one wants you to give in, it's just resistance when you're hungry, and resistance when you're full, isn't it? Nami said. Koka glanced at the food and thought. Makes sense. Only when you are full can you continue to fight against the pirates, and only when you are full can you have the strength to escape. I'm not giving in, I'm just going to eat and keep fighting you, Buggy. He snarled at Buggy viciously, and Koka accepted Nami's food as a step down for himself. Buggy, who was eating meat and drinking with the crew, turned his head and gave Koka a white look, and cursed, there's something wrong. Koka was already immersed in the food Nami gave, but he didn't hear Buggy scolding her. Your name is Nami, right? You are a good person. Why do you want to be a pirate? Pirates burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. Why don't you cooperate with me to kill these pirates? I will let you be a marine captain. Don't tell me this kind of cheating on children. Nami pouted, she cheated all her life. How could she be fooled by Koka's 2 words? Although I don't like pirates, and I don't even like Buggy very much, but he is in my favor. Yes. He saved my village. After thinking about it, Nami added, a village that was bullied by another group of pirates for 10 years. How come? 10 years. Which village are you in? Keka was incredulous. She controls the 17th branch and is very clear about Marine's obligations. Some villages are too small to have the prerequisites for Marine to sit in town, but they are also classified under the protection of a branch Marine. And the Marines in this branch need to go on a cruise at least once a month, or even every week. How could a pirate rule an island with villagers for 10 years? Kokoja village. Nami said flatly, not only my village, but all the surrounding villages are under the rule of Arlong. I used to think that Marine didn't notice Arlong and the others, but now I suddenly think that Marine may be deliberately conniving at the pirates. Kokoja village is under the jurisdiction of the 16th branch, and their chief, Colonel Mouse. Koka fell into deep thought. Well, Nami, I will definitely check what happened to the 16th branch when I go back, and give you justice. No need. Now there are no pirates harming my village anymore. I don't need you Marines to be good people at this time, Nami said lightly. You were not there when the pirate was there, and you stood up for justice when the pirate was gone. Nami's affection for Marine is also gradually disappearing at this moment. Koka looked at Nami's indifferent expression, his eyes darkened. She knew that there were cancerous tumors inside the Marine, but she didn't expect that the inside of the Marine could be rotten to such an extent. 10 years. The village has been bullied by pirates for 10 years. Koka can imagine how miserable the village is. Then why did Buggy help your village? Maybe he just happened to have a conflict with that group of pirates. You don't have to repay him, and he doesn't necessarily go to protect your village, Koka said again. Nami glanced at Buggy and said, he really didn't come to protect my village, he came for me. For you? Koka looked Nami up and down. Could it be that Buggy is a pervert who covets Nami's beauty? It is undeniable that Nami has gradually grown a lot during this period. Her complexion is fairer, and her figure is better. She is already a rare beauty. Koka looked at his figure again. Not good. That bastard pirate Buggy couldn't have coveted my beauty. That's why he kidnapped me, right? Thinking that he was about to lose his innocence, Koka had the will to die. Nami saw through what Koka was thinking, and explained, there is a navigator on board. I think the reason why Captain Buggy tied you on board is because of your swordsmanship. I heard that your swordsmanship has reached the level of a sword master. It seems to be very powerful, so the captain wants to recruit you. Hearing Nami boasting about his strength, Koka raised his head arrogantly. Of course, not everyone can reach the level of a swordsman. It requires talent. If the talent is not enough, no matter how hard you study, you can't reach my level. Degree. And once Naval Headquarters wanted to recruit me to work in the headquarters, but I knew that East Blue needed me and Branch 17 needed me, so I didn't go. Then you should go. You won't be caught by Buggy if you go to Naval Headquarters, Nami chuckled. Hearing the meaning of Nami's teasing, Koka was not angry. Hey, I don't think you really like being a pirate. When Buggy is caught by Marine, you follow me. It just so happens that our 17th branch also lacks a powerful navigator. That man can't be caught by Marine. Nami said seriously, you don't know how powerful he is. I don't think even Marine can do anything to him. Koka curled his lips and said, it's just a pirate offering a reward of 100 million, and he's just being arrogant in East Blue. When he gets to the Grand Line, he will know what it means to have someone beyond others, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Nami shook his head lightly without explaining, and left with Koka's empty bowl. If you haven't seen Buggy's destructive power with your own eyes, Koka won't agree with it. Originally, Buggy asked her to be a lobbyist, but Nami didn't say a word of persuasion. Although she thought Buggy was good, it was only for her crew members. For others, Buggy is no different from other pirates. They are all vicious pirates. It's despicable and shameless, but it was this kind of person who saved her village, and it would be okay for her to repay her with a promise of her own body. Not to mention just being a navigator for him. Today's East Blue is sunny. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates seems to be busy doing their own thing. Mochi is fishing and taming animals, Kabaji is practicing swordsmanship. Nami is learning about sailing and observing the sky. Jhin is lifting weights, Koka was tied to a post and dozed off. Alvida was enjoying Biss's massage, and Ponte made delicious food to fill the table beside Alvida. Buggy is reading the newspaper. Everything seems so harmonious. Huh? Luffy has a reward on offer. Buggy was a little surprised. Straw Hat Luffy, offer a reward of 30 million Baileys, tisk tisk. This is the first time you have been offered such a reward for something big. Buggy speculates that Luffy must have killed someone who was as powerful as the dragon. Captain, there is a Marine blocking the way ahead. Marine? Buggy took off his sunglasses, stood up and looked forward. A dog-headed warship is blocking their way to the upside-down mountain. Garp. Buggy held his forehead. How did you provoke this plague god? Koka woke up when he heard Garp's name. Ha ha ha. The Marine hero is here. Buggy, you are finished. Wait to be arrested. Buggy threw the newspaper to Nami. Gag her mouth, and I'll solve the trouble. Nami took the newspaper, crumpled it up, looked at Koka with some sympathy and said, I'm sorry, Koka. Koka glared at Buggy bitterly. You're only going to be able to act aggressively at this moment, and when you get caught by Vice Admiral Garp, you'll be waiting to be caught by me. Woo woo woo. Buggy ignored Koka, told Nami and the others to drive the boat farther away, and flew towards Garp's warship by himself. The captain can fly. Everyone in the Buggy pirates looked at Buggy walking in the air in disbelief. Koka's eyes widened even more, and his mouth whimpered, as if to say, how could Buggy be Marine 6 styles? After encountering seawater threats again and again, Buggy spent 3 simulated opportunities to learn Marine 6 styles to the top. Not only Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, Finger Pistol, Iron Body, Paper Arts, Shaving and even Marine 6 styles Ultimate Secret Life Return have also been learned by Buggy. He can now fight Marine Vice Admiral with Marine 6 styles alone. The purpose of Garp's visit to East Blue this time is for Buggy. He thought that Buggy, who was making a fuss in Rog Town, would go to the Grand Line immediately. But he didn't expect that Buggy would still run around in East Blue, which made him wait for more than half a month in vain. Seeing Buggy falling from the sky, Garp was a little surprised, and then he flew and punched. Buggy didn't expect that Garp would attack him, and he hastily covered Garp with the weapon in his hand, and was sent flying. Garp wanted to drive Buggy to the bottom of the ocean. But because Buggy's punch relieved the power of the fist, or Garp didn't expect Buggy's power to be so strong. So Buggy just barely stayed on the surface of the sea and didn't fall into the bottom of the sea. It's not very friendly to meet with a punch, Mr. Garp, Buggy said coldly. HMPH, what kind of friendship can we talk about with pirates? Garp snorted coldly. Buggy looked at the departing warship and knew that the battle was inevitable. I really don't want to expose myself so soon. Buggy sighed, and Conquerors shot into the sky. The marine of the warship was locked by Buggy, and even the adjutant who followed Garp was on the verge of collapse. Top Conquerors hockey. Garp frowned, sensing trouble. Now the warship did not drive far away, and the other pirates of the Buggy pirates all ran away. Now he is on the disadvantaged side. Mr. Garp, you don't want all your subordinates to die here, do you? Buggy threatened coldly. I stop here, do you think you can hurt them? Garp said. Buggy raised his eyebrows, knowing that Garp would not give up without seeing the coffin, so he could only expose the power of his fruit ability awakening. Garp was about to continue punching Buggy, but suddenly felt a different aura coming from Buggy. Bark. Cracks are beginning to appear on the Cobalt warship. This is it. Garp said inwardly. He flew towards Buggy, and the seawater exploded with his punch. Puff. Mr. Garp, I'm not weak in knowledge, Buggy chuckled. Garp was upset, and he pinched his nose and said, as a king, shouldn't you go forward bravely? Why do you want to use such despicable means to threaten the old man? Go forward? Hee, you can ask Doflamingo about this. Buggy smiled lightly. That guy awakened Conquerors before he was 10 years old, but he was still being chased by Staff Crane. Garp pouted and flicked the booger into the sea, so that guy isn't the 4 emperors. Buggy smiled slightly, knowing that Garp was teasing himself, but he wasn't annoyed at all. But it's better than fighting meaninglessly here, and first don't think Marine needs to stare at me like this. Because I'm very fond of Shichibukai's position. Interested in. A man like you would want to be a Shichibukai? Garp was a little surprised. Do Shichibukai without Marine hunting, and the reward will not increase, how nice. Buggy laughed. Garp curled his lips and said, if you don't become a pirate, you won't be hunted down by the Marine, and the reward won't increase. What I'm saying is that I just want to take risks on the sea, and the sea is not owned by the Marine, nor by the world government. Is it true that if I buy a ship and attract a group of people to take risks, I will be rewarded by Marine? Are Marine and world government too overbearing? Said Buggy. Your words are a bit dangerous, Buggy boy. Garp looked at Buggy with a different look. It was a kind of. You are very courageous. Ordinary pirates will not mention world government no matter how presumptuous they are on the sea, because world government is not the direct force to arrest them after all. Moreover, there is no need for ordinary pirates to offend the world government. It is much more troublesome to offend the world government than to offend Marine. Buggy spread his hands and teased. Speaking of courage, I can't compare with your son. Of course, I can't compare with your grandson. The son of Marine hero Garp sentenced Marine to create a revolutionary army whose goal is to overthrow the world government. The grandson of Garp, the hero of Marine, went to sea to become a pirate at the age of 17. He aspires to become the next pirate king. Every day he catches people shouting that he wants to become the pirate king. Tisk tisk, he doesn't care about the face of his grandfather marine hero. After being demolished by Buggy, Garp's face suddenly became embarrassing. There is no place for Shichibukai now, and it's impossible for you to be a Shichibukai if you want to. You'd better be hunted down by Marine. Garp countered. Shichibukai always has a chance, don't you stop me? Buggy asked with a smile. Have the opportunity? Garp looked at Buggy. Did Buggy want to kill a Shichibukai to make room? This is not a wise choice. It is impossible for Marine to let Buggy succeed Shichibukai for the sake of face. But Garp doesn't want Buggy as Shichibukai, he thinks Buggy will be the same scourge as Doflamingo sooner or later. So there is no plan to remind Buggy. The old man is getting old, let other young people deal with a scourge like you. Garp held his nose and stepped on the moonwalk back to the warship, but because the navigator fainted, they could only wait here for the navigator to wake up and leave. In fact, letting Buggy go this time is not entirely about the life and death of his subordinates. The main reason is that Garp felt that he was not sure about catching Buggy, and that Buggy did not touch the justice in Garp's heart. If Buggy can only moonwalk, Garp feels that he is 100% sure of catching Buggy. If Buggy still has the top armament hockey, Garp has a 70% chance of catching Buggy. If Buggy also has the top-level knowledge color and conquerors, or even fruit awakening, Garp feels that he is only 10% sure of catching Buggy. His attack style is too straightforward, fist, fist, still a fist. Although he is confident that Buggy is not his opponent, he has no means to keep people. Maybe he can also threaten with Buggy's minions. But with the shamelessness of Buggy, Garp felt that the other party would not mind fighting with him and then running away. Coupled with his current semi-retired status, Garp will occasionally turn a blind eye as long as Buggy does not directly threaten his home and family. His justice now is lazy. Compared with the pirate who killed Zephyr's countless apprentices, Buggy can only take a poor name in terms of viciousness. Pity Buggy, at most he can account for the word, extremely poor. A powerful Buggy is very dangerous, but it is only dangerous because of its strong strength and tolerance. If this kind of threat encounters Crane Vice Admiral, she will catch one at a time. But he is Garp, and he catches pirates more emotionally. Are you committing a heinous crime, killing civilians? This old man will punch you to death. You are shameless, but you are a powerful pirate? The old man also wants to blow you up, but it doesn't have to blow you up. Just do you best. Old Garp's justice is somewhat similar to Aokiji's. No, maybe half of Shu Qingzi's justice is learned from the old Garp. Lazy justice. Garp's justice is contagious, as evidenced by the post-retirement Sengoku. Seeing that Garp was really released, Buggy was a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. Without talking too much, he didn't want Garp to change his mind. This is a big trouble, run away. Run as fast as you can. Woo woo woo. Buggy had just returned to the boat when he heard Koka struggling. You want to call for help from Vice Admiral Garp? For unknown reasons, news of Colonel Marine's capture in the fishing town did not reach naval headquarters. Vice Admiral Garp also doesn't know that Buggy's pirate group has a Marine branch colonel. Strange. Why doesn't Garp seem to know what's going on in Fishtown? Shaking his head, he doesn't care about so much now. The most important thing now is to go through the upside-down mountain and head to the Grand Line. At the same time, Garp looked at the Buggy pirates going away, and felt a little bit moved by the waves behind the Yangtze River. The intern boy on Roger's ship is now almost at Roger's level. Suddenly the phone rang. Blue blue, blue blue. Mehimexi, I'm Garp. The phone bug humanized into Sengoku's appearance. Garp. What's up? Did you catch Buggy? Sengoku asked. I didn't catch it. Garp said indifferently and confidently. Silent. Sengoku didn't ask in detail, just as if Garp hadn't met Buggy yet. Let's put aside Buggy's matter for now, and now there is a more important thing that needs you to do. What? Garp sensed Sengoku's seriousness. There has been no news from the Marine base of the East Blue 17 branch for several days. I need you to check the situation. Sengoku said, I have a bad feeling in my heart. There are not many cases where the Marine branch lost contact. One is the phone bug failure of the Marine branch, The other is the main phone bug failure of naval headquarters, and the other is that the marine group on that island is wiped out. Garp can only hope it's the first case. The second is almost impossible to happen. The third situation. That is extremely damaging to marine morale, and a bad thing. The upside-down hill. Buggy, they are feeling this amazing sight. The seawater flows backwards, and the boat climbs the mountain. It's so exciting. The crew yelled and vented their emotions. Koka looked at the group of unknown pirates with contempt. It's just the seawater flowing backwards, what's all the fuss about? Koka snorted coldly. You were not surprised when you saw this kind of scene for the first time? Nami asked from the side. Koka snorted softly. At least he won't pretend to be the seawater that reverses the mountains like that guy. Nami followed Koka's gaze, and suddenly saw a handsome fat man hanging on the boat to salvage seawater with wooden barrels. Ponte, this guy. Nami was a little speechless. Ponte is very curious about any strange things, So he wants to use seawater to make food for you. Koka sneered. Buggy came over at this time. When Punt makes food out of seawater, I'll give it to you as soon as possible. Silent. Koka yelled, don't try to feed me some weird things. You are a captive now, and you have no choice. Buggy chuckled. Koka was downcast when he heard the captive's words. She is a dignified Colonel Marine, a swordsman-level existence who has become a captive of a group of pirates. And most outrageously, Vice Admiral Garp failed to catch him. Although far away, Koka still saw the terrifying power of Buggy. This is definitely not a power that can appear in East Blue, and it is very rare even in Grand Line. Over the mountain. Kabaji shouted. No one is ashamed to declare their dreams to the sea, but they are all looking forward to one thing. Over this mountain, see the sunshine of hope. No matter what hope, what dream. Buggy's dream is to have a great ship and a group of great men. He wants to become an emperor, to occupy a corner of the sea and become a strong man in the torrent of the times. Nami's dream is still a chart of the whole ocean, the four seas, the Grand Line, and maybe even Raftel. Kabaji and Mochi's dream is simpler, to be a useful crew member to the captain. The dream in Lee K's heart is to train less and eat more meat. He wants to mess around, so don't take him to the top game. Alvida's dream is to surprise everyone in the world with her beauty and become the most beautiful woman in the world. But with Boya Hancock standing in the way, her dream is doomed to fail. Klein hopes to become the strongest sniper and learn more abilities that are beneficial to his archery skills. Jhin is the companion of Buggy Chang Huang. Punt's dream is to turn everything in the world into food. It is best to have a lot of demon fruit power for him to study. The dream of Biss and Alvida's younger brothers is to guard the ship and follow Miss Alvida forever. Oh, right. And Miss Koka. She looked at the sun on the top of the mountain, hoping that she would escape Buggy's clutches soon. Carry out your own justice and guard the fishing town. Fishing town. When Garp's kobold warship came here, there was only silence. Strange. Why is there no one in such a big town? Garp held his nose, but felt something was wrong in his heart. Leaving some Marines to stay on the warship, Garp led a group of people into the town, but what he saw was a shocking sight. The whole town was destroyed like the end of the world. There are broken eaves and broken walls, and human corpses are everywhere. Garp walked sullenly through the town. Along the way, no matter adults, women, old people or children all died tragically. He turned on the information and covered the island, hoping to find some surviving humans. The result is not surprising, no one survived. The whole town, no, even the whole island is like a ghost island. Come to the marine branch. Inside are also the corpses of the sailors. Some of them died miserably, but they seemed man-made, and some died as if they were eaten by wild beasts. Mr. Garp, it's a little strange. I think most of the people in the town were not killed by humans, but by wild animals, the adjutant said. Garp nodded, and started his rounds in branch 17. He saw a little mouse eating the corpse and went over to kick him away. Marine's body cannot be violated by wild animals. But what Garp didn't expect was that the little mouse jumped at him viciously after seeing him. Garp pinched the little mouse in midair. Its eyes were red, and its sharp claws and teeth seemed to have evolved and become extraordinarily powerful. This mouse is very strange. Catch it and send it back to the headquarters for them to study. Garp casually threw the little mouse to the adjutant beside him. The adjutant caught the mouse with gloves on, but was bitten by the mouse because of carelessness. Ah! The adjutant let go of his hand in pain, allowing the mouse to escape. A few sailors were about to chase the mouse, when they suddenly felt countless vicious eyes appearing from around them. They were surrounded by a group of beasts with fierce eyes. 30 minutes later, Garp takes down the last beast on the island. Are there any casualties? There are not many of these beasts, but they are superior in number and variety. As big as an elephant, as small as a mouse. Fighting is hard to defend against. 3 people sustained minor injuries, Vice Admiral Garp. They are all elite sailors from the headquarters, and even if their positions are not high, they will not be much weaker than the school-level officers of the Marine base. Garp glanced at the adjutant with OK on his finger, and asked curiously, "Do you count?" The adjutant scratched his head embarrassingly, "Count me in." As Garp's lieutenant, he is not weaker than Naval Headquarters Commodore. I didn't expect to be injured by a small mouse. Well, the beasts on this island are very strange. A small number of Marines died of man-made deaths, but most of them died of wild animals. Garp looked serious. There should be some unimaginable changes here. Call Sengoku and tell him the real situation here. Also arrange for someone to check the port where the warship is docked. I didn't see the body of the field officer. Maybe Marine is still alive. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. After a while, the adjutant returned to Garp to report the situation. Mr. Sengoku said that the world government will send people to take over the 17th branch. In addition, Mr. Sengoku said that the fishing town has been listed as an inaccessible island. Residents within 100 miles of Fangyuan nearby must be evacuated, and the world government will block the vicinity. World government. Garp is very upset about this kind of thing. Obviously so many people died. What should be done at this time is to find out the truth and arrest the suspect. But the world government is trying to hide something. And Mr. Garp, the 17th Division Marines warship is missing. We compared the number of dead bodies, and there is no 17th Division Marine Colonel Koka's body. Garp frowned. Did you tell Sengoku about this? Mr. Sengoku has been informed, the adjutant replied. What does he mean? Garp asked again. The adjutant hesitated. Mr. Sengoku said. Colonel Koka will be offered a reward of 50 million baileys. What? Garp was angry and somewhat incredulous. Whose decision is this? World government. Garp fell silent. He didn't understand. When everything was uncertain, even if Koka was dead or alive, how could he rashly offer a reward to a Marine general? Garp turned away, Marine's coat rustling in the wind. Vice Admiral Garp, where are you going? Assemble back to the headquarters. I must stop Sengoku before he releases the bounty. There's no reason to put a bounty on a meritorious Colonel Marine, it's so chilling. Garp was a step too late after all, as he raced across the comm belt back to Naval Headquarters. Sengoku has released the latest bounty list, Mr. Sengoku. He seemed to know why Garp was angry, but Sengoku said with a serious face, Garp, you have to know that there are some things we cannot violate. So what is it that the world government is trying to cover up? Garp asked aloud. IQ. Sengoku explained. Researchers from the world government once conducted an experiment on Vermejo Island, a special ingredient that can make wild beasts run wild. Then I don't know why, but the island disappeared. So when you said that the 17th branch of the beast had an upgraded riot, the world government felt that it was related to the disappearance of Vermejo Island. What does this have to do with wanting Koka? Garp asked again. The things that the world government used to study appeared in East Blue, and also slaughtered the residents on an island in the Marine. Maybe the world government was worried that Koka would tell the people about this, or maybe Colonel Koka was the mastermind of this incident. After a second of silence, Sengoku said again. Maybe we don't have any evidence that Koka is the mastermind of this incident, but she is the only one who disappeared on the entire island. If she is still alive, she should try her best to report the situation to Naval Headquarters. Instead of now I don't know if I am alive or dead. But she may have been captured and controlled. Don't you understand? Garp, snapped Sengoku. It doesn't matter if Koka is alive, captured, or the mastermind. All the world government wants is for her to shut up, or say things that don't have credibility. Is there any credibility in what a pirate says? Of course not. That's why the world government is so impatient to offer a reward to Koka. If Koka, as a Marine, tells the public some truths he may know, then Marine and the world government will lose all face. Garp was silent, then said, I'll go back and get that bastard back. Do you know who it is? Sengoku asked. As long as he is in East Blue, he will definitely commit another murder, and I will rush to stop them as soon as possible, Garp said viciously. Garp wanted to capture that terrible guy, not just because of the countless people who died for Koka and Fishing Town. More importantly, East Blue is still his home, and he does not allow such a guy to act recklessly in East Blue. You should stay at Naval Headquarters recently. Kaido has been restless recently. I asked Smoker to investigate over East Blue. Sengoku said, no matter how ferocious the beast is, it cannot pose a threat to Logia. Smoker can do a good job. Because Luffy did not show astonishing courage, Smoker did not leave his post to capture Luffy. Now it is just right for Sengoku to use. Hearing what Sengoku said, Garp hesitated but nodded. Now that East Blue has Smoker on his side, he'll stay with Naval Headquarters for now. Naval Headquarters is a lot more important than the East Blue. The fishing town was quickly taken over by the world government and the Marine, and the entire East Blue Marine was mobilized to find the guy who was using IQ to do whatever he wanted. After searching carefully, Marine immediately found that several islands in East Blue had been exterminated by wild beasts. What's more frightening is that some island beasts are also quietly upgraded. And after investigation, all the islands where these weird phenomena happened once had a strange warship staying there. The East Blue is messed up, but it has nothing to do with the Buggy pirates sailing on the Grand Line. This time when I crossed the upside-down mountain, I didn't encounter a big whale hitting the mountain. Think about it carefully, and now Luffy has already crossed the upside-down mountain. Maybe the big whale was touched by Luffy. Although they didn't encounter a big whale, Buggy and the others still stayed at the exit outside the upside-down mountain for a few days. In the past few days, Buggy was in Cape Twins to catch up with the old ship doctor on the ship. Under Buggy's soft membrane and hard foam, Crocus finally recommended a ship doctor to Buggy. His ship is still short of a boatman, a boat doctor and a Murloc sailor. Musicians and historians don't have to look for them, they can be invited aboard when they meet the right people. Buggy doesn't go out of his way to find someone without the right one. This is not a necessary crew member for Buggy. Baba Camel Island. What a strange name. Buggy doesn't have a permanent pointer to the island, but Crocus points him in one direction. As long as he took this route, the record pointer would always bring him to Baba Camel Island. Just as Buggy was imagining what his ship's doctor would look like, a bird landed in front of his eyes. Looking at the bird's humanized disgust, Buggy knew that he had met the newspaper delivery gull who despised him for being poor. Give me a copy of the latest newspaper in the bounty list, Buggy said to the newspaper delivery gull. The newspaper delivery gull didn't take out the newspaper, it crossed its arms and looked at Buggy suspiciously. That appearance seems to be asking, do you have money? You just buy newspapers? Buggy swears that at this moment he wants Mochi to control this stupid bird, and then torture it with the cruelest means every day. But in order not to fall behind with the world in the future, he chose to swallow his anger. He took a deep breath and took out Bailey and handed it to the silly bird. The newspaper delivery gull glanced at the money, put the money in the bag very much, and then stretched out its wings to compare. Yeah? No, it should be two. Twice? Buggy asked a little confused. The paper delivery gull nodded humanely. You robbed me. Buggy drew out his knife and yelled angrily at the newspaper delivery gull's neck. The big pirate he offered a reward of 150 million was snatched by a stupid bird? The newspaper delivery gull glanced at Buggy's knife, then pushed the knife away without any panic, shook his head and said, Gulu. How could Buggy understand the birdsong? He could only guess based on his feeling. The price has increased. The paper delivery gull nodded, acting like you weren't stupid. The price didn't increase a few days ago. Why did it suddenly increase today? Buggy looked suspicious, always feeling that this stupid bird was lying to himself. Grr. The silly bird muttered a lot, but Buggy didn't understand anything. But it feels like it's complaining. It seems to say that they are too lucky to be newspaper deliverers, and they run errands all over the world with a meager salary every day. If the price increases, the price will increase. Buggy paid another share in pain. Looking at the double-worth newspaper and a few chapters of the reward in his hand, Buggy wondered when he was going to snatch Morgan's. What kind of stupid bird did you cultivate? This kind of stupid bird also let it out to deliver newspapers. The newspaper delivery gull took the money and didn't taunt Buggy anymore. Every newspaper delivery gull is a hardworking bird. They want to spread the news across the entire sea in the shortest possible time, and they don't have much time to chat with a poor ghost. After getting the newspaper, Buggy's focus shifted from the newspaper delivery gull to the newspaper. Some small news. The only ones that bothered Buggy were the undercurrent between the New World 4 emperors and a piece of news about East Blue. The Creek pirates turned East Blue upside down. Everyone in East Blue is in danger. The residents of the fishing town were massacred by the Creek pirates, and the 17 Marines were all killed by the conspiracy of Creek and Marine Colonel Koka. Buggy looked suspiciously at the ophthalmology card. Isn't this person here? When did you run back and conspire with Creek to kill Marine? Obviously, someone is harming Koka, and most likely Marine or world government. This kind of news seems to have been manipulated by the world government, and Koka and the Creek pirates may be the ones who are responsible. After rummaging through several bounty orders, Buggy saw a chapter of bounty orders belonging to Koka. Marine trader Koka, offering a reward of 50 million Baileys. Hey. The first time I offered a reward of 50 million Baileys, it wouldn't be enough to slaughter a fishing town, right? Buggy was a little surprised. Crick and Arlong killed an unknown number of people in East Blue, massacred as many towns as possible. Even Crick did not kill Marine and seized Marine's warships. But just such a person is only a reward of 17 million Baileys. Koka. What can she do? But now is not the time to be surprised. Now is the time to tell this poor Marine the news. Impossible. You lie to me again. The bastard Buggy actually made a fake news and made a fake bounty order for me to join your pirate team. Koka was not sad at all, because what was said in the news and the reward list was absolutely impossible to happen. Believe it or not, I've been on the boat. Where can I get these fake things? Buggy rolled his eyes, and then untied Koka, leaving the news and the reward order in front of Koka. See for yourself whether it's true or not. You, a Marine, can't even recognize the authenticity of the bounty list, can you? By the way, I brought the phone bug from your office here specially. Would you like to make a call to Naval Headquarters to inquire about the situation? Koka stared blankly at the reward list, and then at the news written in the newspaper. She couldn't believe it was true. Give me the phone bug, Koka said in a hoarse voice. After a while, Nami took out a phone bug from the cabin. Wearing a marine hat, dozing off. This thing is not easy to get, and it is expensive. Buggy also went along with it because of its value. Seeing Koka again, the phone bug's snot bubble burst, and then he returned to his professional appearance. Keka smiled slightly, and felt a little warmth from the phone bug. Call Naval Headquarters, Koka said. Blue blue. Blue blue. The phone bug rang for a while before it was picked up, and the face of a Commodore man from Naval Headquarters was simulated. Branch 17? Are you Koka? Yes, I am Colonel Koka of the East Blue 17 branch. Koka was a little excited to be in contact with the headquarters again. But there was a silence at Naval Headquarters. After a while, the Commodore asked in a very cold tone, "Where are you?" Koka. The sensitive Koka noticed something was wrong, and the other party didn't even call her Colonel Koka. Call her Koka instead. I am here. Buggy snatched the phone bug from Koka's hand. He didn't want Koka to reveal his position. He's on my boat, Buggy said flatly. The phone bug at Naval Headquarters instantly changed into Buggy. Who are you? Marine Commodore frowned. Buggy, Buggy said flatly. Buggy? Pirate Buggy? Commodore asked in disbelief. Because no one survived in the fishing town, and no one knew that the Buggy pirates were in the fishing town not long ago. What is your purpose? Why is Koka on your boat? Are you questioning me, boy? The phone bug imitates Buggy's aura, startling Commodore. That momentum made Commodore think that the phone bug in front of him would jump up and stab him. He subconsciously moved away from the phone bug. Can you transfer me to Marshal Sengoku? Koka's pitiful voice came from the phone bug. Apparently the phone bug has changed again. Commodore hesitated, then looked at the sailor beside him. He had just ordered the other party to notify Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku means to take it to his side, and he will handle it. Hai Bing replied. Received a reply. Commodore began to operate the phone bug, and let its signal reach Marshal Sengoku. After a while, a serious voice came from the phone bug in Koka's hand. Colonel Koka. This is Sengoku.